All right, Moses, you want to pull up our slides?
Oh, I'm not sharing, right?
At least I'm not
There
seeing.
we go.
All right, welcome everyone to our near final Rocky Habitat Working Group meeting. Today is April 29th, 2021, and we will be here pretty much all day. I thank everybody for sticking with this process. It's been a long, tenuous process. Both our proposers and the general public who's watching in, but especially the working group who's seen this tenure through going on 4 years now. Go to our next slide there, Moses. Just a quick overview of the agenda for today. We'll kind of kick this off with kind of a round of introductions from the working group and a meeting overview. And then we'll go to public comment and tribal nations comment. We'll go back over our meeting goals and process overview. And then we're going to go into our presentations and discussion. We'll have various presenters from different communities that have put forth proposals for the Rocky Habitat process here. And there will be deliberation and voting from the working group. And then we will finally conclude with public comment and then tribal nations comment. Next slide.
Well, before we launch into public comment, was there anything else?
I thought we had a slide just that outlined our various committee here, or the working group, I'm sorry. I was just going to go down the list.
We do after public and tribal nations comment.
Okay, well, we'll do a round of introductions then maybe after, I guess, public comment, if we want to wait till after that, or do you want to go ahead and do that now, Moses?
Sure, let's do I'll skip ahead, do our introductions, and then we'll have our public and tribal nations comment.
Okay, can you just flip to that? There we go. So my name is Charlie Plyman. I'm the chair of the working group, and I sit on the Ocean Policy Advisory Council representing non-fishing or non-consumptive recreation. And then we're just going to go straight down this list here and have each one of these individuals just introduce themselves. And again, I just want to say thank you to all these people who've really given a tremendous amount of their volunteer time, both in the review of the proposals, but certainly over the past 4 years through a number of public meetings and a lot of policy discussions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't thank you enough. So I will go on now to Tom.
Yeah, Tom Calvany's here working for Oregon State University at the Port Orford Field Station with a focus on coastal research. And I'll hand it off to Carrie.
Morning, everyone. I'm Carrie Morgan. I am the Director of Education and Volunteer Services at the Oregon Coast Aquarium, and I represent education. Andrea.
Good morning, everybody. Andrea Celentano, Policy and Legislative Analyst with the Oregon Department of State Lands.
Walter Chuck. Yeah, hi, Walter Chuck, Port of Newport, OPAC member representing ports, marine transportation, navigation.
Hi, this is Dave Fox, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Marine Resources Program.
Hi, Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department.
Good morning, folks. We do not have Dave Lacey with us yet, so I'm going next. Andy Lanier, Marine Affairs Coordinator for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. We hopefully will get Dave to join us here. And
Scott, we had a hard time hearing you. Can you say that one more time? I just want to make sure your speaker's working.
Yeah, you bet, Charlie. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you better. Thanks.
Sean?
This is Sean Stevenson, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm the wildlife biologist for Oregon Coast National Wildlife Refuge Complex.
Good morning, everybody. This is Dick Vanderschaft. I'm with the Nature Conservancy, and I represent conservation interests on the Rocky Habitat group.
And I believe Chris Wall, well recognized here, is not going to be participating in this part of the process. So I'm Michael Moses, and I'm the Rocky Shores Coordinator, staffing the effort for this project at Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development. And then let's not forget Frank. Go ahead, Frank.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Frank Burris. I'm with Oregon State University Extension Service and Oregon Sea Grant, and I'm going to facilitate today's meeting.
And let's go back around to Dave Lacey. You should now be able to unmute.
Dave, we're waiting on you, buddy.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, sorry. This is Dave Lacey. I'm having technical difficulties. I'm with the Oregon Coast Visitors Association. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, and I also wanted to recognize all of the proposal teams that have been participating with us all along through this process. Some of them are listed here. There's many other individuals and organizations who have put in many hours, I'm sure thousands of hours cumulatively at this point, into these proposals. They've done a great job, and we really appreciate their efforts in participating and helping us pilot this new process. So next order of business, we can move to public comment. We have up to 15 minutes allotted for that, and then we'll go to tribal nations comment. And then after that, we will launch into some of our meeting process overview. So if you are out there in the public listening and you'd like to provide a comment, please send a chat and we can unmute you and allow you to speak.
Moses, I'm not seeing anyone with a hand raised or with the chat yet, so.
Okay, we'll also have public comment and tribal nations comment at the end of the meeting. If there's anyone representing or with tribal nations who would like to provide a comment on behalf of tribal nations perspectives, please raise hand or send a chat. If nobody, then once again, we'll have another opportunity at the end of the meeting. All right, let's launch into meeting process. So today's meeting is focused around the 12 Rocky habitat proposals that we received during our 2020 initial proposal period. Today, we're going to hear from folks representing those teams of proposers who crafted the proposals. We're going to provide 10 minutes approximately for presenters to present the proposals. It's very important that they do so uninterrupted. Some proposers submitted 2 proposals, so it's up to them if they'd like to present those in pairs or in sequence. For folks presenting in pairs, we'll allow 15 minutes for presentations and other components. Presentations will be followed by about 10 or 15 minutes of Q&A with the working group, where the working group can ask presenters questions and seek clarification on their intentions. This will be followed by 10 to 15 minutes of working group deliberation for any discussion that the working group feels they need to have amongst themselves. And at the end of that, we will move to our consensus and voting procedures to establish our final recommendations on each of these proposals. For their presentations, presenters have been asked to address at least 2 things. One, broadly the proposed intentions at their sites of interest, and 2, to address the considerations that were outlined in the initial recommendation summaries for the benefit of the working group and other review bodies. Presenters will join the Zoom webinar today as attendees and be promoted to panelists. when it's their turn to present. And this will allow them to share screen to utilize presentation slides or other visuals that they'd like to share. Setup and transition time for presenters or other deviations from our timeline will not be counted against their presentation time. If the working group asks presenters a question that presenters feel can be better addressed by one of their project partners who's also in attendance today, we may allow that other person to speak to answer the question if they're here today. And I'm going to throw to Frank to go over some discussion ground rules.
Thank you, Moses. The ground rules are mostly the same as what we used last time. I'm going to ask everybody to not provide any opinions without the why. So why do you have that opinion? So you can't just say no or yes. You have to provide a why. Where possible, I ask all the committee members to leave their cameras on, except during breaks or as you need to. No personal attacks, and be respectful. We've got other presenters on this conference that have not presented before, so allow them some grace. And if conflict arises, I ask everybody to use active listening. That's where you repeat back to a person what you thought you heard from them and give them a chance to respond. And then no interrupting the guest presenters. Next slide, please.
Great, thank you, Frank. All right, so this is our schedule of presentations today. This is going to be a rough timeline because we do understand that there may be times where discussion will run long or be shorter than anticipated. So we're going to try our best to stay on time, and Frank's going to help us out with that. But we have structured the meeting in such a way to allow for some flexibility at times where it's needed. So each presentation, Q&A, discussion, recommendation, we're aiming for that to take approximately 30 to 45 minutes. That's probably a minimum in most cases. So we're going to try to keep to that, but just so everyone knows what to expect there. We'll make our best effort, though, to keep to this time out of respect for our presenters, who some of whom have other commitments and time constraints on their day. So we want to make sure to allow for that. So we will take breaks as needed throughout the day, and potentially we can utilize those breaks to keep us on track. I anticipate likely our first break will be sometime, between 9:30, 10 o'clock, most likely. Or right at 10. Please be respectful of presenters' time is essentially the idea here. All right, so I'm going to go over our consensus and voting procedures. We went over these with the working group on Monday, but I wanted to make sure we went over them one more time, not only for the benefit of those creating recommendations today, but also for the public listening in. So the voting procedures are going to be the same voting procedures that OPAC uses for their decisions. And this means that first we seek to build consensus, and we'll go over what that means. So voting procedures, we're going to debate and discuss our final recommendations and the conditions or considerations rather on each of the proposals. Based on the evaluations, the agency analysis, the working group reviews, based on the public comment and all the feedback that we've received from our proposers and the public. And we'll utilize that discussion time to try and establish consensus on proposals for recommended status. So whether or not it will receive a recommendation to the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, or OPAC. And consensus, we're defining here using the OPAC definition of consensus that's outlined in their documents. It means that each working group member can say, 1, I was a respected member of the group that considered the decision. 2, my ideas, opinions, knowledge, concerns, beliefs, hopes were listened to. And 3, I listened to the ideas, opinions, knowledge, concerns, beliefs, hopes of others. And 4, I can support the decision of the group, even though I might have made a different decision had I acted alone. So we're going to try and establish consensus on each of these sites at the end of discussion. And we do that by asking if there's anyone who feels that consensus has not been achieved. If you are one of those folks who feels that we have not achieved consensus on a particular proposal recommendation, we're going to ask that you identify which of these 4 points you feel has not been met but in that consensus process, and explain why you feel that it's not that way. I expect many times this will often be number 4, that I can't support the decision of the group, and that's perfectly fine. But please explain, for the benefit of everyone in attendance, why you feel that way. So if consensus has not been achieved, then we will throw to a vote. So we will tally the votes. So working group members may enter their vote either in the chat or orally for everyone to see. If you enter it in the chat, please be sure that that chat is to all panelists and attendees so that attendees can see your vote. So we will tally the votes off screen, and at the end of the vote, I will share on screen the vote totals. So similar to what we saw in our February meeting, we'll be tallying those on a spreadsheet for everyone to see. So recommendation voting will be established by majority vote in accordance with OPAC voting procedures. So if a proposal does not receive a recommended status to OPAC, then we will try and establish consensus on a proposal to receive continuing consultation status. So we talked about this in our Monday meeting, and essentially this is for those proposals which do not receive a recommendation onto OPAC. The working group will determine whether they feel that the merits of the proposal warrant this continuing consultation process. So this side process is going to be something where the proposers and the agency representatives and any other working group members who are able to participate in this process down the road can work with proposal teams to address the concerns that have been identified in their proposals, and potentially also rework proposals for a future submission to OPAC, which would at the soonest be the May or spring 2022 OPAC meeting. So if consensus is not established for a continuing consultation status, then we will throw to a vote for that, which will be decided by majority opinion. If a proposal does not receive a vote for continuing consultation status, then we have de facto established consensus for a not recommended status. And in which case, it goes back to proposers, and if they would like to resubmit their proposal once the maintenance proposal process reopens, then they may do so, but it is up to them. There will be no further engagement for continuing consultation in this iteration of the process. Just a point of note, in our Monday meeting, we decided that we will be recommending OPAC delay approval of the proposal process section and the proposal questionnaire sections of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. We're going to workshop those over the summer and bring it to them in their fall meeting. So this also necessitated a delay in the start date of the maintenance proposal process, which has tentatively been moved to October 1st of 2022. But our revisal of that process is likely to move that start date either sooner or later once more. So tentatively, that's what the public can aim for if they would like to submit or resubmit proposals in the maintenance process, but we'll be restructuring the review and evaluation process to include the continuing consultation as a part of the process up front, most likely. All right, so a few other things that we want to talk about in regards to recommendation making today. Wanted to go over what we've been talking about when we say considerations for recommendation. So in the February 25th and 26th meetings that the working group had, they made initial recommendations on the 12 Rocky Habitat site proposals. So these recommendations, these initial recommendations came about after our agency feasibility and completeness analysis step, and after some exploratory discussions that the working group had in reviewing proposals. And those initial recommendations were summarized in some documents that we provided for public comment. So those summarize the review and evaluations that had been done to date. And we identified from those efforts those considerations which the working group wants to identify for the benefit of themselves and for OPAC and the Land Conservation and Development Commission, or LCDC. So our other review bodies in this process. So the considerations that were identified, these are those elements of a proposal that we've identified through the evaluation process, which the working group either needed clarification on or identified potential issues with certain aspects of a proposal. So those were summarized in those initial recommendation documents, which are the working group communicating to OPAC the things that they would need to consider, that OPAC would need to consider in their potential recommendations to LCDC. So we submitted these or released these for public comment, and we invited our proposers to provide the working group responses to these initial recommendations, and in particular, the considerations that were outlined in bullet point on those summaries. So the proposers did provide us letters of response. Those have been appended to the initial recommendations, which are available on our OregonOcean.info website. So the proposers provided us very clear responses to those, very thorough in many cases. So if the working group now is to recommend a proposal to OPAC, it most likely will have certain considerations that go along with that. So that's really the working group saying to OPAC, if OPAC makes a recommendation on proposal X, then the following aspects of this proposal should be strongly considered in that recommendation making. So for an example that I'd like to provide, we have a proposal X comes in and they say, we want no fish harvest, or commercial or recreational fish harvest. We want to conduct monitoring, and we have some broad subtitle boundary or something. So this goes through our agency and working group review and evaluation steps, and out of that process, they identify some considerations for a potential recommendation. They say, well, we don't see justification to close fish harvest in this proposal. The monitoring is great. We want to see more of that. Please coordinate with agencies on that. And we say, well, the boundaries are okay. There's too much subtitle or something like that. And we want to adjust the boundaries, which agencies would need to do anyway to implement it in rule. So these items here, these are the considerations, right? That the working group is saying to OPAC, hey, if you're going to make a recommendation to LCDC, then these things need to be addressed and considered in that recommendation. So when the working group today votes on their final recommendations on proposals, in most every case, it's going to include these considerations, and that's what we're voting on, is the proposal with those considerations outlined to say, we would recommend proposal X, but only if the fish harvest is not allowed and the boundaries are changed in this example. So that's what we would be saying. If these things weren't, if these considerations were not outlined or not addressed, then the working group's recommendation might not be the same in that instance. Are there any questions or comments from our panelists about that?
Yeah, Moses, I have a quick question about that part. Will we, as we go forward, do we have on record the previous recommendations and considerations?
Yes, so
picking up where we left off, essentially.
Yes, so for today's meeting, we will have a slide for each of our sites. Then on that slide will be the considerations that we bulleted in those initial recommendation summaries. So like you say, picking up where we left off. if there's anything that comes out of discussion today that would amend those considerations, we can do that here, and I'll change that on the slides as we've done with other items. So this is proposers' opportunity to kind of respond to those and say, yes, we're amenable to that, or that doesn't conflict with our site goals, or to say, well, we need this to provide this clarification because we think some mischaracterization or misunderstanding may have occurred in the process. So that's really should be an aspect of each of the discussions for each of the sites today.
Yeah, I guess I'll just make one other comment, which is that I think it's been a long time coming, but I'm glad that we are getting to this place of actually having some dialogue between proposers and working group. And I'm not confident necessarily that we'll have enough time to have the complete dialogue in however much time we have for each one, but you got to start somewhere. I'm glad we got here, and I'm ready to participate.
Well, it seems we're already a bit ahead of schedule, so we may have some extra time. Any other thoughts or comments before we move into the main discussion today? All right.
Moses, I just want to make one comment, and that is that when we're dealing with consensus, silence is consent. So if you have objections, you have to make it clear that you have objections. Otherwise, the assumption is that you're willing to go along with the group if you're silent.
Okay. All right.
Moses, if I may, one of the other things that we've talked about and that we have slated for later in our agenda today is to consider what kind of recommendations we might make for a coast-wide program that can help to deal with some of the things that we've heard from all of our proposers. And so it is our intention to have that discussion after we have gone through our sites and our decision-making process today. So I know that we have talked about that in the past. Please understand we are planning to do that after we make it through our dialogue and our recommendations on each of the sites. So we can hopefully get to that later this afternoon if there's time. If not, we have reserved tomorrow morning to be able to spend some concentrated time on that particular issue.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. That's great. I forgot to mention that. So tomorrow, the working group had reserved as a possible overflow from 8 to noon. And I'm comfortable leaving that discussion to tomorrow if other working group members are, and if we run out of time for that today. If our presentations and recommendation making extend the time, then that's what we'll be doing first thing tomorrow is wrapping up those recommendations, the site proposal recommendations, before moving to a discussion about any coast-wide or programmatic recommendations. Hopefully we'll get through all the site proposals today and we can leave that coast-wide recommendation discussion till tomorrow, and maybe only would take an hour or two. And just as a personal note, I'm getting my first vaccine tomorrow at 11:50, so I have a hard out of that meeting a little early. Charlie, you have your hand raised.
I was just saying, for the working group, let's strive to finish today. And when I think about those statewide recommendations, if Moses, you have that slide ready to queue up at the end of the meeting, these are things that we've talked about really for 4 years. And they're kind of high level. So I don't think it's going to be deep level policy discussion that's going to have us spinning around in circles like a lot of our other issues. So, but they're important. They're actually really important. And I think we can get them in, but we will strive to get that done today. I also just wanted to add, I am a day after my second dose of Moderna. I feel okay. I'm not 100%, but I am here, and I just wanted to let folks know that if I'm not as chatty or engaged as usual, that may be the case. And I think the same was for Laurel as well. Yeah, that she got her second dose yesterday. So, yay! We're very happy for that. We're also a little sluggish.
Yeah, just 2021 things, I guess. I still haven't met several of our working group members in person, so thanks to the pandemic. All right, any other last minute thoughts before we dive in here?
Just a little process note, as we go through our presentations, I'm going to be tracking who raises hands to identify speaker order for us. Frank will be doing timekeeping for the presenters and for our Q&A and our voting. So that's kind of who will be helping to guide you through today's content. And I think with that, we can turn it back over.
All right. All right, let's go. So the first decisions we wanted to make, we wanted to talk about the 3 sites we had that didn't meet the requirements for proper evaluation. So this was in our first evaluation step, which is our agency feasibility and completeness analysis conducted by our constituent agencies here. So the 3 proposals were Otter Rock North Marine Conservation Area, Seal Rock Marine Conservation Area, and the Coastwide Kelp Forest Marine Research Area. Otter Rock and Seal Rock both came to us from the same proposer, who did a really fantastic job of a geospatial analysis using data that had largely been provided by the Oregon Coastal Management Program that is available in our Rocky Habitat Web Mapping tool. And that analysis kind of spit some results out the other side and said, these are the sites that you want to focus on. So that's potentially useful to some folks down the road to have that analysis. But unfortunately, the proposals were incomplete. There were many questions and prompts that didn't have any sort of substantive answer to them or didn't address things that were otherwise expected. The Coastwide Kelp Forest was a very interesting proposal. I think everyone really enjoyed reading it. There's a lot of good information and a lot of good proposed or a lot of good recommendations in that proposal that could be implemented or are already in some level of review and consideration for implementation. Really focused on kelp forests and the issues that we have with their decline right now along the Oregon coast. It focused on sea urchin harvesting and protecting Pycnopodia, the sunflower sea stars. I think that's correct. But unfortunately, they just didn't fit within the prescribed process here. So the coastwide kelp forest really was not site specific. It was focused on the majority of the territorial sea in Oregon. So, and I know that the diver groups that worked on that proposal have submitted a letter to OPAC, and I think that they may be addressing OPAC in their meeting. So if anyone on the working group would like, we can talk about each of these sites individually, and I have slides prepared for that. But if not, we were going to seek consensus on whether to recommend these or not. So I'll turn it over to Frank to facilitate that.
Thank you, Moses. So I'd like to remind everybody that the previous voting on these proposals, the kelp forests got all no's, or number 4s. Seal Rock got all no's. Otter Rock got 11 no's and 3 of the 3s, which were the reservations even with conditions. So I'm looking for consensus on not recommending all 3 of these sites to OPAC. And once again, silence is consent. So I'm hearing consensus that we don't recommend Otter Rock, the Marine Conservation Area, Kelp Forests, Marine Research Area, and Seal Rock Marine Conservation Area to OPAC.
Are there
Yeah,
any, looks like Tom and Dick have points that they would maybe like to raise as discussion items on these. So Tom
Yeah.
first and then Dick.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm not speaking against the consensus. I'm agreeing with the consensus, or whatever, however you say that. I just want to add a little bit more information. The primary author of the kelp forest proposal and several folks who were involved in that are also engaged in some work that the Oregon Kelp Alliance is doing right now to address many of those concerns. And just a brief update that we just got approval for a scientific take permit for 5 sites on the Oregon coast to do an experimental kelp restoration project involving the removal of sea urchins and involving a variety of different divers. And there is a dive team on their way here this weekend to train with Reef Check, is the group that we're partnering with to do the monitoring work as part of that permit. So I just wanted to give you guys a brief update. See a question from Charlie, just so you know where those sites are. Cape Lookout, which is one of our sites, and I've been in touch with the proposer on that detail. Haystack Rock, the one in Pacific City, not the, I guess, famous one. Not sure why there's 2, but that's another site. And those were both sites proposed by the local divers on the North Coast, and then being coordinated by Oregon Free Dive Company in that region. And then 3 sites on the South Coast. South Cove at Cape Arago, and we're coordinating with OIMB and a Sea Grant funded project led by Aaron Galloway and Lee Torres. The Nellie's Cove site at Orford Heads, which is sort of the site that's sort of out in front of that process. And the baseline monitoring has already been completed, and we're preparing right now to begin the experimental restoration project. And the last site is Macklin Cove in Brookings, being led by local divers and a local dive master who is one of the divers on the Reef Check team who will be completing their training this weekend. So you'll hear more about that. You can find out more at OregonKelp.com. And we have a digital communications team called Wild Human, and they're wrapping up a major piece that'll be coming out very soon in a sort of long format, sort of storyboard format to tell the whole story. So stay tuned on that, and just wanted to kind of flesh that out a little bit and let folks know that consensus or agreement to not advance this proposal does not mean that those aren't good ideas, as Moses sort of pointed to. And I'm really glad that the group, which is a pretty diverse group of stakeholders in the Oregon Kelp Alliance, has really gotten behind this and other projects. So it's a big lift, but there's lots of good energy behind it, and really excited to proceed. And I'll be uploading a YouTube recording of a webinar that Dan Abbott of Reef Check and I did, going into more details on similar projects in California that we're learning from as we roll out the Oregon project. So you'll be able to find that on the website as well. So I'll stop there. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Tom. That's really great. It's also a good example of where a designation isn't always required to meet the goals or interests of some individuals, because I know that at least some of those sites that you mentioned were being considered potentially for a proposal. Other than the statewide proposal, I know that some of those individual sites were being looked at by various individuals early on and didn't end up being a proposal for a designation, but it's great to see that the goals are being met at those sites, and certainly something that we've heard consistently throughout this process with kelp and urchin culling, and the interest to improve ecosystem management for that species and that sort of ecosystem. So thanks for that update. It's really helpful.
You're welcome. And just to put a little additional information in there, the project, the permit is to monitor not just kelp and urchins, but also abalone and sunflower sea stars. So that's a little bit more of a comprehensive thing. And I'm working with Sarah Gravem right now to submit a sea grant proposal to continue and expand on that project next year.
Thank you, Tom. Dick, you're next, and then Laurel.
Thanks. I also am not disagreeing with the consensus. I agree with the consensus that we reached in terms of not recommending these 3 sites, but I did want to add a point with regards to the Otter Rock North and Seal Rock. Both of those sites, of course, are well known and well loved by people at the coast for their rocky habitats. Obviously, Otter Rock abuts the existing Otter Crest Marine Gardens, and so Seal Rock has been one site that's been obviously used by people for generations and is well known for those cases. So I just want to note that this non-recommendation that we are forwarding, seemingly going to forward to OPAC, has in no way should imply that these are not quality sites, that they don't have additional values, or even maybe even values that would warrant designation down the road. I was quite surprised to not see a more fleshed out recommendation for Seal Rock, for instance, but it didn't occur. So I just want to note that sometimes our not recommending means that just the existing nomination wasn't complete in this case, as we noted, or didn't really quite fit the guidelines as we're looking at them currently, but has no bearing really in terms of how important or maybe even in need of additional attention that these sites may warrant. And just again, I'm glad that Tom added all the information regarding the kelp forest. Again, this is an issue that's been growing for us on the coast, and I'm really happy that that the proposer pulled this forward. It certainly gave all of us a lot of information, which is great. I'm going to hang on to that proposal because there's so much well-referenced information within it, and certainly has spearheaded a lot of interest up and down the entire West Coast. And so to see this sort of proposal in Oregon, I think highlights this importance of conservation need on the West Coast. And it's great to see that all this has spearheaded additional attention. And as Charlie noted, outside the purview of even needing a designation. So I'll stop there. Again, thanks for us all reaching consensus on these 3 sites.
Yeah, thank you for that important comment, Dick. That was something that came out well last time. So I appreciate you reiterating those comments. Any other comments? Okay, I believe we do have consensus on not recommending Otter Rock North, Seal Rock, and the coastwide kelp forest to OPAC. So we can move ahead.
All right, if there's no further discussion on these 3, then we will be moving to our first presentation, which will be for Coquille Point, which was a marine garden / education area proposal. And we'll for our presenters, let's double check with them that they are ready to go here. But before we do that, I'll just run through the considerations here momentarily. So any potential recommendation that OPAC may make, the working group had identified the following considerations for them to consider. 1, not implementing the invertebrate harvest restrictions in subtidal areas, which is fairly typical for our established managed rocky sites. To clarify with agencies additional metrics for site success as appropriate. This is something that would probably need to be done for any proposal that moved through the process. Clear expectations set for that coordination and support for their volunteer programs, and to reconcile the site boundaries following a recommendation with the agencies. So that's something agencies would likely need to do for any site to determine the exact boundaries in rule. So let's check with our proposers, who is Mary Garrett and Bev Min. Are you here? I see Beverly.
Mary's with me.
Oh, okay, great. I was still looking through the list.
Computer problems.
Do you feel prepared? Are you ready to go, or do we need to take a break?
No, we're ready. Well, Mary
It's okay.
can't
I
get
was
her
going to be on a
computer.
separate tablet, but I'm having
We're
computer
together.
issues, so we're
Okay.
together.
I'm going to promote you to panelist, and that should allow you video and sharing privileges. I'm going to stop my share. And Beverly, you're muted, and if you'd like to share your video, you may. You're muted right now, so if you're talking, we can't hear you.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, unmuted, and you got me. Okay. And Mary's beside me.
And I'm here, but they can't
Okay.
see the camera.
Fading into the background, I see.
I'm here.
Okay.
There's two of us.
Yeah. I'll say while you're getting set up there, and you can share your screen at any time now. This proposal was submitted by the Shoreline Education for Awareness group, which Mary and Bev are both with. Submitted by Bill Stenberg, who can't be with us today, and as well as Lauren Morris, who's president of C, who I hear is at a horse show in Houston. Sounds exciting.
Whoops, I'm not sure how this works.
So if you have your presentation ready, there's a green share screen button at the bottom of your Zoom window, and click on that and then select the window that you would like to share. And if we can't get it, then I also have your presentation ready to go if you'd like.
Share screen.
Oh, does that work? Can you see it? Share screen. Hold. Control. Like that?
Control multiple windows. It might be easier to let Moses do it.
You can't see my screen yet?
Not yet. You have to select.
Here.
There we go.
Yes. Okay.
Great.
Okay. So then I want to go there. Does that work?
Yep, that should work if you might.
But I can't get it larger. Oh, there.
Perfect.
Looks good.
Okay, let's start. Are you ready?
We are ready.
I think. Okay, so I'm Bev and Mary's beside me.
I keep going in and out.
We want to thank you for the opportunity to present this proposal to designate Coquille Point as a marine garden. We hope that as a marine garden designation will serve to alert people that this area is covered by special rules pertaining to human activities. Our goal is to increase the protection of this habitat by attracting and training volunteers to educate the public, not only on the scenic value of Coquille Point, but also on the plants and animals found there. This aerial view of Coquille Point shows its proximity to Bandon, a town of about 3,300 people, which receives a major portion of its revenue from tourism. Here's a view of Coquille Point from the Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge parking lot at a 1-foot tide. And this picture shows the stairwell from the parking lot to the beach. It is very common to see dog tracks unaccompanied by human footprints. Here's a photo of common murres using Elephant Rock taken in March of 2020. The next series of photos were taken just last Saturday. Harbor seals are currently using Coquille Point to nurse their pups, and people and dogs are also using Coquille Point. In reference to this site's initial recommendations, we do not have a problem with not implementing invertebrate harvest restrictions in the subtidal areas, nor reconciling site boundaries with appropriate agencies. To determine progress toward our goal, we would monitor our encounters with the public and see if the percentage of illegal encounters regarding uncontrolled loose dogs and wildlife harassment increases or decreases over time. Shoreline Education for Awareness is able to pick up the initial expenses, believed to be under $5,000, for volunteer training, uniform vests, and literature. We believe the signage for marine gardens is the responsibility of the Oregon State Parks Commission. And we also look forward to more meetings with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Oregon Departments of Parks and Recreation and Fish and Wildlife, the Coquille Indian Tribe, and the City of Bandon for further input on boundaries, signage, volunteer training efforts, and possible future funding. And that's what we have. So I want to thank you. And I don't know how to get out of this. Let's just stop share. There. Okay.
Thank you for that presentation, Beverly. We appreciate it. And are there any panelist comments or questions?
Laurel, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, we're happy to work with you on the signage, but the typical marine garden signage is made by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, but I'm understanding that it needs to be updated. So I think we've had discussions with Dave and I about updating the signage and working together on that. So just a point of clarification that traditionally the marine garden signage has been produced by ODFW.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then Walter.
Yeah, Beverly, thanks for your presentation. I just had a couple questions regarding your education program. You have already established this program, correct?
Yeah, we do. We have a working volunteer training and we're actually Fish and Wildlife is presenting a training on the 12th of May that we're asking all of our volunteers to participate in. And then we're going to have Jesse Jones do a Rocky Habitat volunteer webinar for our members as well. And
Great.
we do one-on-one with them too when we're down there.
Oh, great, great. And how long has your program been in existence for?
You mean C altogether or just this portion?
The one down there at Coquille Point.
Well, C has been around for 30 years, and we've always worked with Fish and Wildlife as a friends group. So we do a lot of interpretation, usually on the cliff, but now we're going to be on the sand to help with that process. Their volunteers are not in place because of COVID. So we have been down there, but then we backed off because of the restrictions. And we're going to, once Fish and Wildlife gives us the go ahead, we're going to go ahead and start back down there.
Okay, so this isn't a new program. You folks have been down there for quite a few years.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Walter. Charlie.
Yeah, and forgive me if you don't know this, that's okay too, or if it's too intrusive, but I'm curious how your group is funded. If you guys are raising money at the local level, kind of grassroots style, or if you have another mechanism to support your grassroots or to support your volunteer activities, like through the city, similar to Cannon Beach or otherwise.
We don't do from the city. We're trying to work with the city to get them involved, but we've gotten quite a few grants. So we're using grant money and donations that we collect over the past summers.
Great. And then do you guys, I'm not going to ask for it right now, but do you sort of maintain an operational budget
yes,
each year?
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
And our membership dues also contribute to the funding.
Ah, that's great to hear as well. You've got membership and membership
Yep.
dues.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks so much for that. That's very helpful.
You bet.
Dave Fox, you got your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for your proposal. I thought it was a really well-written and well thought out proposal.
Thank you.
A couple of just points of clarification. As Laurel said with the signs, you know, ODFW, would produce those signs. So that's not going to be a problem for this. Also, I wanted to mention that with respect to the site boundary, which I realized we would work out later, but just wanted to state that most of our sites that we have regulations for invertebrate harvest, we actually take those regulations up to extreme high water. So even though these boundaries are, the shoreline boundaries are at mean high water, we typically take the regulations up a little farther than that, just because ecologically the rocky intertidal ecosystem, has organisms up that high in the tidal zone. The other thing I wanted to mention just about the organization, we go back quite a ways of working with CA. We worked with Bill Russell back when the original Rocky Shore strategy was being developed back in 1994. So it's definitely a longstanding organization, and we really appreciate the group's work on the coast. That's about it for this. So thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Andy, are there any more comments?
Yes, it looks like Dick Vanderstaff has this comment, and then because I can't tell if Dave Lacey has a question or not, I'm going to maybe ask him to chime in after Dick to make sure that we can still hear Dave, and just to see if he has any questions.
Okay, thanks. I also just want to extend my thanks to our presenters and to C for bringing forward this site and this proposal. Obviously, as we've noted, this site has been well loved and been in our attention for a long time. And certainly, I knew Bill Russell back when he was working on this as well. And so at this area and all the work that C has done. So it's really great to see this come to this point. And I realize that this has taken, again, as you noted, probably 30 years or so C has been in existence. And this has been a very long effort to get to this point. So I just want to congratulate you and recognize that these things don't occur overnight. They take this dedication of people who stick with it and come forward. And I certainly hope to see and expect to see Coquille Point continue to be this great addition to the city abandoned, this part of the coast that is so deserving. So again, thanks again for taking the energy and making this presentation and pulling together a great proposal.
Thank you.
Dave Lacey, any comments, questions?
No, I'm good. I'm in full support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dave. Tom.
Yeah, I don't need to repeat what's been said. Just want to echo what I'm hearing from the last few commenters, Dick and Dave. And thanks to Beverly and Mary. Great presentation, nice photos, and good work. I guess sticking with it pays off over time, I guess. Good message. And the only other thing I want to add, not to jump the gun on the process, but I know that we have considered some coast-wide recommendations that I hope will include some recommendations concerning funding. And I'm only saying that in response to Charlie's question and the response. And I just want to put that marker out there so we have that conversation later that I hope will apply coast-wide and help support projects like this.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Sean.
Yeah, this is Sean Stevenson, Fish and Wildlife Service. Thanks to see their program is great, and we work with them very well. Just wanted to let you know that Fish and Wildlife Service is supportive, and we can help with signage. We have the big display at Coquille Point Headland, and we may be able to work out sign placement, but I would encourage you to reach out to us, Dawn Harris in particular, and she can help with signage.
Thank you. Yeah, Dawn comes to our board meetings every month, so she's pretty knowledgeable about what she's doing, and as well as Kate. So.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands raised, Frank.
Okay, thank you. So going back to our previous voting, Coquille Point was our highest rated of all the proposals that came in. It got 7 votes for 2, and that's recommend with conditions, and 5 votes for recommend with no reservations. So I'm expecting a consensus to approve this and recommend this project to OPAC. Any comments?
Scott McMullen.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend it with the considerations that were included in the recommendation.
The what?
Yeah, and that's standard for all the proposals that we're reviewing today. All of them will be recommended with the conditions that you see on the screen here today.
Okay, I saw Walter's hand and then Tom's hand.
Yeah, I just want to, thank Beverly again for the proposal, and just I just like to highlight this, that I really appreciate the fact that this education program is established. They have some funding, they have some training, and they've also already gotten support from other agencies such as Parks, Fish and Wildlife, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I think that when we looking forward, that this is a great example of what any proposed education program should look like, that it be established and funded, and that it already has a track record in the communities that they're wanting to work in. So thanks again, and I really appreciate the proposal, and I support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Walter. Tom?
Yeah, just to put a point on it, I hear what Frank just said about the nature of the recommendation with these considerations. And I just want to fact check with Beverly and Mary that I think I heard you say that you were comfortable with the recommendations. Just want to make sure we close the loop on that and make sure that we're all in agreement before we pull the trigger on this.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification, Tom. So I'm hearing no resistance to consensus or problem with consensus. So I think that we approve the Coquille Point Marine Garden with consensus to be moved forward to OPAC for their recommendations.
Moses and Frank, just as a point of process, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Please.
Do we need to have a clear sort of documented motion around this that it is going to be clear to how we're communicating this to OPAC? Or is the slide and kind of what Frank just alluded to?
That would be a question for Moses. Or Andy, do we need to have an actual motion if we're not voting, if we're just going by consensus?
I believe if we are going by consensus and that the understanding of the group is clear in the intent that the site should move forward, having addressed the considerations from our initial recommendation summary, that there's clear understanding from the group of support for this site moving forward. I do not believe that we need to have a motion specifically that says that.
Okay, this one has some clarity to it, I think. I think there may be other circumstances where we don't have quite that clarity. So I just want to make sure that there's a sentence, maybe, Frank, that follows consensus or voting that says exactly what we just did. Okay. So that it's clear when we are summarizing this for OPAC that they know exactly what we're saying.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we will summarize all of that information in final recommendation summary documents, which will be similar to the initial recommendation summaries, and that will be submitted along with all the other materials, proposal evaluation and other materials to OPAC for their review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. So I believe we're ready to go to the next site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much.
Your presentation.
And I'm going to see here, I have the ability to promote attendees to panelists, but doing the opposite isn't clear. I don't have a demote option. I only have a remove. So Bev and Mary, I'm going to try that. And if it may kick you out of the meeting, but you should be able to just come back in if that's the case.
Okay, thanks.
Moses, I was able to do that.
Oh, okay, great.
So I think we're good.
Okay. All right. Well, for our next site, and I'll pause there. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations. Thank you, Mary and Bev. That was an excellent presentation. We really appreciate your time and efforts there. And thank you to the working group. That I thought that went very well. All right, our next site is going to be Cape Blanco. So we are just a tad ahead of schedule here, but hopefully that will work out for us for the rest of the day. Our next proposal is the Cape Blanco Marine Research Area. The considerations that were outlined in our February meeting for initial recommendation are as follows. So for any potential OPAC recommendation, the working group is asking the council to consider addressing the following: no closure of the commercial and recreational fish harvest, or subtitle invertebrate harvest, meaning not to implement a subtitle invertebrate harvest. Not implementing restrictions on souvenir collection, the boat anchoring, or the live fed aquaculture. Those are addressed in detail in the initial recommendations. Having clear expectations for the proposed volunteer programs, including what the roles of the respective agencies would be. And finally, reconciling the site boundaries, in particular with respect to the distribution of rocky intertidal habitat. There was some rocky intertidal habitat that was unintentionally excluded. We have a little bit, we have a separate mapping projection for extreme low tide, which could aid in this so that to ensure that the boundaries are all inclusive of the intertidal area and that we're not designating more subtidal habitat than is necessary. Were there any other thoughts or points on that before we turn to our presenter? Okay. Our presenter today is Laurel Field with the PISCO Research Consortium. Laurel, I'm going to promote you to panelist. And Laurel, are you with us?
Hi. I wasn't. Okay.
Moses, I think you'll need to stop sharing.
Yes. There's Laurel.
All right. So sorry about the hold up. Let me just share. Oh yeah. Hi, Laurel. Other Laurel. Okay, does that look right to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, it does. It looks good.
Okay, thanks so much. All right.
You might want to X that bar at the bottom out there.
Oh, okay.
It's obscuring the bottom of your slide.
Thank you. Does that look better?
There you go.
Yes, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So well, I'd like to start by saying thank you for inviting us to present on this proposal that was put forward by the PISCO Lab at Oregon State University. And PISCO stands for the Partnership for the Interdisciplinary Studies of Coastal Oceans. Sorry, one more technical thing. Okay. My name is Laurel Field, and I'm a master's student at Oregon State University in the Marine Resource Management program, and I'm also a PISCO affiliated researcher. So a brief outline of what I hope to discuss today in this presentation is why designate Cape Blanco, the goals of this proposed marine research area, activities that would occur within the research area if designated, the proposed boundaries, and then I'll respond to working group comments on this proposal. So why designate Cape Blanco? Well, Cape Blanco is broadly recognized as a very important area of the Southern Oregon coast due to the unique flora and fauna, striking geology, and historical and cultural significance to Oregonians. It's also a rocky intertidal biodiversity hotspot, which attracts both researchers and visitors alike. The PSCO lab at Oregon State has been doing research at Cape Blanco for over 30 years. The lab studies how the marine environment is changing over time due to human and environmental stressors. Data collected at Cape Blanco made possible the early detection of sea star wasting disease on the Southern Oregon coast, which speaks to the importance of long-term research. Information collected at Cape Blanco is important and valuable to all Oregonians, but especially to those that rely on ocean resources. And it's important to have healthy intertidal ecosystems in order to detect these changes to the marine environment and changes that impact both marine species, but also people. And so increased visitation to the Southern Oregon coast and to Cape Blanco has raised some concerns about the long-term health of the intertidal, which is an ecosystem that's highly vulnerable to human impacts. However, this increase in visitation presents us with an opportunity to conduct visitor outreach and education in order to inspire stewardship of this area. So the goals of the proposed marine research area at Cape Blanco include to ensure the continued health of the rocky intertidal ecosystem, to support and formalize long-term scientific research being done at Cape Blanco, to promote community engagement and education, as well as visitors, and ultimately improve the visitor experience through the development of a volunteer stewardship program. So activities that would occur within the proposed Cape Blanco Marine Research Area, if designated, include fish harvest and subtidal invertebrate harvest. A scientific permit would be required for the take of intertidal invertebrates and algae. There would be continued open access for coastal visitors and locals. There would be ongoing research and monitoring occurring at that site. And there would be, as I mentioned, the development of a volunteer stewardship program. And so as a proposer group, we recognize there's many different people and user groups that enjoy access to Cape Blanco. However, it's our view that the proposed marine research area is complementary to most existing uses of the area, and that designation of this marine research area can help ensure the health of the rocky shores and therefore the continued enjoyment of Cape Blanco by visitors. And lastly, we did extensive outreach to members of the public, local residents, local businesses, and fishermen in the Cape Blanco area. And we received broad support for this proposed designation, both through in-person, but Zoom outreach events, and also through letters of support. So briefly, this is an aerial overview of the proposed Cape Blanco Marine Research Area. The areas in dark blue indicate the boundaries of the proposed research area, and PSCO's historical sites are shown in the teal circles. We included, just to orient viewers and people who are more familiar with the area, the beach parking lot is back in that red square, and the lighthouse is out on the cape marked with the sun. So I'd now like to respond to working group comments on this Cape Blanco Marine Research Area proposal. Based in our experience as scientists, we feel as though the suggested changes to the proposal do not appreciably conflict with achievement of site goals. Therefore, we are supportive of all working group recommendations on this proposal. On this slide, I've listed some of the working group suggestions we received. But there were others we also considered to be compatible with site goals. So first, no closure of commercial and recreational fish harvest. Secondly, no closure of subtidal invertebrate harvest. We see these suggestions as compatible with site goals. Additionally, the working group indicated the need to clarify expectations for support of volunteer programs. PSCO has the support of Shoreline Education for Awareness and Oregon Shores, both organizations that are active on the South Coast and that have expressed interest in leading the co-development of this volunteer program. We plan to continue to collaborate closely with these groups in this effort. We see our role in this collaboration as providing relevant scientific information to aid in the development of volunteer and outreach programs. We have the capacity at this time to provide that information. And historically, I mean, things are always changing, but we've been able to host in-person outreach events at our field sites with volunteers and members of the public. And lastly, not on here, but the proposed redrawing of the boundaries of the Cape Blanco Marine Research Area using the mean high tide line and extreme low tide lines, we see that redrawing as compatible with proposed site goals. And to finish up, I'd like to just discuss some opportunities that we see with the Marine Research Area designation. We see designation as providing a structure for collaboration between agency partners, research groups, and local communities in this effort to maintain the health of the rocky shore at Cape Blanco. Additionally, designation can help ensure the continued success of long-term research projects, as well as new projects that could be established at this site. Lastly, increasing engagement of visitors and locals communities with this science being done, as well as the increasing the relevance of findings to these communities and people. And ultimately, we hope information and outreach about the research being done at Cape Blanco can contribute to improved visitor experiences. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone who helped me, this group that created this proposal. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Laurel, for that concise presentation.
Okay, should I stop sharing now?
You might need your slides if
Okay.
there are questions, but we can see. Let's see if there are any questions.
Scott McMullen.
Yeah, thank you, Earl, for that nice presentation. Just a clarification, if you would, please. You talked about working with Shoreline Awareness and the other organization to develop the docent program. Does PSCO plan on participating in that, or is it you're providing the materials? The slide sort of was unclear to me. Is PSCO providing just the educational materials, and it's going to be up to the Shoreline Education for Awareness and Oregon Shores to do the actual volunteer program, or is PSCO going to be trained by those people to do it themselves?
That's a great question. I think we want to be involved in the largest extent we can, but we often, when there's low tides, we're just simply not available to be volunteer group leaders. We see our contributions mostly as providing information, but also that could be outreach materials and trainings as well for those groups. We have historically been able to, a couple times this summer, not as frequently as we would like, but actually get out there with volunteers. So I see it as being both, but definitely our more consistent role would be providing information and updates and helping with those, interfacing with those other organizations that would lead the program itself. Yeah.
Thank you, Laurel. Tom and then Dick.
Yeah, I just would like to say thanks, Laurel. It's good to see you. A good presentation, nice and concise and informative. I'd just like to share a little bit of my experience working with the PISCO group on this particular question. First, I will just say I concur with everything that's been presented concerning the long track record of very rigorous research that actually has meaning and is applicable to both the ecology and the community. And just to provide a couple of other examples of this sort of on this topic of public interaction. Back when we were doing in-person science pubs, we did one of our first ones. Actually, it might have been our first one here in Port Orford at a local pub, and the PISCO crew came and with a pretty creative sort of interactive kind of a game format, helped educate people about the work they were doing and help people learn kind of what is that thing in the intertidal and what is it doing. And I think people still tell me about that. Oh, I never knew what that thing was, and now I know, and now I understand and I really appreciate what that thing is doing there and what we're learning from it. We've also had a number of students here, interns and others, people involved with the Redfish Rocks community team and other interns at the field station here who've been able to participate with the PISCO crew as volunteers, and then they share that experience and their knowledge about what the work is and what's being done with their affiliates, friends, and members of the community. So I think that there's lots of value in this sort of organic interactions that occur whenever students and others are able to engage with scientists. And that's the part that I really appreciate. Even though it's hard to characterize it and put it in a box, let's say, and say, well, this is a program. But there's a good amount of that, and even just the sort of, I guess, the familiarity that comes with a long-term monitoring program in a community like ours. Just over time, the more we have infrastructure and opportunities for people to engage in the community with scientists, I think that that has an effect that we're looking for, that we want, which is an increased awareness and understanding about the research, why it matters, what we're learning, and what we might do with what we're finding out. The sea star wasting is a perfect example of that. So that's all I have to say. Obviously, I'm supportive of this proposal, and I think it would be great to actually kind of solidify something that's actually been in place for a really long time, and hopefully it'll keep going on for a really long time. And I'll end with the comment I made on the last one, which is I hope that we can make a recommendation to more fully fund agencies that can support programs like the one we'd like to see more of at this site and the Coquille site. So stop there, and thanks again, Laurel.
Thanks, Tom. That was great.
Thanks, Tom. Dick?
Thanks. I'm going to pile on with Tom and just say thank you, Laurel, for the presentation. Obviously, I'm super supportive of Cape Blanco being designated as a marine research area. This site, of course, has had historic importance regarding ecosystems on the coast and will increase in importance as our coast and nearshore ocean changes. So this is a classic sentinel site that we want to continue to see moving forward. I think the opportunities of working with PISCO have a bunch of great perspectives to work from. And I think especially because in this case, Laurel and others here are located at Oregon State University, which of course has the Marine Resources Management Program, as well as the Budding Marine Studies Initiative. Both of these groups and programs can have the opportunity to bring additional students and studies into this area, which means both additional resources to the community, not just dollars, but also people. And so the ideas of how we're going to expand or expect PISCO to maybe be the brawn behind the volunteer program. I think what happens is you may have the brains within PISCO, but you also have brains coming from Oregon State University, these other programs that we'll see, I think, a lot of interest in interacting with visitors, as we've seen from the MRM program, as well as other more diverse aspects that the Marine Studies Initiative will bring too, whether it's cultural as well as the more oceanographic and biological. So I just see all these interactions as really being great avenues that or things we're going to get from this program. And then finally, PSCO, because it works up and down the entire West Coast, this links us and this site to other aspects that PSCO works on down in California, which is just a huge plus. Whether you're a researcher looking for funding or just the idea that you can reach out and talk to people who are doing similar work, having similar interactions. So this is a huge gain that we get with PSCO and will continue to get in the future. So I'm supportive, no surprise. Thanks.
Thank you, Dick. Dave Fox and then Walter.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, thanks, Laurel, for the presentation. That was great. I don't want to repeat what everyone said, but I definitely echo what they said. We're really always have been appreciative of PSCO in their, really solid long-term monitoring. Really unparalleled in the long-term monitoring effort they've done on the Oregon coast. I do want to kind of reiterate about how our regulations work with the intertidal. And in the last presentation I mentioned, we go up to extreme high water in our regulations of the, in this case, the invertebrate harvest closure. So it's beyond mean high water. And then we also go to extreme low water on the other end. A lot of folks, will define intertidal, the bottom limit, as mean low or low water, but our regulations, we go down to extreme low water. So that's, approximately -3 feet or so as a tide level. Also wanted to reiterate that Cape Blanco is definitely an important, biodiversity hotspot. It also designating this as a research area would fill a big gap in our. If you look at a map of where our research areas are along the coast, there's kind of a big gap right around Cape Blanco. So this would definitely fill that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dave. Walter?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Laurel for her presentation and, just once again, the benefit of having something established at an area prior to designation, and the importance of history, of your presence in the area and the familiarity. I mean, it really goes to make it easy to give support to proposals such as this. So thanks again, Laurel, and appreciate the time.
Any other comments, Andy?
Laurel, yeah, you got your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks for the great presentation. There were some comments in the proposal about interpretive signage, and I had some discussions with the park management, and they were thinking like regulatory signs would make sense at the site, but they've had a lot of problems with interpretive signage given the dynamic nature of that headland. So they had some suggestions of maybe some digital options, or just, working together on some non-structural interpretive opportunities given the challenges we've had with signage that we've put in recently that has not lasted at that site. So just looking forward to working together, and obviously a regulatory sign would make sense, and there's a good location for that, but maybe we can be creative. But I'm just pointing out that there's been some challenges with interpretive signage at that location.
Yeah, thank you. I would just say we definitely agree. We've noticed that being there, it's a very unstable slope at times. So yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that added comment.
And then Charlie.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of the compliments of the working group and that of PSCO and the long tenure of research that has been done in the intertidal, and also the many things that we have had the good fortune of learning and seeing because of that monitoring. And I think many of the working group members alluded to that. I did want to just mention one thing about some concerns that I've had from my constituency around research areas, and that I hope that these will be considered in moving forward. I think we have a total of 8 research areas if you broke out all of the Cape Arago spots. And these areas oftentimes can become busy with research. And not always is permits and other things followed to a T. And in these sites, particularly when I look at Cape Blanco here and some of the other ones, I think about how sensitive and small they really are, and how many bolts can you put in the rocks, and how many things can you attach before you begin to really impact the ecosystem. And I just want to just highlight that that's kind of a concern for the propagation of research in the intertidal. While we love the research and everything, we definitely want to see that aimed at preservation of these sites, and also good communication. Tom gave some great examples, and I've experienced some great examples with PISCO communicating around Strawberry Hill and around Neptune, some of the sites around Cape Perpetua, and then obviously down on the South Coast. But the opportunity when there's new research devices or there's new things going in, to be clear in communicating with natural resource agencies about those, as well as potential user groups that you may overlap with. And I think that will be beneficial for you also, and just sort of watchdogging some of your experiments or projects that you might be doing as well. So that's the only thing I would highlight in creating or establishing new research areas. Again, I appreciate the proposal, and I appreciate all the work of PISCO on this.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. It's definitely some things we, I think, are thinking about currently, and we look forward to an opportunity to formalize sort of that communication, at least around what's happening at Cape Blanco with people and with agencies. But yeah, absolutely. Those are all important concerns about the work we do and things we are definitely taking under consideration.
And I wanted to add to that, that's not pointed at PISCO. The Pacific Northwest intertidal area is world-class for people to come from all over the country to do research. So if you're in a landlocked area and you're looking to do intertidal research, this is the spot. And this is often, these research areas are where we're sort of steering that stuff in. So I just want to make sure that wasn't a personal attack on PISCO and your practices, but just a recognition that there is a growing body of research, and many grad students will be doing their projects in these areas, and many students to come. And I think that was kind of my highlight on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, Charlie.
Frank, I'm not seeing any other hands come up.
Okay. So our previous vote on this supported this project. We had 10 votes for recommend with conditions and 2 votes for reservations even with conditions. So I'm looking for a consensus on recommending the Cape Blanco Marine Research Area with conditions to OPAC.
Yes.
Hearing no objections, then we are approving or recommending the Cape Blanco Marine Research Area to OPAC for their consideration with consensus. Yeah, good job, everyone.
Nice job, everyone. And nice job, Laurel. Did a great job. I know it wasn't easy to step up for that. And I just want to say on a personal note, great to hear all of the positive comments on the Marine Resources Management Program at OSU. I know that Laurel's in that program now, our other Laurel's an alumnus, and so are Andy and Patty and myself. So it's a great program and doing great work.
Thank you all so much for having me. It was nice to see everyone. Bye.
Thank you, Laurel.
Thanks, Laurel.
Laurel too. Okay, we had scheduled in here to go to, I believe, Ecola Point and Chapman Point, but that presenter can't be here until 11. So are we able to move anybody else up into that slot, Michael? We're a little bit ahead of schedule.
We should probably take a break
Break.
and determine that. Yeah, we may be able to do Fogarty Creek or potentially one of our others in the meantime. I've emailed our other presenters. I see Fran, who's presenting Fogarty, doesn't seem to be on the line. So maybe we can work that out. So Andy, Frank, Charlie, what do you think? Break until when?
10 o'clock, does that work with everyone?
Yeah, I think we should take a quick break here. Maybe I got the order wrong. I thought Fogarty was at 10 o'clock. Is that
No,
not right?
we scheduled Fogarty for right after lunch.
Okay.
So we'll see what we can work out and rearrange, or potentially one of our other presenters could go.
Yeah, I'd like to, if we're ahead enough, take a break here until
Let's take a break till 10.
10 o'clock. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
That works.
Right.
Thank you all. Break until 10.
Okay.
All right, folks, as we begin to gather again, just let me know when you get back through chat or your video getting turned on. Okay, so Carrie's here. Frank's here. For those of you who just joined us, we are reconvening from a break. We're getting everyone back together. Send me a chat if you are here and your video is not on. Laura, are you back? Tom, you're back. Great. Andrea, are you back? Dave Lacey is back. Okay. Why don't we reconvene and get going then? So I want to thank the working group for being very efficient. This morning, we are actually an hour ahead of schedule. And we are going to call an audible or switch the field, whichever sports analogy you would like to make, because our next scheduled presentation was at 11 o'clock. And we have conflicts with folks in terms of jumping up, but we also invited OPAC members to participate with us and provided them a schedule. So we don't want to switch things up on them as well if they were hoping to join us for specific parts of our conversation. So we're going to switch over to the idea of a statewide recommendation. And I believe Moses or Charlie, you were going to lead us on this discussion. We will jump back into our proposals at 11 o'clock with our previously scheduled presenter. So we have some time now and let's use it efficiently.
Thanks. And I think Moses and I can kind of tag team this. I think the goal of this conversation is hopefully to gain some consensus around some other recommendations that we would like to have in addition to the proposal recommendations that we're going to be making. A lot of this arose out of the public scoping that we did 4 years ago. It arose through many discussions of the working group over the entire strategy and the goals of the Rocky Habitat Strategy with respect to our Rocky intertidal and subtidal areas. And there's sort of needs that just kind of kept popping up. Some of these things kind of popped up honestly from 1994 and were part of the recommendations there that never really felt like they got across the finish line potentially. So I want to kind of have a little discussion about some of these things, and these shouldn't look new to you. The bullets that you see in front of you right now, a lot of these we've discussed. But again, these would be recommendations that we might make to OPAC, and that OPAC may make more broadly in helping better establish some support for Rocky habitat coordination, which obviously we have that support right now only because we're on a NOAA grant that's a limited duration that gives us Moses. So I'm going to go through each one of these sort of bullets. I will try not to be laborious over this because I think much of this has been heard before. But this is something that I think is important when we think about not just the site-specific recommendations that we're making, but really statewide. And we can talk about how these can be applied in both cases. But one of the big things that we've recognized is that people in the field make a big difference. There's a lot of existing designations that have existing rules and regulations, and we see problems there. We see disturbance issues. We see increased impacts from tourism. And I as a individual that represents recreational users, I hear this often. And so what we do know is that we have various interpreter programs out there. You can look at Yaquina Head that has a really established program in partnership with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Land Management and Parks and Recreation. But a lot of this has been, built the same way some of these rocky habitat sites were, grassroots up and scattered in many cases. So, and you have little friends groups here and there that, are self-established and raising money. And then you have more sophisticated programs like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through their wildlife refuges have a pretty robust docent program that they fund seasonally, really to aiming at the key areas that they care about for those sites, which is bird disturbance and mammal disturbance and other ecology. So really, these are recommendations about putting people and funding people in the field. And so just if you go down that first bullet list on the left side, what we're thinking about is making the recommendations to leveraging existing programs. As I alluded before, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with OPRD conducts a Rocky Shores training every year, or they used to. The COVID world has flipped that upside down a little bit. But I was a participant with that for many years. And it would be great to see that a little bit more formalized with support for some of the other volunteers to participate. That's really targeted oftentimes at just a few volunteer programs that are known. And then obviously the seasonal docents for OPRD and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But really integrating that throughout these friends groups and other community groups, leveraging those programs and building some funding partnerships. These programs need money and they can't exist on their own. One of the things that we've recognized is that if we're hearing from a large community that is impacting the resource is tourism. So maybe we should be looking towards tourism to help support these types of programs. And in fact, that's something we have in motion right now. I kind of crystal balled this 3 years ago when we were walking into this and worked with some of the community groups to help get some money out of the Oregon Coast Visitors Association to support tide pool ambassadors. Again, recognizing that many of these problems and challenges that we see in the Rocky habitat can be intercepted through both visitor improvement, but sometimes without the rules or regulations, or the person in the field can augment those rules and regulations. And one thing that I think that we really started to hone in on as we start to think about the science of disturbance and the degradation of the habitat is some data infrastructure, not just to support citizen science efforts, but really kind of looking at metrics and goals across the board. If we're hearing that wildlife disturbance is an issue, it would be smart for us to have some metrics to measure that over time to recognize when it's beyond a point where there needs to be an additional and a new management application. And oftentimes we've heard this anecdotally, and we hear it a lot anecdotally, but a documented disturbances and well-outlined sort of baseline and measures for what we want to achieve in these areas is really important to a lot of state agencies. When I look back at, the former establishment of some of the sites that have caveats around them for wildlife disturbance, they really happened, with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service looking at those sites for, close to a year and establishing some sort of baseline metrics or a report on, what the disturbances were and then what the management application would be. So that we can measure that over time. So a lot of this is what we would call kind of, maybe a softer application of management, sort of non-regulatory, if you will, mechanisms, but really important ones, because I don't believe that the sign or the rule or the law in many cases will achieve what we want. And oftentimes we can see that a person in the field can achieve that and can intercept those actions. Moreover, I would add that we can collect a lot of information from people when we're in the field. So interpreters are also able to collect information that's valuable to the tourism industry. So the tourism industry really wants to know who's coming to the beach, who's using these areas. It could be a real mutual partnership to fund these sorts of programs and to work with the tourism industry, as well as with our state agencies to really formalize and establish a more robust and an institutionalized docent program that a lot of our community teams and community groups could participate in, and not just state agencies. So you can kind of see we have, identifying leadership structure, establishing partnerships with volunteer stewardship groups, identifying support and funding, developing the metrics and the goals, outlining the monitoring programs to sort of keep check on those metrics and goals. And then identifying priorities for implementation. So you can see how over the course of a year, you could really be looking coast-wide at where are we having the biggest impacts? Where are we potentially, how can we measure that? And then what are the mechanisms that we can start putting in place to help achieve improvement in some of those impacts? So I'm going to stop there. There's a bit of talking to just kind of set this up. Again, the goal of this discussion is to hopefully gain some consensus around some of these non-regulatory type recommendations that may need to be supported with allocation and things that we ought to think about. I think one thing that maybe is not included in here is potentially the establishment of a Rocky Shores coordinator. Recognizing there's all this great work going on, it's siloed. A lot of it is siloed, and we don't have this sort of statewide institutionalizing and capturing of this work the way that the strategy really calls for and the strategy really asks us to do. So with that, I'll stop and open that up for discussion. Or Moses, feel free to fill any blanks that I may have missed.
No, that was very thorough. We can have a discussion as well about how we might be able to fund such a program, what some possible avenues might be, and of course, I like your suggestion of a permanent Rocky Shores coordinator, but it might be something that would be require multi-agency coordination, of course, and so it could be one position that oversees that, or it could be a network of part-time or full-time staff positions that could administer these kinds of programs and activities.
I saw two hands pop up, Tom and then Dave Fox.
Yeah, I guess first I'll just say thanks. Thanks, Charlie, for the sort of overview of this idea. As I sort of referred earlier and in earlier meetings, I really think this is at least as important as designating sites. And the reason I say that is I said it at the end of the last meeting, and unfortunately I was up late having this stuff rolling around in my head last night, and I got a message off to Andy and Moses at the late hour, and was just looking at it again now. I can certainly throw that up in the chat, but I'll just add a little bit to what you just said, and I think everything there makes sense to me. And the thing I want to add is I just want to sort of point to the elephant that's been in the room through this whole process that we've talked about at almost every meeting, which is that it's not so much that we need more regulations, it's that we need more capacity to actually implement those regulations. And we talked about that during our planning. As you just said, this is extracting back all the way to the '94 plan. It was updated again. We discussed it at great length, and I think came to a consensus as a group that that was a major problem or a real challenge. And then we went into a 2020 COVID budget catastrophe that just really, I think, emphasized the point about lack of capacity. And then we went out into the community, and what we got back was a lot of the same thing. These regulations are here, we need more because they're not working, they're not being implemented. And we heard over and over again, our agencies that are tasked with this work do not have the capacity to properly execute it. So at the same time, we're hearing what you just pointed to, which is then you have community groups that want to do this work, and in some places they have more capacity than others, but they all need more support. And I think we've got, in the examples we just heard this morning that we all approved, we've got some great examples of opportunities to really see this as a more integrated concept, that it's not this or that, it's this and that. It's agencies and volunteer groups and community members and some volunteers, but I honestly don't think it's fair or reasonable or realistic for us to say that we can execute all of this in the absence of adequate agency capacity and ask communities and volunteers to pick up that slack. So I think it should be a more holistic approach, and just to throw up just a wild card idea out there, I'm curious what you guys think about something like thinking kind of big about this and going like, well, what if we had like a coastal conservation corps that was actually a partnership between parks and U.S. Fish and Wildlife and ODFW and community groups, and had young ranger program to train new staff that's coming up to build that capacity, and still have space for volunteer groups. And I think, personally, I feel like we should make a bold statement about the need for that, or to fund that work, which could include everything that you just said. Have a coordinator, yes. Leverage existing programs, but beyond that, I think we need to just say, we need to do more than leverage them. What are we leveraging? We're hearing over and over and over that the thing you're trying to leverage is not big enough to be leveraging very much. So anyway, I'll just stop there, throw that idea out there, and particularly in the sort of the funding environment that we're in right now on the national level, I think there's some potential opportunity to think big and go big with a program that could actually do the work. And anyway, I'll stop there. That's my thinking, late night thinking, and I'm happy to say more about it, but I'll just throw it out there on the group.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Carrie added a thumbs up to your comment. The next commenters or our folks on the online here, it's gonna be Dave, Dick, and then Scott.
Yeah, thanks. That was interesting what Tom said. I think those are a lot of good ideas. I did want to mention a couple things. I'm not going to try to throw out a bunch of ideas about how to do this, but we need to think about, if we're making this recommendation to OPAC, how we structure it. First of all, in the bullets here, I actually see kind of two things. One is an interpretive program, and one is a citizen science program. And those are different. You could set them up as maybe a single thing and use the same groups of people and volunteers and such, but there's really two different things. Someone who's doing interpretation probably can't do a whole lot of citizen science at the same time. And vice versa, someone who's doing citizen science probably can't do a whole lot of interpretation. So we're really, we're recommending here a pretty big program, which is fine. I think that's a good idea. But we should make it clear, what it takes to do this. We shouldn't underestimate. I think a lot of times when we make these really big picture recommendations, there's a lot of underestimation about what it actually takes to do it. And so I think we need to be careful not to underestimate what it takes. I think, funding is, obviously the biggest part of this, to have adequate funding, have, adequate partnerships. And, at AD, we talked a lot about state and federal agencies, but especially if there's a citizen science component, we should, make sure universities are a big partner in this as well. So again, not to say too much about how to do it, but just let's be careful how we recommend it and make sure we don't present kind of an underestimate of what it takes to do it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I've been thinking a lot about that as well. And one potential approach for us to consider is that we could make a recommendation that OPAC asks the kind of marine cabinet agencies who have some role in this to actually pull together a budget and a proposal for what it would take within the agencies to do so. So, the request might be from us that OPAC recommends that the agencies come back to them with a draft framework for that idea. Okay, Dick, Scott, and then Walter.
Yeah, thanks. Again, want to agree with a lot of what Tom said, probably everything Tom said, and just to, I think, reiterate and agree with Dave too. Thanks for that perspective on the maybe differing needs for citizen science versus district volunteer interpretation work. But I think in terms of basic agency needs, again, we are here in part because there was some dissatisfaction that maybe the current designations weren't enough. We needed more designations, but I think as we've said, funding for rocky habitats has been insufficient within agencies for years and years, decades. We've learned an awful lot about the importance of rocky habitats from a variety of perspectives, and we need to, I think, continue to encourage our agency leads, and as Andy noted, to actually have line item budgets to support both the rocky habitat programs as well as just the overall management of these very important sites on our coast. And so I think it is really incumbent upon us to make that recommendation in whatever form it is through OPAC, encouraging OPAC to do so that there is sufficient funding to manage these very important habitats for all their values that they contain. Second point I want to make is in terms of volunteers. The Nature Conservancy we employ, we are very reliant upon volunteers. We have something between 10,000 and 20,000 hours of volunteers put forth to our organization within Oregon only every year. So that's a huge contribution. That's between 5 and 10 employees worth of full-time employees worth easily. And they're terrific. They do a remarkable amount of effort, work for us, but it doesn't come without staff supervision and direction. And I think that's one thing that, again, in terms of funding and towards agencies, is that volunteers are phenomenal. They do a terrific amount of work. They act as our ambassadors in many ways. They indirectly teach their friends and acquaintances about what they're doing and the values that they're working on. But it does take people to lead this, and I know I'm really stepping into Carrie's work here. She knows all about this stuff better than I do, but it's really important that there is funding to support the people who direct the volunteers, so that volunteers can do terrific jobs. And there are things that just volunteers can't be expected to do necessarily. We need that continuity that is going to fall upon the agencies again. So these are really important roles that the agencies have to continue to play to make for these effective programs in the long term. So I'll just stop there. But again, just want to reinforce that we do need to call for, I think, the importance of these rocky habitats, and that agencies, and nothing against the people who are currently serving as agency reps in this on this current working group. They've done a ton, and I know they will continue to, but it's really their own or agencies need to have budgets to support this continued effort and expanded effort. Thanks.
Thank you, Dick. So our lineup is going to be Scott, Walter, Dave Lacey, and then Carrie.
Thank you, Andy. Clarification from Charlie. Is the intent to have strictly state government fund this, or is there, I see fund outline, identify funding and support. Is there a possibility that this could be totally funded outside of state government, or is the real intention here to have, as Andy said, state government budgets bear the cost of this?
Scott, that's a great question. I think it's a hybrid. I think what we've recognized in this conversation and throughout the process is that there is a lack of capacity within the natural resource agencies to carry out the expectations of the public around implementing the strategy. And so personally, I believe that we need institutional funding that will always be there. Communities are able to leverage moments in time to get additional funding. I love the idea of private funding, but I don't count on it. And Tom mentioned the current climate of federal leadership and opportunities. It doesn't always look that way. So I suspect, and I see really my vision would be that it would be some sort of a hybrid. Particularly in areas where we wanted to have a focused approach and there was really a community calling for those actions. I would hope that they would be able to leverage local dollars.
Okay, well, this seems like a big shift away from all the direction we've been heading, which is that we needed groups proposing areas to have identified support. And so I guess to offer a contrarian view, while these are all worthy goals, I'm not comfortable with recommending expansion of the agency's budgets to accommodate this. I mean, Rocky Shores are important, but absent a full-time coordinator, what really is going to change? We'll have less. We won't have the same program. Volunteers will have to make up for lack of state involvement, but I just don't feel like it rises to the necessity of saddling the public with another state funded position.
Thank you, Scott. Walter, Dave Lacey, and then Carrie, and then Dick again.
Yeah, I just want to kind of support what Dave Fox said, and also just to say this is a pretty big discussion for 1 hour. I think we should have it, and if the working group is going to submit any type of recommendation for this type of program to OPAC, that we need to have a little more time and have everything and everybody's proposals that were developed during this meeting and prior to it put down, so we can see what we're doing and what we might be proposing. Just get everything fleshed out to make sure that whatever goes up to OPAC is well thought out and not just done in a 1 hour discussion.
Dave Lacey. Dave, we can't hear you yet. You might need to unmute. Oh, try again.
Can you guys hear me now?
There you are.
Can you guys hear me?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was muted by you guys, so thanks for unmuting me. I appreciate it. I am in full support of this partnership idea, and I am actually comfortable asking the state to provide more funding for Department of Fish and Wildlife or parks to help manage this. But as a tourism organization, we are definitely already partnering and trying to help out on certain things like whale watching program with state parks and the tide pool ambassador program with the Trail Keepers of Oregon. So we're already starting to dive into this world. And I just wanted to say I'm in support of this idea, and I do think the state should put more funding towards projects like this. So happy to keep this conversation going.
Thank you, Dave. Carrie, and then Scott, do you have your hand up again? Okay, so Carrie.
Yeah, I just wanted to put my support behind this too, and then recognize some of the things that have been said about the, the amount of work that this is. I mean, and being realistic about it. Not that we should shy away from it, but as Dick mentioned, volunteer management is a full-time job, and they add a lot of capacity, but you have to have the capacity to train them and manage them in order to get out the quality products at the other end. And we did ask for the public to come forward with proposals, but what I've heard, and I'm not a policy person, I'm an educator, but what I've heard is that we are not doing a really good job of managing our coastal resources up and down the coast. And it's not just the public's job to manage our coastal resources, it's actually the agency's job. So I understand that budgets are hard. I still haven't gotten half of my staff back. But I do think if we're looking forward 10, 15 years as part of this process, that it is a realistic expectation that the state put more effort and energy into what's happening into the rocky habitats, and then continue working with the partners, because I don't think it's realistic or fair down the road to think that our resource is going to be managed completely by volunteers. It's just not a reasonable expectation. Nor is it a reasonable expectation to ask the agencies to squeak more time or energy out of the staff that they currently have. So while budgets aren't going to be expanded tomorrow, and we're going to have to figure this out, I think we need to make some sort of ask, or in terms of how is the state going to address the rocky habitats long term. And then all of us are obviously going to continue messaging and partnering, but there needs to be some sort of higher level coordination. There doesn't need to be. It would be beneficial if there was some higher or level coordination around messaging and citizen science, so that guests to the coast are getting some consistency up and down the coast as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So in the chat, we have identified, or Laurel identified, that we did lose interpretive coordinator staff positions. Laurel, do you want to speak to that more directly?
Yeah, they weren't specifically like coastal or Rocky Shore specific, but we did pre-COVID have 2 full-time interpretive coordinator positions for the whole state park system, and they were laid off due to our COVID-related budget cuts. And as far as I know, they're not on the schedule for bringing, I mean, our budget hasn't improved enough to bring anybody back full-time, but as far as I know, it's not in the plans for this biennium or next biennium.
Tom.
Well, Laurel, thanks for sharing that. I don't know, I'm always looking for a little leverage point, a little chink in the armor, someplace to start. Maybe we start with just, well, maybe those interpretive positions are clearly needed. Like, that's just like a very discrete, concrete recommendation that sounds like something we could get behind. Not that that's the whole answer, but again, I'm just looking for like real, actionable items. But I also want to piggyback on, pretty much everything that's been said. I think makes a lot of sense, particularly what Carrie just said, what Charlie's been saying, what Dave just said about partnerships in general. I think really this is a should, in my opinion, be a sort of a comprehensive recommendation. And on that note, I'll sort of echo what Walter said. Like, we probably won't get this recommendation fully figured out in this time frame we have today, but maybe this is a good jumping off point, place to begin to draft something that could go forward that would encompass these elements of agency capacity, support for community efforts around the issues of both interpretation and sort of oversight. I don't know, management. I don't know what to call that, management. But definitely, I'm, of course, from my sort of research perspective, fully on board with this notion that it's really important that we incorporate some long-term monitoring into this model, and we can capture that through different components of the project. I think it can cut across. You can have citizen scientists working with scientists at universities, working with agencies, but that data infrastructure, yes, to support citizen science efforts, but also just to support all the efforts. Because as Laurel shared, and we all know, the reason we got the sort of alarm bell about C-star wasting was because we were monitoring. If we're in the absence of long-term monitoring like that, it'll be very easy for future things we don't even know about yet to emerge and get some traction before they've been noticed. So I think that's really critical, and it touches on things like ocean change, climate change, warming, acidification, etc. So I just want to add that context back in. I know we've added, it's in the whole plan, it's sort of in the background of all the discussions, but just to sort of bring it forward a little bit more and say, well, one of the reasons that's important is change, and change is accelerating. And so we need better capacity to monitor change so that we can catch those rapid changes before they get out of control. But generally speaking, I think we're all on the right track, more or less, and I'm happy to help out with sort of developing this into something more comprehensive, but really appreciate the discussion. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, Charlie.
Yeah, I think one way, just because of what Tom mentioned, I just want to highlight that I think some of this, when we were thinking about it, was maybe less in the context of broader oceanographic impacts and research, and more on visitor impacts and wildlife disturbance, and that site-specific things that we're seeing and hearing rules, regulations, and recommendations around where we might. That is a great point that you bring. I mean, particularly with respect to a changing climate and the change at the makeup of the ecology in many of these rocky habitat areas, that sort of tracking. I do believe that's what those research reserves are there for, and I do believe that that's the sort of anticipation that we have that expectation there. I think when we were originally putting this concept out in front here, we were thinking about those visitor impacts, which are really when you key in on a lot of the things that we heard in public scoping. And I want to back out of proposals here because we're talking about the entire coast. This is what we heard throughout the public scoping. So I think that's really where we were trying to hone in on this, but certainly a good point to bring. I just want to note that I don't think we have consensus here on at least one portion of this, which is the funding and who and how. But I'm hearing some general agreement, I think, around the need. And yeah, we're not going to spell it out in an hour. And that wasn't the anticipation. We decided to use this little extra time to have this discussion, but to see where we could gain consensus around some of these ideas or thoughts. So we still have a little bit more time left, and I want to encourage other discussions. But I think if we're going to have further discussions on this, it's going to be important for us to kind of queue up a pretty specific and maybe a simplified expectation, so that we're not overshooting with grandiose ideas that aren't implementable, but we kind of, keep it simple in a way that can be recognized, understood by OPAC, and can actually make a difference for some of the concerns that we're hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. And I believe that this may be one of the circumstances that we as a working group need to have some developed language around so that we can all kind of agree to the same statement or look at the same statement and understand it in its context. I think we can take elements of what's on the slide here as kind of our guideposts. But maybe that's something that staff can do or try and put together and bring back to the group for their thoughts and feedback.
Can I ask for one brass tack here?
How about a gold tack? I don't know.
Or a gold one. And this may come in the education work, but that tidepools.org site, that needs capacity and money to happen. And that thing is a gold mine of information for many of the things that we've talked about. And I see Laurel's hand going up quick, and I know it's not on her, but one, I want to compliment Laurel, who's the brainchild behind a lot of that work, and DLCD for all the work that they put in and help keep getting the funding around that. But that is that website, and I hate to put all my eggs in that website, but it is a gold mine of this information right here that we're talking about. And I think it's, I would feel really good and if at the very least, we were able to get that website back up and running out of this process.
Laurel, do you want to comment on that? I can also comment as well.
Yeah, if you have an update, Andy, I haven't heard from Tanya recently. I think there were some other priorities that got in the way of that moving forward, but DLCD has all the content and the plan is to migrate it to a server that they manage, the server, but then we can help transfer the content and maintain it. At least that was the plan a while ago, but I haven't talked to Tanya about it for a while.
Yeah, thanks. I can provide a little bit more on that. So in techie speak, the server that hosted the website no longer hosts it because of security concerns. So we had to find new technology to host the website on, and we are in the process of pouring the content that was in its previous container back into a new container after we have set up the underlying support for that. So it's in process, Charlie. I'm hoping that it can happen in the next month or two, irrespective of where we are in this process. That is our plan. But how we leverage that and how we use that and how we have other staff within the state that can continue to support this process is really important. It's, you know, a website can only do so much, as you know. We have to have staff who can use it. We have to have, you know, people promoting it, guiding people there, helping folks understand the value of the materials that are there, all of those things. So I'll stop there, but.
And I just wanted to highlight the impact that a website can have. The website has pre and post visit materials for school teachers who may be bringing kids to the Rocky Habitat. And in any one given day, there may be over 1,000 students that come to Otter Rock or Uquina Head. Having that sort of information and pre-curriculum dialogue with their classroom before they get there, and then that focus when they are actually in the field, can really avert a lot of the sort of wildlife disturbances and habitat concerns that I know we hear often from the field. So again, I'm just putting my shout out there for the website and all the great work that's been done by it. And also just kind of, it speaks to me to these statewide recommendations where like we could get very specific, and that's not a hard thing to do. But I want to recognize that that does take state agency time and money. And I would not put it on the expectation of a volunteer group out there to go raise money to update a website for the state that's valuable and important to this process.
Moses.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think this is all a good conversation to have, and I just wanted to make a couple points real quick. one about the tidepool.org website and some of our other efforts. For the NOAA Project of Special Merit, which is funding my position, and this, that was the third and final task of the project, was to revise our Rocky habitat communications plan between our agencies, ODFW and Parks and DLCD. So that website's going to be a big part of that. And this is an opportunity, this discussion, to maybe identify some of those things that could be incorporated, integrated into that plan. And I think we've already done a pretty good job of that as well. And then I just wanted to make a comment, just a piece of information for folks to rattle around in the back of their head while they're thinking about any sorts of potential recommendations for a statewide interpreter program, or any positions that may be required to administer such a program. I like the idea of requesting a room in agency budgets to facilitate this kind of thing. Of course, COVID's not a very opportune time to do that. But the 2020 U.S. Census just came out, and Oregon now has over 4.3 million people. And breaking that 4 million mark took us a number of years to do. When the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, or Rocky Shores Management Strategy, was first established in 1994, we had well under 3 million people. So the state population has increased by about 43% since the TSP was written. And I think if all of us kind of zoom out in our minds from a management perspective, and we think, well, how will we manage 300 some miles of coastline for 1 million people, is going to be very different than how we might manage it for 10 million people or 100 million people. So we're well on our way, in future decades to get to something closer to 10 million people. And if agency capacity hasn't effectively changed to manage Rocky sites in the last 20 some years, as folks have pointed out, that seems like a growing population is pretty good justification to expand agency capacity to manage these sites, because sites that maybe in 1994 or 5 didn't see a whole lot of visitation probably are seeing a lot more now, that might be more similar to the more popular sites back in 1994. So those density dependent effects are really something to think about in terms of how we manage those places, and what agency capacity to administer these programs and management really looks like. So just something to think about while we kind of digest how we might be able to address some of these issues.
Okay, Frank and Moses, I'm not seeing any other hands or comments. I think we are getting close to being ready to move on to address proposals again, but I want to make sure that kind of we're at a good stopping point before we do that. So thoughts about kind of how we move forward on this item?
I think that there's further discussion needed before we attempt to go for consensus on this. But I think we've started that conversation, and we can give everybody a chance to chew on it throughout the rest of these proposals that we go through, and then discuss it again at the end. It sounds like there's room for consensus if certain things are pulled out or changed, but we can deal with that as we move on.
Walter?
Yeah, if we're going to talk about this at the end of the meeting, I'd like a little more of the details fleshed out on a new slide, and not just what we have existing in front of us, how our comments were interpreted for the last 45 minutes, and just to have a little bit more information on what we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Walter.
Dave.
Yeah, one thing we need to think about in further discussion of this is, so far a lot of the discussion has been around, some super specific items. So we could have a recommendation that's just, laser specific, X $1,000 for the website, 1.2 FTE for state parks, really specific. Or we could have something that, steps back and just says, everybody thinks this is a good idea. We need to put together a study or whatever to figure out the best way to implement this. Those are kind of two ends of the spectrum, and it could be anywhere in between. So I don't feel like we've landed on where we are in that spectrum right now. So I think we need to land on that, to be able to move this forward.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I totally agree. Charlie?
I want to recognize that it may not be possible for us to pull this conversation together and regurgitate it on another slide at the end of this meeting. Recognizing that Moses will be engaged in this meeting as well and trying to capture the notes and thoughts of everyone. So it looks like we do need to have another discussion on this. We can decide at the end of this meeting when that will be. It's clear, though, I think what we need to get to is some either level of specificity that we can all kind of line out, or some level of general direction that has an expectation that we are going to meet. Because the concern I have around general direction is exactly what we did in 1994. And we're right back here again. So general direction doesn't, I'm supportive of that, but I think there should be an outcome and an expectation. And that's really important, probably for a lot of the members of the public who have their own expectations for what we'll achieve out of this process.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie.
Moses, it might make good sense to package some of this with the educational work that's forthcoming. We're almost 11 o'clock, which is our next presentation. Do we have a moment for a little bathroom break if folks want to take one?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that and get our presenter all queued up. So Moses, let's work with Margaret to get the technology lined out while we're on break, and then let's everyone reconvene at 11.
Thank you.
All right, again, folks, let me know when you are back via chat or turning your video on. All right, it looks like most of us are back on.
All right. Well, our next presenter is Margaret Treadwell, who is going to talk to us about Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area and Chapman Point Marine Conservation Area proposals simultaneously. Just as a brief review for the working group and everyone listening. So for Ecola Point and Chapman Point, they were similar. The considerations outlined by the working group for a potential OPAC recommendation were not implementing some of the provisions, some of the proposed provisions on human use activities such as climbing or such as no climbing or walking on rocks, rules against off-leash dogs, detonation of fireworks, access improvements, subtitle invertebrate harvest. Also, not implementing the recommended sea and airspace buffers and reconciling site boundaries with the statutory vegetation line. Chapman Point had similar considerations outlined as well. The proposal group did provide a letter of response and outlined their thoughts on a lot of these. But Margaret's going to present on both of these now, and I will be running the slides for her. So let's see if we can get Margaret appointed here.
I've got her as a panelist already, Moses, and she's Margaret. Let's do a sound check.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Good morning.
All right, go ahead and shout at me when you want me to do something, Margaret.
Okay, I'll try not to shout. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your patience in waiting for me. Just had a lot of things to juggle today, so I really appreciate it, and I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. So as Moses said, my name is Margaret Treadwell, and I'm presenting the proposals for marine conservation areas at Ecola Point and Chapman Point, and these are from the North Coast Rocky Habitat Coalition. Thanks for taking the time to speak with me and the other proposal groups today. My presentation is going to focus on the topics that Moses and Andy specified should be covered, which is broadly the proposed intentions at these sites and then going through the considerations outlined in the initial recommendation summaries. So next slide. So here is a map showing the two proposed sites. As you can see, they're quite close to one another. That's about 0.3 of a mile between the southern boundary of the northern area, which is the Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area, and the northern boundary of the Chapman Point Marine Conservation Area to the south. I also, for reference, put in the locations of the Ecola Point parking lot. This is the main parking lot at Ecola State Park that overlooks Ecola Point. Everyone's probably been there. And the city of Cannon Beach there in the bottom corner. So please note that this shows the north end of the city of Cannon Beach. The main tourist area and beach are further south and not shown here. Next slide. So I'm going to start with just a brief overview of each site really quick. So at the northern edge of the city of Cannon Beach is Chapman Point and Bird Rocks, and just to the south of that, what's called Chapman Beach. And it's a beautiful area with rocks and all the iconic tide pools full of life that we think of on the Oregon coast. Next slide. It's also well loved by residents, especially those on the north end, as they call it, as a place to walk, watch sunsets, take kids, and view wildlife. It's just 1.7 miles north of Cannon Beach's Haystack Rock, which is one of the most iconic and photographed spots on the Oregon coast, and has the breeding colony of tufted puffins that have just returned. And it includes some of the most visited areas on the entire Oregon coast due to proximity to Portland. And that puts it at high risk of habitat degradation. Next slide. So tourism traffic at Chapman Point has increased significantly since the Rocky Shores Management Plan was written in '94. Human-caused disturbances that volunteers in our group have observed include disrupting bird nests by climbing on rocks, drones flushing nesting wildlife, visitors trampling through tide pools, fireworks, and off-leash dogs disturbing and distressing nesting birds, including chasing, killing, and maiming them. Many folks we've talked to who have been coming out here for decades have noticed the high visitor usage. And the Cannon Beach Chamber and Tourist Center has been sending folks out here during COVID as a less crowded alternative to the main beach. And we're already seeing a lot of visitation on those nicer weekend days. And many other sources present these areas as places for people to go that are less crowded on the North Coast. And in this entire stretch, so including both sites, we're really concerned about recent high failure rates of black oyster catcher nests in 2020. So there are 7 black oyster catcher nests in the area. And last year, only 1 nest of those survived, fledging 2 chicks. And that was a second try for that pair. So they just fledged right after Labor Day weekend. Next slide. Here are just a few pictures of Ecola Point. This is the area north of Chapman Point and adjacent to Ecola State Park. It's really kind of like you're on another planet out there. And it has great, really amazing tide pools with healthy mussel beds and a rebounding population of ochre sea stars. And it's also used as a haul out site for seals and sea lions and a home for nesting shorebirds and seabirds. Next slide. It was identified in the 1994 plan as an area with a complex mixture of resources and high usage that needed more detailed study before designation into a management category, as was Sea Lion Rock right offshore. But no management measures have been enacted since then. And it does have impressive breeding colonies of seabirds and is seeing more visitation. The Sea Lion Rock was formerly the site of the 3 largest haul out sites on the North Oregon coast for Steller sea lions, but it has now been abandoned for unknown reasons. And there was a rhinoceros auklet nesting colony out there that disappeared around 2005, but it was well documented for decades before then. And other threatened or endangered species use this site, including harbor seals, eagles, and brown pelicans. Next slide. So similarly, frequent visitors have noticed increased foot traffic since 1994. It is a relatively not visited area, but because it's hard to get to, it requires some effort and a lot of walking. But folks who go out there on a regular basis have noticed increasing visitation over the decades, and data gathered by a volunteer bird monitor and experienced birders show that challenges facing inhabitants of the Rocky Shores are growing. And the human-caused disturbances are similar to the ones that I described for Chapman Point. There's also some fish, invertebrate, and algae harvest, but data to quantify that is not available. So we just observe it from time to time. And then visitation is increasing at the adjacent Ecola State Park. And I certainly don't think everyone who comes there comes down here, but it's just kind of an indication of an overall trend. Next slide. So the goals of our proposals were to preserve and strengthen the ecological integrity of the sites, including marine life, fish, seabird, shorebird nesting sites that exist here for long-term sustainability. So kind of getting ahead of potential problems. Our second goal was to preserve Ecola Point's wilderness character and relatively low visitation in the face of increasing tourism and population on the North Coast. And then also to provide an opportunity for public outreach and education at Chapman Point to help achieve that first goal and to educate members of the public that are walking north towards Ecola Point, because that's really the main way to get there, other than a few trails. And the intention really was to prepare for the future. So it's kind of like the writings on the wall. These places are relatively pristine now. They're beautiful, amazing, with the exception of the wildlife losses that were already noted at Ecola Point. And again, don't know the causes of those. We would like to preserve these strong ecosystems to provide resilient places to sustain wildlife as we head into the future with climate change. All of these areas support healthy fish populations and other ecosystem services that we all rely on, while providing beautiful places for people to recreate and to experience nature and develop more appreciation for it. The proposals were meant to help shape long-term efforts and goals to improve site management. So next slide. So now I'll go through the implementation considerations from the bulleted list in the initial recommendation summaries, including several clarifications. So there's kind of a lot of these. So the working group, so first, the working group stated that there should be no additional restrictions on climbing and walking on intertidal and offshore rocks. I understand the working group's pushback on that. It's based on maintaining north-south access on the coast as protected by the beach bill and not being in line with Territorial Sea Plan Part 3 objectives to balance the site use with ecological protection. But I do want to make a couple points on that. So these are very dynamic environments, as we all know, and there's typically north-south access on sand through both of these areas in low tides. At high tides, they're really unsafe to pass. We see a lot of Coast Guard rescues out here. And so that's the first thing. Then due to the geography of the Chapman Point site, most rocky intertidal areas there are typically relatively accessible from the sand, just because it has such steep sides. And during low tides, portions of the rocky intertidal at Ecola Point are typically accessible by walking on sand just due to sand accumulation. These sand paths form. While the sand shifts every year, so you can't always know where you're going to be able to walk. The sand paths typically provide north-south access and access to a number of large mussel beds. So we think that one would be able to get through there by staying on the sand. Regarding balancing site use, and this is probably a bigger issue than is going to be addressed here today, but we do ask that the working group start to reconsider their view of balanced site use, whether it is truly a balance to allow unimpeded site access everywhere. One of the goals of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy is long-term stewardship and conservation of natural resources by lessening the potential ecological impacts of recreation. And if limiting access to some of the rocky intertidal in some areas to prevent trampling by increasing visitation is not the right solution, we're not sure what is. And we are definitely open to suggestions, but would love to work with the working group to figure that out. Next slide. So about the proposed restriction on off-leash dogs. This is probably the most contentious in the community anyway. So we understand completely that this would be difficult to enforce. And we want to acknowledge that most dog owners are responsible and most dogs are well behaved. You see them all the time out there. But there is an ongoing and growing problem, and disturbance and injury to birds, like I mentioned, by off-leash dogs has been frequently observed at these sites. And the problem can only be expected to worsen as visitation increases. So unfortunately, we are at the point where the human population and the corresponding dog population have reached a level that there are enough poorly behaving dog owners and dogs to make a real impact on nesting birds and young chicks at these sites. We tried to balance site use by keeping Crescent Beach, so this is why the map's up on this one. It's between the two proposal sites there. We left that out in order to leave it open to dogs, to off-leash dogs. And that's the main reason that we actually submitted 2 site proposals rather than 1, so that we could carve out that area for off-leash dogs. In the public comment period, we did discuss whether to remove this from our proposal. But given the significant community support for this particular measure and the large number of letters of support that we received specifically citing the off-leash dog issue, we decided that we couldn't remove it in the limited time period of the public comment period, because we just would not have been able to communicate with everyone who submitted a letter of support on that specific issue. With more time, we might be able to come to a solution that everyone's okay with. But we just haven't had the chance to have what might be kind of a long conversation about that in the community. I understand that this is a statewide problem, so maybe it's better addressed at a statewide level. But in the meantime, we do have a local problem here, and my group would love to work with you to figure out a solution that works for everyone rather than pitting people against each other, as I'm concerned that this issue has already begun to do. Next slide. Regarding fireworks and other wildlife disturbances, we understand that these are already prohibited by federal law and that new restrictions by the state are not needed and are not possible. But enforcement has a lot of room for improvement. There is a greatly increased effort to enforce the ban on fireworks in Cannon Beach and on the beach areas that are adjacent to the city, which is fully supported by the city and police department. So that's great. A lot of effort's being put into that. So how do we enable state parks or Oregon State Police to enforce the ban on fireworks and other wildlife disturbance in the areas that aren't next to the city of Cannon Beach? What if the state helped with an increased education or awareness campaign about these existing laws? That might help at least reduce it somewhat. Here again, you know, we were identifying issues and proposing solutions, and we aren't saying these are necessarily the best solutions. We aren't really experts on this. We were hoping to work with state agencies and OPAC to address them. A couple more items, and then I'll wrap up. About the access maintenance improvements in our proposal for ECOLA, we actually were not intending to restrict maintenance and improvement of the Crescent Beach Trail, the Indian Beach Trail, or the network of trails atop the headland by the parking lot there. And those that are adjacent to the main parking lot and lead to those scenic overlooks that everyone's probably familiar with. The trails that we were talking about, and I guess this wasn't clear enough, were just the pirate trails that go down from the parking lot on top of the headland, down the nearly sort of vertical face of the headland directly to ECOLA Point. Those are already decommissioned and not maintained. So our intention was simply to recommend maintaining that status quo as we understand it, and that no new trails following these approximate routes are created in the future. We certainly did not mean to imply that the state park should not be able to improve the trails that are frequently washed out by landslides and things like that. That's not what we meant there. And then in our Chapman Point proposal, we actually did not propose any restrictions on access maintenance improvements. So just wanted to clarify that. Next slide. Regarding the buffers for boats, airplanes, and drones. So first, a clarification, our proposed buffers applied only to recreational vessels. And, but even with that, we do understand the working group's concerns. And would like to retain the restriction on motorized recreational vessels to reduce disturbance to nesting seabirds and hauled out marine mammals. We did reach out to the charter boat community in Garibaldi to check our site boundaries, and the Dungeness Crab Commission to alter our site boundaries to remove areas that are used by crabbers. With more time and capacity, we certainly could have done more outreach and spent more time on the boundary and buffer issues. And I think some issues with that did come through in our proposals, which you rightfully pointed out. We would have liked to spend more time on that, but we couldn't due to those time constraints. But we do want to work with these communities to create solutions that work for everyone. It's not our intention to have a large impact on that activity. But we also pointed out in our response letter that there are studies that show that buffers do help to reduce wildlife impacts. So that said, we would just like to work with you to figure out what the right solution here might be. Let's see. And then regarding the airplanes, drones, and kites, we do understand the working group's position and are amenable to removing these. But similarly, we just asked the working group to recommend to OPAC a state awareness campaign about the existing rules, because we think a lot of folks don't know about them, particularly with drones. I'm almost done. Next slide. Lastly, we're amenable to removing restrictions on subtitle invertebrate harvest, but we propose to add a goal to our proposal to monitor human activity in the subtitle for any potential disturbance impacts, as we're able to. And then regarding reconciliation of boundaries with respect to the statutory vegetation line, we definitely defer to the state on that and are amenable to that change. Next slide. So thank you. I know that was a lot. I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. As I said before, our goal was really to present the issues we see currently and to get ahead of increasing visitation at these sites by protecting them now. We proposed solutions that we thought would work to address these issues, but we aren't saying these are necessarily the best solutions. And we hope to work with state agencies, OPAC, and the community to figure out what those solutions are. So thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Margaret, thank you for that very complete and clear presentation. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks, Frank.
And so I'd like to open it up now to questions and comments from the committee.
Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret. Good presentation. When you identified commercial vessels as not being as the buffer zone not applying to, do you consider charter boats commercial vessels, or do you consider them a recreational vessel?
Yeah, that is a great question. And I would have considered them a commercial vessel, but I'm not sure how they're traditionally classified. So if by saying recreational, I included them, we didn't mean to.
Scott, you're muted if you were.
So Margaret, I guess to clarify then, what you're saying is if this proposal goes through, that you are amenable to charter boats and crab boats inside the buffer zone.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Charlie.
Thanks for the presentation, Margaret. That was really great. Super comprehensive as well. I think you touched on a lot of the what this working group spiraled around, because you presented a lot of tools that were not in the typical toolbox that our state agencies and otherwise we're used to looking at. But that's exactly what this process is about. So I appreciate that. I do have some questions about the climbing on the rocks and some of those access type restrictions down on the beach. And I'm curious, do you feel like those are complete deal breakers? Ultimately this group would be making a recommendation to OPAC, and you communicated that your group would be willing to work on those things. And so does that mean that you think potentially they would be supportive of a recommendation that came out of the working group that included the recommendations and the considerations as part of the initial recommendation, specific to those provisions on human use activities on the beach? Or do you think that's just a deal breaker and you feel like it would just change the whole makeup of the proposal, the intentions of the proposal, and really just defeat the purpose?
No, I mean, I don't think it would defeat the purpose. I think there's maybe an in-between there that is not easy to find just with existing kind of constructs of how these things are, how these rules are set up. That's something that I struggled with a lot too, because there are community members who fish out there from the rocks, and how do we make some of that activity okay without while making sure that it doesn't get to be so heavy that there is an impact to the intertidal. And that's not something that I have an answer to, but the group is certainly willing to work with, to work on that and collaborate on that. So it's not a deal breaker, no.
Follow up?
Yeah.
I'd just like to point the working group towards existing designations like the marine gardens at Yaquina Head that have allow for fishing from the rocks and a broad use of intertidal types of activities while still maintaining and preserving strong integrity of that ecology and that ecosystem. I think what that really depends on is the robust programming of the Bureau of Land Management and other partners at that site and putting people in the field. But I appreciate fishing from Yaquina Head. It's an area I love. And one of the reasons I love going there and fishing is just how natural and beautiful it is. And it's a great spot to shore fish from. And you can even see whales right up against the rocks there. It's a pretty special place. So I just wanted to point to that. I think that there are management types of things that are non-regulatory and otherwise that can get at some of those goals. If the goal is to, maintain ecological integrity of that site, I feel, personally that those things can be achieved without those. And I would hope that would be something amenable to the group that we could work through.
Thank you, Charlie. So I saw the hands go up in the order of Dave Fox, Dick Vanderschaff, Walter, and then Carrie.
Yeah, thanks. This is Dave. Yeah, thanks, Margaret, for that great presentation. I have two or maybe three questions or comments. One, I really agree with what Charlie just said about, there's methods to, reduce impacts of where people are going, other than, closing it off to them. I did want to say on the walking and climbing on rocks, I want us all to be careful to distinguish, two different things. One is walking on intertidal areas, and then the second is climbing on offshore rocks in the Fish and Wildlife Service Wildlife Refuge, right? Those are two very different things. Climbing on the rocks, the refuge rocks is, of course, strongly against the law. It's considered trespassing, and it potentially has the biggest effect on especially the seabird colonies. So when we're saying, we want access, or if we're suggesting we want access to be able to walk or climb on rocks, in my mind, I don't include, the offshore U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service refuge rocks in that statement. And so we shouldn't conflate those two. They're two really different things. The other question I had, or item I had, is if you look at the document, that the working group put out for the review of this site, there's those considerations in bulleted form on there. But there was also another consideration that was kind of buried in the text, and for some reason it didn't make it to a bullet. And that was concerning Chapman Point, the sandy beach areas, that we felt it wasn't necessary or well supported to close the sandy beach areas to invertebrate harvests such as razor clams, or maybe some people would be looking for Dungeness crab, for example, in those areas at low tide. And that didn't make it into a bullet. It should have, but it didn't. But it was a consideration kind of listed in there. So that was another one I wanted to point out that I think the group needs to consider, that at least the suggestion from me was to keep those sandy beach areas still open to invertebrate harvest. Kind of distinguish them from the rocky areas. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Did you want to respond to that in any way, Margaret, or should we go to the next question?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should. So I think Dave makes a good point about the sandy area and vertebrate harvest, and I definitely think the group is open to modifying that as is appropriate. That wasn't our particular concern, so it'd be fine.
Thank you. Dick Vanderschaff.
Yeah, thanks. Margaret, great presentation. Thanks for all your information and thanks for the additional considerations that you've given to the initial recommendations. And I really liked your answers too. I can wholly appreciate and firsthand the increased visitation that our rocky shores have seen on the North Coast over the years I've been around there too. And these are just where the issues of visitation without adequate education is really hitting home for all of us, I think. And so I think if the real take home here is that we need to continue to do a better job of educating people what's appropriate, what the impacts are, and find solutions to deal with them. And I know that everyone on the North Coast is looking for some of these solutions. Some of these are working through addressing the existing rentals and things like that for homeowners who are doing these things to let people know when their visitors are there that they should be mindful of these issues. And I think we just need to continue to extend that to their behaviors on the rocky shore, on the rocky habitats, and additionally on these very, very, very busy weekends that we all know just increase the numbers. So that's where I think having toes in the sand are going to be the way we have to address this. So I commiserate with the issues there, and I know that we don't have easy solutions or any solution for some of these. I did want to highlight the conservation importance for these areas. I'm very familiar with Ecola Point, doing monitoring out there with the Peace Corps group, and know that Ecola Point is really part of the Tillamook Head, larger Tillamook Head rocky habitat area, if you will. And it's extremely important in the coastwide area for the perspective of sort of being that junction point between the lower Columbia effect of the sand movement and things and the freshwater lens there that the Columbia River provides. And so there are all sorts of important ecological happenings there that are coming to bear there. And as you noted, there's been great changes that are occurring there just in the recent last few years. So these are going to continue to be important areas to watch and to monitor as well. So thanks for that. I wish I had solutions for all these things. I don't. I really appreciate Dave's perspective and Charlie too at saying that we need to look at some of these things more carefully. So thanks again, Margaret.
Thanks, Dick. Walter, and then Carrie.
Yeah, thanks, Margaret. I just want to chime in and say that, I kind of agree with Charlie and Dave about the access, but there is one thing that I'd like to point out is that charter vessels by the state, the Marine Board, are considered recreational vessels. And I don't know if we could separate those out, and that there is some private boat use there. And it would just seem to me a little unfair that there would be one class of motor vessel not allowed in there. So is there any way you would consider allowing vessels, the private motorized vessels, to also be allowed in there?
Thanks, Walter. As you probably can tell, I'm not super familiar with boating regulations, and I really appreciate you clarifying that for me. Yes, I think there is willingness to work on that and to allow motorized boats, particularly if we can get a little more education about the rules around wildlife disturbance, but also it could be that more just data needs to be collected about wildlife disturbance by vessels in that area, which we don't have a lot of. So, but yes, the group would be amenable to making that change that you propose. So thank you.
Carrie.
Margaret, thank you for doing a great presentation for us. And I think what I'm a little bit pondering is the dogs, right? So I don't bring my dog to the beach because he's naughty and he doesn't listen to me. And I would expect him to cause chaos. So he doesn't get to go to the beach. You know, just having had some conversations recently about this very thing around South Beach with dogs attacking other dogs and with plovers nesting and all the challenges. I think I'm thinking out loud a little bit, but I'm wondering if, excuse me, there's the potential of a seasonality to that, right? So is this during like nesting season and pupping season where we would want to keep dogs leashed just so that they're not, you know, disturbing wildlife that way? And this is for agency folks. Like, I don't know if there's a way to manage it that way. I know like in wildlife refuges, you're not allowed to have dogs at all. You have to leave them in your car. So there's a precedent for other types of land management that says, yes, your dogs either can't go or they have to be on a leash. So I know that that's not been traditional for state parks, but as you're pointing out, we need to be thinking outside the box, and we need to be thinking about the long term. So maybe there's some strategy where it's, you know, there is these times of year where it also sounds like that might be the issue with the boaters too, where we're really trying to do is keep the disturbance down from that nesting, excuse me, and pupping season, and just trying to think our way through it that way, maybe.
Yes, I think there's definitely room for making these seasonal rather than year round. So thank you for bringing that up, Carrie. It's been discussed in our group a few times and just kind of never made it into the proposals themselves or the response, but we have talked about whether that might work. So we would be open to that.
And, you know, and again, just thinking about it from the perspective of, you know, the seasonality is in the summer when there is high season and there's a lot of foot traffic, and you know, it's the wildlife obviously, but it's not just the wildlife. I mean, other dogs being attacked and dogs running up to people. I mean, I know people who've been bitten on the beach by off-leash dogs, right? So like off-leash dogs are generally a problem on our beach, and wildlife is one aspect of that problem, and there obviously needs to be more education about it, but people like to think they have voice control over their dogs. They're not as realistic as I am. So anyway, it's just that time of year might be a thing to consider.
Yes, I agree. Thanks, Carrie.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. Frank, I'm not seeing any more hands come up.
Okay, thank you, Andy. So let's take these individually and see if we can reach consensus on them. So we'll start with the Cola Point Marine Conservation Area. The previous voting had 8 people voting for recommend with conditions. 2 people voted for reservations, even with conditions, and 2 people voted do not recommend. So I would be willing to put forward to OPAC a recommendation to approve Cola Point as a marine conservation area. And I would like to hear comments about that.
Carrie, your hand is raised.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to clarify on that, but how we're approaching our decision about that, because there was a lot of conversation about massaging and managing these considerations. And so how are we moving, you know, what decision are we making? Is it what's on the slide as is, or are we saying we are now moving forward with this decision based on, you know, this continued conversation, and that there would be some potential changes to what's on the slide, I guess is what I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, that's a great clarification, Carrie. So Moses, can you move the slide back to the Ecola point? I'm seeing the Chapman point currently. And I think we probably should walk down this list, and for everyone's benefit, say where there were the considerations, kind of where we landed on that, just so that we do have clarification, kind of on what a recommendation would be if it were to move forward.
So are you proposing that I do that, Andy?
That one of us do so. And Laurel, I saw your hand pop up. Laurel, okay, so I'm getting a number of hands that popped up here. So let's clarify. Maybe we should be actually modifying what's on the slide to reflect what we as a group heard from that discussion before we attempt to move for a consensus. But let's walk through these hands that we have up to see if they also are addressing that kind of need more broadly. So Laurel, Walter, and Tom.
Yeah, what I heard from the proposal group is, some of these things were flexible, but a lot of it hadn't been fleshed out yet. So I don't know how we're gonna go from that conversation to tweaking this slide to know what it's gonna look like after those conversations happen. And I come to the meeting prepared with feedback from management based on the response from the proposal group, not it being tweaked, during this meeting. So I'll just say that.
Can I take a point of order?
Sure, Charlie.
I think what we agreed upon, and I worry this could come untangled, but that this was not kind of a real-time negotiation, but an opportunity to hear a response to the initial recommendations and to see if that would change any of our initial recommendations, and the public comment that has been received thus far could influence the decision. But I believe that the recommendation and considerations are on the table as we originally did those. If we are going to alter them now, that feels a little bit more like a back and forth dialogue. And I would just say we should be concise, and it should be for clarity where we can see clarity, but it shouldn't open up more questions. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, Charlie, I agree with that point of order.
And the other point that you made, Charlie, is very important, and that is that if we change things now, it doesn't give the agencies a chance to review those changes and to comment on those changes. So I agree.
Exactly. It turns into this like kind of dialogue negotiation, and it also it does disservice to what we've already done a public comment period on.
Yeah. So I agree with you that I think we should vote on these or try and develop consensus on these according to the considerations that we've laid out here on the slide. The group recommended that they were willing to consult on a number of issues. So if the Marine Conservation Area Toccola Point doesn't pass, or doesn't reach consensus and doesn't pass, then we could recommend consultation with this for those specific issues.
And Frank, I do think there needs to be some clarification. So if we can make sure we get people's questions answered before we go to consensus, that would be great.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, I agree.
So I see 4 hands up still. So Walter, Tom, Laurel, and then Carrie again. That's how I saw them come up.
So I agree with what Laurel and Charlie said, that we should be trying to reach consensus on the slides as presented. But I also need to point out we're skipping a part of the actual process that we agreed on and that Moses sent out, is that we are supposed to have 10 to 15 minutes between after the question and answer for the work group to discuss that. And I think we're taking that time up right now, talking about reaching consensus, when I think I need to have some talk with my fellow working group members before we go on.
Sure, thanks, Walter. Tom?
Yeah, I think we're kind of zeroing in on what I was sort of thinking about. Two thoughts. One, It's a little bit tricky when we reference decision-making using the earlier decision-making model and then trying to compare that to the decision we're going to make now using a different model. So having said that, I don't think we should spend too much time looking back at what we decided before with a different model. And the other thing I'll note is I think what people are sort of leading into or talking about right now has to do with this going forward, the process. What's been talked about just in the most recent back and forth sounds to me like the beginning of some consultation. So it just seems like that's what's, regardless of where this goes from here, that's kind of what's going to happen if it goes forward. And Laurel is kind of pointing to the fact that, well, that's going to take some time. So I don't know, I feel like that's kind of where we are right now. And with that said, yeah, I agree with Walter that probably need a little more discussion before we jump into that decision making.
Okay, Laurel.
Yeah, I guess I was misunderstanding because I went to management and presented the response from the proposal groups to get an understanding of how they were comfortable with the proposal moving on, not assuming we're going back to our original recommendation, because I thought the whole point was to have a back and forth and to have some feedback from them about how they felt it affected their goals and the proposal and whether they were comfortable with the proposal moving forward as modified by the working group. And what I heard for these is that they, on some points they were, but on some points they weren't. So I'll just say it again, that I'm coming to this meeting prepared with feedback from management based on the responses from the proposal groups and public feedback. So just.
Yeah, Laurel, thank you. That was my understanding as well. Carrie, you just.
Yeah, so I guess I would just ask Laurel then, I mean, because specifically thinking about that, like so what you're saying is you are prepared to talk about the response from Margaret's group about the no climbing on rocks and them wanting to keep it, and you have a response to that is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, we have a decision from Parks and Rec about each of these based on what the response was from the proposal groups and the public comment.
Got it.
So
I mean, it seems to me like that would be valuable to know what Parks' response is to some of those things, but I don't, want to muddy our process if this isn't the right time.
Charlie.
Yeah, I think what Scott wrote in the chat would be beneficial, is to walk down the recommendations and considerations, understanding the comment and that we've received today, incorporating how Laurel has prepared and others. I will remind you, there's a lot of other working group members that may have read and responded to those as well. But probably what's most helpful for us right now is if we're going to be making consensus decision points around what's on the slide, to walk through that. And if it's to change, we will change it real time right now in that process based on the feedback. What I didn't want to do was go back and forth again with the proposers on this. I wanted to say that we've heard all we've heard at this point, and we're prepared to respond to that. And it's time to start making decisions on these points. So that said, I would think it would be very beneficial for the working group to be able to have a dialogue now about our considerations and whether or not that's on the table for what we're going to be talking about when we get to consensus. Is that helpful?
Yes, it is, Charlie. And I agree with you. I mean, I think that's what I thought in Walter's comment. That's what I thought that this time was for Laurel and other agencies to provide comments on or provide review of the comments that came in. And to see where the agencies stood on the particular recommendations that are here, and then have us decide on consensus. So I wasn't trying to push the vote for consensus. I was really just trying to hear comments from everybody about how they feel about these recommendations or considerations that are on the screen right now.
Thank you, Frank. Walter?
Okay, so we're actually discussing amongst ourselves now. Okay.
Yes.
I had a question for Sean Stevenson if he's online.
Yeah, I'm here, Chuck.
Okay.
Walter.
Sean, yeah, thanks, Sean. There were some references on the oyster catcher nest failure and then also the rhinoceros auklet. Do you have any information of what actually caused those, or if it is known what caused those?
No, I don't know what caused those failures. It's hard to tell. There's a lot of things going on out there, and you know, people disturbance, dog disturbance, that could all come into play. But we have not researched that, and we don't know the cause of failure. We do have folks that do monitor black oyster catchers and their nesting success. And I could check with those folks that are conducting the monitoring and see what they say. But other than that, I have no information regarding what caused nest failure.
All right, thanks, Sean.
Other comments, questions, concerns?
Well, just as a summary of
Yeah,
what
Frank,
I
can you just
heard.
go through each one, maybe?
Yeah. I heard that there was still some value in having a discussion about wildlife disturbance, especially from dogs being off leash or having an on leash requirement. I heard that there was still some dialogue necessary associated with walking on intertidal rocks, the balance between public access for recreational fishing as well as tide pooling, but recognizing that there is a potential need for understanding wildlife disturbance and trampling effects. So that's what I heard on the first bullet, is that there's still some uncertainty there.
They were also willing to consult for the right solution on regs for airplane, drone, and kites. That fit under the first bullet as well.
Just a point of clarification from our discussion, our recommendation included boats, and it is non-specific. It doesn't say charter, recreational, or otherwise. So I wanted to just note that based on our dialogue.
Yeah, I agree with that, Charlie. The specificity of what kind of boat or recreational motorcraft it is, I think was something that was still uncertain as related to the intention of creating space for wildlife to have in their critical seasons. Walter, do you still have your hand raised, or is that no? Okay.
Clarify that point. Margaret stated that they were willing to allow all boats into the boundaries, but wanted to collect data and clarify any wildlife disturbance from those boats.
And the last thing that I heard on the third bullet is that they were willing to work with agencies to reconcile the boundary. Laurel.
I just hear that there's a lot of issues that need to be resolved and worked out. And I'm not saying we can't get there, but there's just, I'm not sure we're going to get there in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, not to be too predictive about it. I would think if we attempted a consensus on recommending the site to move forward, there would be a lot of uncertainty with the considerations that we have listed. And so I believe we should maybe move down to the next level, but I want to confirm that with everyone before we do so. And I guess that process is a little uncertain. Do we just want to, as a group, acknowledge that level of uncertainty still exists? Tom and Charlie.
Sorry. Yeah, I think you guys are kind of picking up on what's going on. I'm picking up on what Laurel just said, what I've heard so far. Margaret, I think that you did a great job of presenting the proposal, some of the back and forth that's already happened, and also a great job of communicating the willingness to continue that process, I'll say. That's what it sounds like to me. And it sounds like it would be possible to get there, get to a place of agreement. And I'll just echo what I hear Laurel saying and what I think Andy just confirmed, which is that we are probably, I'm not there right now to say, yes, I can be involved in the consensus decision based on what's written in front of me because of all the things that we've just discussed. But I think it bodes well for getting, as Laura was just saying, getting there, wherever there ends up. But there's definitely some sticky issues in there about walking on rocks and where and when and how, and about dogs on leashes, not on leashes, where, when, and how. But this, again, certainly starts to sound like the kind of consultation idea. So anyway, I feel like it's a process that we're in the middle of and probably need to put more time into. And that's kind of where I think, at least I am in my head right now.
Charlie and then Walter.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to hear more from Laurel and others on the sticking kind of to be figured out stuff. I realize that if we're implementing some of those provisions, there's a lot to figure out, right? But if we say we're not doing any of that, we're not Tom spoke directly to concerns, and there's a lot to figure out with walking on the rocks and this. Well, not really, because we recommended not implementing those provisions. That was our recommendation. So the recommendation on the table is not to do two big categorically things that we spent probably 2.5 hours as a working group spiraling around. So I guess the question at hand is for me is are we reopening consideration of those things in light of this, or are we actually talking about a decision around the previous recommendations? I think our previous recommendations, we landed there because of a lot of the discussion. I would guess that if anything has changed based on what's happened between now and then, we might have a difference of but that's what I'm trying to understand is what's left to be figured out. I think reconciling boundaries and vegetation line, that's obviously stuff, but remember we had things to figure out with Coquille Point and others. So I want to know what that threshold is, I think, because I totally hear what you guys are saying and what others are saying about, are we ready? Is this ready? How much work does it need? But when I look at not recommending things, it's like, well, that doesn't take any work because we're not recommending it. So I guess I'll stop there because I'm trying to understand that. Maybe Laurel can help me a little bit.
Yeah, I guess we had a difference of how we were approaching this. I was approaching it and went to management with the response from the proposal group, trying to get an understanding of where they thought these they didn't agree with our suggested changes, so they didn't feel like they fit with their goals. So I feel like it needs more back and forth with the proposal group to be ready. I don't think adopting it as our previous recommendation for not including all of these things adequately captures the response from the proposal group. And that's not what I brought to management. I brought what the proposal group's response was. and got feedback on that, not on our previous recommendation, because I thought that's what we were supposed to be doing. Otherwise,
I just will say that ultimately we're to get to a recommendation, and that's why I was asking if these considerations don't jive with that of the goals of the folks that proposed it during our proposal. So I'll stop there.
well, what I heard was that they didn't, and they didn't agree with a number of these. So I just feel like that requires more back and forth.
And that's the discussion I'm trying to have, is exact that discussion right there. Is it, if we don't do these things, if we don't implement these things, is it now a wash and they don't want this forward? It doesn't meet their goals and their interests. That's what I was really trying to hone in on. So thank you. I think you got us there.
So I saw two hands, Dave and Walter. We'll go in that order.
This is Dave. I think Walter's hand was up first. So
Okay.
Walter, why don't you go ahead first?
No, I think, thanks for that clarification there, Laurel. And I just want to say that it's not, it was great to have the Q&A with the proposers, and they did change some of their opinions on their initial responses, but it's not fair to Laurel and the other agencies who basically addressed all of their comments and brought those to the meeting today based on what the initial responses for the proposers. So I think we need to have a lot more discussion on this, and we do have a subject or a bucket for that moving forward.
Dave?
Yeah, I was just gonna, like the last two speakers did, try to address, Charlie's question, and hopefully not repeating too much, but the way I see it is, we came up with these recommendations and these considerations. The proposers responded, with a written response, and it basically said, at least on some of these, they didn't agree with our considerations, which kind of put it in a category where we couldn't go forward and like approve something based on what's on the slide because we were told there wasn't agreement. And then then today we had we heard the presentation and had some back and forth discussion and and heard some, I think, really positive things that the proposers' disagreement with these wasn't absolute. There's willingness for further discussion and clarification and to try to figure these things out, which again puts us in a situation where we don't have a slide and we can't produce a slide that has the exact thing we want to approve. So it puts us in that potential consultation bucket just by default. But we, I still suggest we go through the formality of the different consensus and voting steps.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. And at this point, is the group comfortable now understanding that we are going to walk stepwise through our consensus decisions on this site? Because I do think that's important, and we should do that formally.
I don't hear any objections. So let's trust the process here. So let's start out with an initial idea on consensus. It sounds like there's questions about consensus for this. So those that have questions about consensus, given those four things that we talked about at the start, somebody may feel disrespected as a member of a group. That's the first one. The second one is your ideas may not have been listened to. Number three, listen to the ideas of others, or you weren't able to listen to the ideas of others. Number four, you just can't support moving this project forward, can't support a consensus decision. So given that, I'll allow anyone to state their opinion regarding consensus on this proposal.
Boy, that doesn't feel right, Frank. as a setup for the question, because I've heard that the group has a lot of uncertainty generally with the considerations that are on the slide. And so I guess I will go first and say that I do not believe we have consensus as a group because of the uncertainty that has been demonstrated through our discussion after the back and forth and the information that we received. And those 4 points don't, to me, make sense when we ask the question of, do we want to recommend this site as is? So I'm struggling with the framework that we've built, and I don't know if others of you are seeing the same thing. Charlie?
Well, we did not have consensus around this initial recommendation, but there was a majority of votes around this initial recommendation.
Yeah.
And so that's why we're here having this conversation right now. What was set up for today, I'll remind everybody, you can watch the recording, but we were going to evaluate and vote on these based on the considerations. We were going to try and gain consensus around that, around our initial recommendation and those considerations. That's what we've said we were doing all along. We can talk about this proposal as something else, as a continuing consultation around some of these other goals, because it sounds like potentially the proposer is at odds with some of our recommendations. That to me, though, I mean, it gets at this question, which is a chicken or egg question that Scott put in the chat, but it's very much spot on. Whose proposal is this? And when I think about other area-based sort of recommendations and proposals that have come forward through OPAC and otherwise, they come forward as ideas. It is the job and the work of OPAC or the working groups thereof to take those ideas and do what they want with them. That doesn't mean that that's what we have to do here. But I think what is easiest for us to do is to find out whether or not we have consensus around what's on the screen. That's what we've set ourselves up for. If we're talking about something different, then I think that puts us in a different voting situation, as sort of Tom pointed out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I understood, Charlie. Scott, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Charlie's saying. We have before us recommendation and considerations. The state has reviewed those considerations and we've provided it back to the proposers. The proposers had to know that there was a risk in not accepting all of our recommendations or considerations. So they took the risk and said, we're going to hold firm on some aspects. So that's okay. I mean, that might be very, very important and valuable. What we can do going forward is we could move ahead, make a decision based on what's on the slide. If the proposers say, okay, thanks for approving it, but you didn't approve what we're comfortable with, and we wish to drop out, or we're not supportive of that, or they could tell OPAC, we're amenable to those changes. It just seems like we can't move the goalposts now. We have a slide that has exactly what we said we would make a decision on, and I think that's what we have to make a decision on.
Thank you for those comments, guys. I agree. Dave and Dick, do you want to make comments, or shall we move forward with our consensus process?
Yeah, this is Dave. I guess I'm struggling to wrap my head around what's said, because it's kind of a different understanding of what I had of this process. And let me see if I can summarize my understanding, and maybe if I summarize it, I'll realize it's not right. But so in this process, we talked about opening up this kind of continued consultation process as an option, as we go through these consensus and vote process. So if we're going to vote on this, as is on the slide, regardless of the proposer's opinion of those items, what is there is no continued consultation process then. So what was the purpose of the continued consultation process? So in my mind, the way I sorted that out was that if we have these conditions and we look at, like, say, for the Cape Blanco proposal, they said, fine, yeah, we agree with all those conditions, let's go forward, then we could vote on it. But if we had these conditions and the proposer said, no, there's still some issues with these to work out, as in this case, we set up this process to allow for this continued consultation step if we thought it was appropriate, for the individual proposal. So, you see, I don't know if I'm being clear, but if we just vote on this and just say it doesn't matter whether the proposer agrees or not with these, this is what we're voting on, and we move it forward or not, there's no continued consultation. That I don't see how that works.
Well, we just, we set it up so that we wanted to understand if there was majority support by the group to move a site forward as is listed through our considerations. And I think that we should just move through and do that, because I think we all agreed then that we would have another attempt at consensus on that continuing consultation process, Dave.
So just to clarify, the way we set it up is we would go for consensus first. If there wasn't consensus, then we'd go to a majority vote. If there's not a positive majority vote, then there's an opportunity for the project to go forward to consultation and to review, to start again and to go for consensus after that consultation process. So it doesn't, if we vote no on the project, it doesn't mean the end of the project. It only means that we have a further discussion about whether the project whether there's enough value here in the project to go forward for consultation. Is that clear? Yes. So it sounds like we don't have consensus on moving this project forward. Is that everyone else's assumption? I see some heads nodding. Okay, so let's.
Can I clarify one thing on that? When you say
yes, you
we're
can,
not moving this project forward, you mean we're not moving this recommendation forward as written on the slide?
Thank you, Carrie. That's the inherent problem.
Is basically ending it, and that's not what we mean.
Yeah, that's the inherent problem with this.
Let's slide.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie.
Thank you for the clarification, Carrie. That's important. That language is important.
So then, yes, I agree with you. We do not have consensus on this slide.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's go to a vote. So do you vote to move Ecola Point to recommend Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area to OPAC, given the considerations that are on the slide? And please vote either in the chat or a verbal vote.
Yeah, and Dave Lacey, if you can, I think you should be able to unmute.
Andy, if we just reach consensus to not move it forward, do we still need to vote just as a point of process?
I think we're trying to measure the amount of support that first recommendation level had, and then move forward to the next level. So I think we should go through with a vote.
Okay, well, this is Dave. I'm still at the number 2, incorporate the considerations.
Thank you, Dave. So that would be a no as written on the slide.
Okay, are all the votes in?
I think we still need a few more. Dave, you have a question?
Yeah, sorry to keep raising this. I mean, I think as it's written on the slide, it's fine, but I also think it needs more work, and that work may come out with something that's exactly the same as written on the slide, or it might make something in between. And so I'm kind of in a situation where I have to vote no, even though I agree what's written on the slide. That's the quandary here, and maybe I'm the only one feeling
No,
that.
you're not.
But
I'm in the exact same position, Dave. And
Me
this is what I
too.
tried to bring up as a point of process, was that we had a long depth dialogue around these considerations before, hours to arrive at this. The question in front of us is like, has anything changed? Have we received more information now that would say that? So maybe if it makes people feel better, the first thing we should say is like, should we be voting consensus around our initial recommendations, or have we learned anything new from public comment or otherwise that might change that? And then we could, because I'm in the exact same position based on what's on the slide right here. This was our initial recommendation. This is something I could support. Yeah, there's a lot of devils in the details for walking on the rocks and this, that, and the other, which is why we recommended not implementing those things. It doesn't preclude anyone from working on those things in spite of the fact that rules weren't created there. So I again go back to I would be much more comfortable trying to gain consensus around what's on the slide based on what we've heard back from the proposers and based on what we've heard in public comment. And if there's, first, if we want to go, if we need to modify that, we can do that. But I'm just not, this is problematic.
Given the way we set up the agenda for today, I don't know that we have time to go through piece by piece and to change this recommendation so that we can all vote on it with the proposer's comments included. I think what we have to do is vote on this in relation to what the proposer commented. So thinking in your mind what the proposer commented about our comments and figure out whether this should move forward, given the fact that, as Laurel pointed out, there were some things that they agreed with and some things they didn't agree with. And then from there, decide, so yes, this should go forward with those considerations, because that's the considerations we said that it would take to make this project move forward. But because the proposer didn't agree with all these considerations, are we still willing to move it forward without agreement on those considerations? And if we aren't, then we have to vote no. And if we are, so that some of our considerations would be changed by the proposer before it was recommended to OPAC. And if we aren't willing to change those recommendations, then we have to vote no, and then we have to decide whether it goes to consultation following that yes or no vote.
So we still need a few votes to come in. Dave, you have your hand raised. You have a question?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. I just still had my mic open. Yeah. Thanks, Frank. That actually helps. Your explanation helps. So thanks.
Dick, your hand popped up. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to clarify from what Frank said, and I think I understand now that we are not voting on the recommendation that includes these bulleted clauses because we believe that the proposer didn't fully agree with all of these in the few minutes we had to discuss it with her. Is that correct? Okay, it just so as we said, many people have said this is pretty confusing, obviously, for us on the work group as well as the poor proposers who are in here too to be stuck at the moment of having to come up with and speak for a bunch of people. So it's just this is a challenge, obviously. Thank you, though.
Laurel?
I don't think it was just in this back and forth in the Q&A period. It was in the written responses from, I mean, I took into consideration of the written responses from the proposal group, which was well thought out and not on, during the moment of the meeting.
That's correct, Laurel. That's my understanding as well.
Frank, can you be sure and state that before every time we get to one of these slides with a consensus vote, just re-say what we're talking about? Because
Yes.
there's a nuance there of the proposal that is not on the slide.
Yes.
And is inferred. And I do have a little bit of kind of concern that it's inferred, it's not documented in the same way.
Yeah.
So there's an inference that the proposer disagrees with us and therefore potentially, and this is unresolvable right now, which is okay, but I just want to make sure that we're being as legit as possible in our process here.
Yes, I'd be glad to do that, Charlie.
Moses, how many votes do we have in? I think there's still a couple that are outstanding, right?
So those votes that are outstanding.
Yeah, I think I got everybody's here.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you show us that vote tally, Moses?
Okay.
So we only have 2 yeses, 3 yeses. So that we do not recommend that Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area. And so we can now have a discussion about whether we want to recommend continuing consultation with that group. Is there enough value here to justify consultation before this proposal goes forward to OPAC?
I'm not sure that that question was phrased in a way that I would have phrased it. I think
okay. So let me hear your version.
I think we are now trying to understand if the working group has consensus on recommending this site for continued consultation status. And I believe we can have discussion before we attempt to reach that consensus, but I don't know if that is needed. So I would offer an opportunity for anybody to comment now on that. Walter.
So we're talking about a consultation period. Would that preclude recommending that the proposers resubmit during the maintenance period?
It would not preclude that.
But it would.
I don't believe.
Would it be the same? You know what I'm trying to say, Andy?
Yes, I believe that the benefit of being in that continued consultation status is that it could arrive at OPAC prior to the maintenance proposal period being opened again. Charlie.
I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say, one, that OPAC could choose to put those two things together. The particular, I mean, rather than having two processes, particularly given the distance in time between the fall and the spring, it's rather potentially insignificant when we think about the longevity of these things. So if they're, but I just so for the working group's benefit, if you'll remember, we did not define continuing consultation. And there was a lot of discussion over that. And I've done some outreach to OPAC members as well about this. And I think that there is a little concern with conflating one or the other, and that maintenance process, and that but do know that this has already been through an evaluation of sorts. So anything else that's being submitted from a maintenance proposal process sort of period obviously wouldn't have the same sort of benefit that one of these sort of continued consult sites might have if it was resubmitted. So I'm just putting that out there because this working group has not made a decision on continuing consultation, and I don't want there to be an expectation for that built until that's been affirmed by OPAC or otherwise.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. Walter, do you have another comment?
Yeah, I just didn't want to kind of piggyback on what Charlie said, that to kind of address Dave Fox's comments. This is an ongoing process. This process doesn't stop tomorrow when we're done with this, and that consultation will continue with new proposals and with current proposals. And we should take that into consideration, whether or not we're advising something to have continued consultation, when in my opinion, that consultation will be continuing until it's either, it would be continuing.
All right, thank you, Walter. Tom?
Yeah, this is just a question for the group based on what Walter just said and others. Is there any, and what Charlie said in terms of like expectations, is there any value in sort of identifying the issues that are that have been identified as in being in need of further consultation?
I think they're on the slide, Tom.
Okay, yeah, no, I get that, but is there any value in sort of just, I guess it's been recorded. I'm just thinking out loud, I guess, about just that whole question about expectations. Maybe not necessary. Never mind.
I think Charlie's comment is correct. The continued consultation will be focused around these issues that the working group identified with the proposers, and from which we've heard that there is still uncertainty surrounding them. So Frank, why don't you take us through the consensus? I guess I could just ask, does the group have consensus to this site being kind of designated in that continuing consultation status? And I guess silence is
consent.
Is consent. So please identify yourself.
I'll speak up. I wasn't in favor of the continuing consultation process, and I think it gives an unfair advantage. I mean, with the changes that were proposed, iterations proposed, I supported this. With the changes that have been discussed today, I'm not entirely comfortable with some of those. There could be a 16-foot skiff that has a motor on it that isn't allowed, but a kayak, 10-foot kayak could be allowed in this area. So I'm not as comfortable with the continuing consultation because we've already come to agreement that this could go forward with, excuse me, our earlier version was that we would support this based on these recommendations. Now, if we go into continuing consultation, it sort of gives that proposal or any similar proposals that go into this side bucket a leg up. They get a sort of special treatment. It sort of becomes a proposer / agency product that goes straight to OPAC rather than the process that was already planned. So I'm still opposed to that, and that's why I'm going to be not supporting, not having to do with this proposal.
Thank you for that clarification, Scott.
So Charlie and Walter, but I think the next step in our process would be, because we have an objection, we would now need to vote on this. So
Yeah, just from a discussion standpoint, I mean, I think that's a great example of the expectation that Scott kind of has potentially in his head for what continuing consultation would mean. And my concern around varied expectations, for me, continuing consultation would mean you would talk to the types of users that maybe had concerns over different things, rather than it being some sort of an agency, proposal type thing. I think there is merit in the fact that these people have spent 6 months doing outreach, have talked to individuals in their community, have gone to city council meetings, dozens of letters of support, and really been very thoughtful in their approach. So I do think they deserve a leg up. That's the merit of that type of work. Somebody else would need to go through similar work, and we would hold that to similar standards. And they've already done a lot of that. I think what we have is we've honed in on the issues that need more discussion. It doesn't mean that they'll be solved, but it means that these are the things that if anything was ever to go forward here, we'd have to figure out. I think Scott's point really highlights what could be concerning about the expectation. And, that's why I point a little bit at OPAC, because ultimately OPAC will vote on these, and OPAC should have the expectation of how they should be vetted. And we tried to build that into our community process. We asked proposers to do all of that work rather than creating, say, community teams like we have done in the past. But I think that's where, the role of a larger body can have some expectations around what continuing consultation will look like. And we can have the sort of site specific issues there where there were concerns and things that need to be worked through if it was to ever be considered again. So, I can support continuing consultation for that very reason for this proposal.
yeah, thank you, Charlie. Frank, I'm not seeing any more hands up. So.
Okay. So, Scott, if you're not willing to set your considerations aside and just go with what the group decides, that would be consensus. Then at that point, we can't reach consensus and we'd have to go to a vote. So I'll give you the opportunity, Scott, to put your considerations aside and to allow us to go with consensus, or to hold on to those so we go to a vote.
Okay, I'll put my considerations aside, and the vote that I would make, not the decision I would make, but that I've been heard.
We didn't hear that entire comment, Scott. Can you speak up there?
And now you're on mute. Okay.
Said, I feel like I've been heard, and if I'm the only one that has concern, I'll agree to disagree and accept the decision.
Thank you, Scott. So then we do have consensus to move the Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area to consultation.
Tom has his hand up, so I just want to call on Tom. Is your comment related to the consensus?
No, I think, Frank, go ahead and finish your thought, and then I just want to make a comment to what Charlie just said, which I think was good.
So once again, we do have consensus to move the Ecola Point Marine Conservation Area to consultation. And
I had my hand raised.
So this project is not recommended by us. but
Hold on, Frank.
as consensus for continuing,
Frank, I had
continuing consultation.
Yeah, go ahead, Walter.
Yeah.
Was your hand also
Yeah,
associated
I
with?
just had a question for Scott. I kind of had the same reservations, and I will echo Scott's statement, and that, but I will also say that as a working group member, that I'm not, I'm also saying that continuing consultation could also mean coming back during the maintenance period, and that I consider that consultation also.
I would agree with that. That's really not up to us. And I'm not going to conflate what that consultation is until we've defined it. I've already not met enough expectations in this process to know better.
No, thanks, Charlie. And I'm just saying that our idea of consultation might not be what happens when this goes to OPAC. The working group's idea of consultation.
So Andy, if you could clarify, I'm not sure exactly where that leaves us in the process. So if we had objections to consensus, then we could still go to voting, and voting would, if voting was approved, then it would still put us into that consultation status. So please.
I believe that the working group just heard 2 members agree to consensus status for moving this site forward in that continuing consultation status kind of designation.
Okay. Is that clear, Charlie? Is that what you and Walter meant?
Yeah, I think that Walter and Scott wanted to be recorded and want to be heard, that there are varied potential expectations, and I agree that there could be varied expectations around what continuing consultation is. And we talked about this, remember, on Tuesday or Monday, but that is left to be defined. Yes. It's likely going to come out of OPAC and not this group.
And Walter, is that clarification correct? Okay, thank you. So that still leaves us at consensus. And so the project is not recommended to OPAC, or goes forward to OPAC with a no recommendation from this group. And it goes forward with a recommendation for continued consultation.
So I agree with that. Tom, your hand's been up. Would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, I think we sort of explored the point that I wanted to bring up, which has just been made, and I'll just put a fine point on, or at least say how I perceive it. I think we probably did come in with a variety of perspectives about what consultation meant, and it sounds like we just expanded that scope of that understanding. And as it stands right now, it seems perhaps broader than some of us may have thought going in, because we've used the term agency consultation before, and I think that may have caused certain perceptions. So I just want to say I'm in favor of what Charlie referenced, and maybe others, that term should be considered to be a broad term, not a narrow one, and lots of different parties can be consulted during a consultation. So that's, I guess, the way I would leave it, and how I'm thinking about it going forward.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Okay, so I would go with what the group wants here. Chapman is the same basic decision. Do you want to move ahead with the consensus? Was seeking consensus on Chapman and or voting, or do you want to go to lunch now and then deal with that afterwards? And I would suggest that if we went to lunch right now, that puts Margaret kind of on the spot to stay with us through lunch. So
I would suggest we move forward with Chapman right now.
that's my suggestion as well. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on board. No one's getting hangry here. So, okay. Then let's move forward and try and reach consensus on Chapman Point. So can we go to that slide, Moses? Thank you. So same thing as we had before. This is the slide with our recommendations and considerations on it. We've heard from the proposer what their willingness is to modify these recommendations and considerations. And so is everyone comfortable with moving forward with consensus on this site, given our considerations and the proposer's willingness to change the considerations that we've put on here?
Okay, so discussion now. Charlie?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we open this up for discussion.
Well, that's what the discussion is. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my question is are there huge discrepancies in the recommendations versus what we kind of wrapped our head around for ECOLA? And are those worthy of any additional discussion? I don't want to have repeat discussions if we don't have to, but I want to make sure we're honoring each unique site.
Yeah. And that's why 2 separate votes. And that's exactly right, Charlie. Thank you. Any more discussion?
Yeah, I would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Scott.
With regard to Chapman Point, my understanding is that the Oregon Coast Trail follows the beach along this stretch. Some big headlands like Cape Falcon and Humbug Mountain and others have a trail that allows hikers on the Pacific Coast Trail to go inland to get around. But in cases like this, where there is accessibility to get around for hikers, it is the beach is the trail. And I feel like I can support this proposal with the considerations as written, because that would not prevent hikers from following the beach, going around Chapman Point and continuing on. Like at Tillamook, they have to go inland, but this particular point, it wouldn't hinder that. So walking on rocks may be necessary at that time. I think that this is a little bit different than ECOLA.
Charlie.
Thank you for that comment, Scott.
I don't know how this discussion would roll out since it's not in our recommendations. But when I think about the goals of this site in respect to the other site and the interest, I'm just going to say I really would have loved to have seen a marine garden here. That type of a designation felt more appropriate, but it didn't quite align with the goals of those individuals that proposed this site. That was one thing I felt would have offered a nice sort of balance between some of the regulatory things that were recommended and the sort of longer term interest in educating people prior to getting to ECOLA Point, which may have more resources that are sensitive and may feel more impacts potentially. So I know that doesn't get us to any difference in our decision or anything like that, but just as a working group member and thinking in the context of statewide sites and how they're connected, You know, that would have, I would have loved to have seen that here. I think it would have been very complimentary.
Laurel.
Along those lines, Charlie, I think as demonstrated by some of the other sites like Coquille Point, where they have had an interpretive program for 30 years without additional regulations, and they've demonstrated, you know, that that's a possibility. That, I mean, even without a designation at a place like Chapman Point, there's a possibility to do interpretive programming. That was brought up by the park management when we reviewed this particular site.
Yeah, I feel like it just really speaks to the importance of putting people there. You know, we have great designations at Haystack Rock, but can you imagine if Haystack Rock Awareness Program didn't exist? I mean, that place would be overloaded. And it's all because of the people, not because of the rules and laws that are there, probably.
Walter?
Yeah, I'd just like to kind of echo what Charlie said. And I had a hard time seeing this as a conservation area just because education was the main focus and teaching people about proper practices on how to enjoy the beach. And I think it would have been a much better proposal had it been put under Marine Garden and taking into consideration some of the restrictions that the people wanted placed there might not have quite worked under that designation, but I think that the Marine Garden designation would have been a better fit for this one.
Any other comments? Discussion? Okay.
I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay, thank you, Andy. So same rules apply here. We're going to go for consensus first. And if we can't do that, then we'll move toward a vote. So given what our recommendations and considerations are for the site and the proposer's response to those recommendations and considerations, are you comfortable with recommending this project to OPAC?
Walter.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable recommending this to OPAC as presented. I don't think that a marine conservation area is the right designation for this. I think it should have been a marine garden.
Okay. Thank you for that, Walter. So let's go ahead and vote on whether we would like to recommend this project to OPAC or not. So yes or no in the chat or verbally.
I'll just state again, no. I think this is the wrong category. It should have been a marine garden and not a conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter.
And for folks entering votes in the chat, please try and make that chat available to panelists and attendees.
Do you want my comments in the chat also, Michael, or did you record them?
I'm recording them, and the meeting's being recorded as well.
And Moses, I got a message from Dave Lacey, so I'm responding for him. Moses, is that a complete tally?
I just need Charlie.
Okay.
I believe.
Sorry, I thought I hit enter.
Laurel, you have your hand raised.
Maybe my question will be answered when you put the spreadsheet back up again, but on the other version of it, it didn't have a line for the, continuing consultation category. Is that added in there?
I have that on a separate sheet. So in the instance that we need to record 2 separate votes, we can do that.
So that's a no result. So let's have discussion about continuing consultation status for Chapman Point Marine Conservation Area.
Are there any discussion items? I'm not seeing any hands, Frank.
Okay, so do we have consensus that this project needs consultation before that we do not recommend this project to OPAC, but we do recommend that it needs consultation in order to be further considered by OPAC. And once again, silence is consent. So I believe
I'm not being silent. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So we're a no on this one.
Okay. So that means we can't reach consensus on this. So we have to go to a vote to decide whether this project should move into consultation or not. So please vote in the chat or verbally about whether you think this project should move forward to consultation.
Tom has his hand raised.
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, excuse me. This is just back to what Walter said earlier, and Charlie too, about the if it were proposed as a marine garden, I could get behind it. And I guess maybe we can't answer this right now, but it's just a question that I have. Is that something that could occur during a consultation process?
So again, we have not defined what a consultation process is, so I'm not going to place any expectations on that, and I think that's really important, Tom. But to your point, the reason a marine garden was not proposed, I've had explicit conversations with the proposers about this, was that it didn't meet their goals. Some of the backfire of the marine conservation area was that we made that a flexible designation, and proposers took advantage of that because none of the other ones were as flexible for meeting their needs. So that is how it was kind of a backfire on how we created these designations. We assumed that all the MCAs would come with heavy level of regulation, but instead, because they were, flexible, we saw a lot of people in the public using that because they didn't want to have heavy level regulations. They didn't want to put forth fishing regulations or the otherwise, which kind of is what we said MCAs were really for. They were more like that marine reserve, but not now. So to answer your question, I think continuing consultation further would define what that site would be, the goals of the site, and come to some level of agreement. And if that includes a different designation, then potentially so. But at this point, I would say all bets are on the table for continuing consultation because we haven't defined it yet.
Yeah, got it.
So is that clear to everyone? Okay.
Oh, wait, Laurel has her hand up.
Well, I didn't come prepared to vote on something if it could become completely different than what the proposal group was recommending. So I'm just saying that, I got feedback from all levels of park management based on the response as provided by the proposal group and whether we thought we could get there given the challenges. So just so you guys know where we're coming from.
Yeah, and I would expect you to vote accordingly, Laurel. Thank you. Are all the votes in? One more just came in.
Unless I missed it, I think I need DSL and Charlie. Or was that Charlie's?
I think Andrea said
Andrea
yes.
just voted.
Did mine not go through? Did they keep not
No,
going through?
I see yours, Charlie.
Okay.
It's a yes.
Everyone make sure I got that right.
So by vote, if the votes are correct, then we do agree to not we send this forward to OPAC with a no recommendation from this group, but a recommendation for continuing consultation. And that, thank you for everyone for sticking with the process and working through the process. It's been a little bit like pulling nails, but you all stuck with it. I appreciate that. And I think that we'll be able to move forward from here more clearly with the next projects that we're working on, and it won't require nearly as much discussion. So I would now propose that we go to lunch and return at 1:45.
Do folks want 45 minutes or is 30 minutes enough? I'm tending to lean towards 30, but I'm happy to.
I think we should go 1:30. We did have a proposer scheduled for 1 o'clock, and if we stick to our time for the rest of these, they should take between 30 and 45 minutes apiece. So for a single site proposal, 1:30 to 2 should be at least the minimum that we could provide at this time.
I'm getting a lot of 30s, so
yeah,
let's reconvene at 1:30.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you all.
Don't forget to start recording.
And Fran, I just promoted you to panelist. Let's do a sound check with you. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Can you hear me?
Hi, there you are.
Oh, good. Perfect.
All righty.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Hang tight there until we get everyone back. I think most of us are back. Tom, Carey, Dick, Walter, Andrea. Sean, do we have you back yet? And don't think we have Dave Lacey back yet either. Okay, let's do another check. Sean, are you with us? Tom is back, he said, but finishing his salad. Well, it is after 1:30, so I want to be respectful of everyone's time. I think we'll get Sean and Dave Lacey back here with us hopefully shortly. But I believe that we should go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, sounds good, Andy. Thank you. So Fran, welcome to this group. And we're looking forward to seeing your presentation on the Rocky Habitat site proposal for Fogarty Creek.
So I will share my screen.
Yes, correct.
Can you see it?
Not yet.
Huh. What do I do? Refresh it. It says I'm sharing screen.
Zoom is usually a two-step process where you hit the green button to share, and then you have to select which screen or application you'd like, and then you have to hit OK on that one.
Oh, I guess I better try that again. Can you give me back the screen?
You should be able to see it at the bottom of your control panel there.
Control panel.
Did you lose your Zoom controls?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Sometimes they get buried underneath other things. So
let me see here. Stop.
Try and
stop video. No.
Nope. The video is different from your share screen. There should be a green button with an up arrow.
I don't see it. Can you take screen share back and then try again? Sorry.
I don't think there's anything to take back because we're not sharing a screen at the moment. So let's.
Let me close out everything else that I had open. I don't see any other shall I just close out of this and open it again?
No, but you might want to select on the Zoom interface where you can see the videos. There should be some control buttons.
So when I see the Zoom webinar, okay, I'll go full screen, share screen.
There you go.
Um,
And then it usually gives you, there you go, an option to share your application.
We've got it now. Yep.
Oh, good. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. Sorry about that. So I'm talking about Fogarty Creek, an area between Depot Bay and Lincoln City that I have nominated as a marine conservation area. It's and on the left, you see north of Depot Bay, there's Boiler Bay State Recreation Area, and Fishing Rock is the northern boundary of it. And this conservation area is between this area called Rabbit Rock and Fishing Rock. And it would be, you can see on this other side, the boundaries are mirroring that of the research reserve after consultation with Bruce Mengi, and going up to the southern side of Fishing Rock, leaving the north side where people fish and then surf fish on the beach open. It's an 86-acre, very small site with a mile along the beach, and it's got extensive kelps, seagrasses, and algae. And Pacific Coast Feeding Group of gray whales comes real close to shore here, and both these things are starred because the database had inaccurate information, though I think the review panel is aware of, the extensive use. But at times, you can walk along the beach and you're more than ankle deep in an extensive array of different kelps. And there's also seagrasses offshore. So near shore seagrasses and offshore different types of kelps and algae, which support huge amounts of bird life. There's often seals hauled out and the like. And there's a video that was in my presentation that had a gray whale just yards off the beach. I mean, I was getting ready to gather people around to push it off, but it didn't beach. And it comes in there every summertime. So like I said, it's a small isolated, it's a small area, and it's isolated between what I consider small littoral cells. I have a background in marine resources management, and I'm on the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Council. I was appointed and serve on that. And I'm on the City Council of Depot Bay. So I have a lot of interest in this area. I've been here for over 30 years, and I've observed how people use the site. And I'm well aware of the research that goes on in the Boiler Bay Research Reserve. I do oyster catcher monitoring there and often run into the researchers doing intertidal research for the Bruce Menge lab. So there's a lot of values. And I think it provides, because it's from here to here in this little tiny littoral cell, and it provides a lot of potential for a control area for this littoral cell, which allows some uses such as fishing, and then other areas to like Pirates Cove and the Whale Cove area, which are also semi-enclosed areas. So when we're talking about the potential hypothesis of having kelps and algae be able to ameliorate some of the impacts of ocean acidification, this is a good study area. It's easy to inform visitors. There's only two main access sites to the beach. And there was, until it was ripped off, a beautiful interpretive sign paid for by New Carissa money with input from many organizations on values of kelp. So things like this can go very far in terms of informing people about why this area is so diverse in those values. It's easy to monitor these two pictures. This is a view from the south. You can see all the way up to this headland here. And this is a view from Fishing Rock looking south. So this view is from like over here looking north. And this view, this picture is from Fishing Rock looking south. So from two areas that are easy to get to, or you could look at it from the Surfrider, you can see this whole area for enforcement purposes. These areas are used almost exclusively for non-consumptive uses. People hunt agates. That's, I think, I would consider the main activity. And there's beachgoers. There's people bring their kids because it's much safer to play in the creek than it is in the ocean. And that's the main uses of this area, is just for beach enjoyment and watching birds, watching whales, photography. There's quite infrequent access. I see people come surf fishing with their family. They throw in the line a few times, and it's never productive. Where people go for, this is a picture of somebody on the north side of Fishing Rock Headland fishing. And so they're here, they access the beach here from, or from the parking lot, but mostly it's from the beach. They climb up and do surf fishing, rock fishing. And then there are also extensive surf fishing between here and Glen Eden Beach. But Fogarty Creek is different. It's not really used for that. It's a very, very heavily used area. Again, for non-extractive uses, but it's very heavily used. 500,000 visitors already. There's a proposed campground there that will add pressure. There's very spotty mussels and barnacles that are easily depleted. I told Dave Fox of an incident after the sign came down on the north side, which used to say research reserve, no shellfish harvest. The sign came down and I saw 3 people take away 2 huge coolers of mussels. And so it could be easily signed, but for their picnics, and it, very, very quickly, a very sporadic area that has mussels or barnacles could easily be gone. It's overfished. And again, on the north side, there's plenty of opportunities. And this is a good time if we're going to try to preserve an area like we talk about to balance the need for use and ecological values. This is a good area. It's a good area because nobody's, quote, using it other than for non-extractive uses. So you're not taking anything away from people. All the fishing boats that come out of Depot Bay are way offshore from this. They're not coming inshore. And it would be an easy place to add a conservation area for the research values, for the high diversity values that people can enjoy, the access values, to have a beautiful place where you can see such a diversity without taking away, if that's what you consider taking away. But a recent study from the Portland State University done at the end of 2020, or submitted at the end of 2020, is just published. And it shows that 70% of Oregonians overall and 50% of coastal residents, when they were asked about questions about ocean health and marine reserves, said that they support creating areas that prohibit fishing, harvesting, and other human development. So this isn't something that's controversial. I've talked to 4 of fellow members of the city council, and there wasn't any heartburn over this area because it doesn't have that impact. I didn't get a vote from the full city council of 7 members, but it's an area that's, I don't think, is controversial. I've talked to people on the beach. I've talked to and observed people, what they're doing. There's nothing that this designation would take away from people, and it would just add a just different layer of designation that can be used for grant writing to get support, for example, for doing the instrumentation we would need to look at ocean acidification in this area. So that's all I have, and I'm willing to take questions. Thank you. Should I stop my share? Or should I leave it up?
No, why don't you leave it up, Fran, in case there are any questions that you'll need the pictures to answer.
Okay.
And thank you for that presentation. We really appreciate it and appreciate your time in putting that together. And so I'll open it up now to any questions or comments from the group.
Dick.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Fran. Thanks for the presentation. And a couple questions. I forgot about looking over your proposal again before today, but I was curious about how far offshore does the proposal go, and more specifically, what are the depths that it gets to offshore?
So I have to look at the boundaries too. I don't have that in front of me, but it goes offshore just to the extent, I thought, to make it easy to implement. It's very shallow in general, but to make it so you could be, where the boundaries are. It would be between this headland and this headland, so you can kind of visually see it. And just offshore, you could see this edge of the rock. That should probably be included in line, just so it's not a question about am I in and out. If for example, somebody would come in a kayak or boat, they would easily be able to see it. It's quite shallow, and it was mirrored the line that was the what was it? 5 feet subtidal.
5 meter.
5 meter subtidal. So it's inside that most all of it, I think.
Okay. And you note there's quite a diversity of algae there. I'm assuming most of this algae, if not all of it, is anchored on a rock offshore, at least on the bottom. Or is it, do you know if it's cobble or is it actually a solid bedrock through there? I'm just curious how much sand maybe comes in. There's obviously a sand beach there of sorts. So what's the bottom structure like? Do you know?
Well, there's an extensive amount of rocks and but in sandstone and mudstone bedrock, and certainly the area where you see. Let me go to my other slide here. So there is a sandy beach in here that does have some kelp, obviously, because there's kelp throughout here, but this has less kelp and it's not as protected because the waves come in here. But when you see it at low tide, there's fingers like you see here in this picture. me see if I can blow it up. I probably can on this. So, but, and it gets scoured down to the mudstone bedrock, and you get actual fingers of beautiful crevices, which adds a huge amount of surface area going way, way out into the subtidal. I can call up my proposal and look at the numbers of the rocky shore and the like, but I don't have it handy.
That's okay. Thanks, Phil. Thanks again.
Mhm.
Scott, and then Laurel.
Hi, Fran.
Hi, Scott.
Question, I see the northern boundary at Fishing Rock, and I looked up on Google Maps and saw the parking lot that you referred to, but it looks like the trail from the parking lot comes down to the south side of Fishing Rock. Is that correct? Or is there, it looked more like homes and lining the cliff to the north. Is there access?
Yeah, so this is part of the coast trail. So the coast trail goes along the beach and then it climbs up. Can you see my cursor on the screen? So the coast trail goes along the beach and then it climbs up onto the rock here, and you can go out to the headland or you can come back to the parking lot. Pacific Palisades area, this Fogarty Creek area, it's a private development that's walled off, so you can't get down to the beach unless you're part of this development here. So I'm not exactly sure. I think the Coast Trail comes up along the 101, and then you can get down in either by the Surf Rider. There's when they put riprap in, they left a trail, or right by the Fogarty Creek Bridge. There's a part of the Coast Trail where it comes down to the beach and then it resumes on the other side here through Depot Bay. There's along 101, there's a trail that goes from approximately here along 101, kind of cuts in a little bit through the woods, goes back here, and then gets to Boiler Bay State Park. So that's the access.
A concern that I had was that a fisherman on Fishing Rock could cast his line on the north side and be in the open area, but it looks like the boundary is such that if he casts his line to the south side of Fishing Rock, he's in the marine conservation area.
That's correct. You can't really cast, I mean, you could, but you're so high up on the south side. People don't do that. People climb out into a rock, and at very low tides, you can cross this gap to an even lower lying rock, and that's where people fish, either on this side at really low tide or on this side. I've never seen a fisherman fish on the north side of Fishing Rock. I mean, I don't even know if it's physically possible to do that. And there's a lot of surf fishermen in here.
So where they're fishing now is in the area that's proposed to be closed to fishing?
No, that's why it cuts it off at Fishing Rock, like along this side here. Let me see here. So it would be, I kind of get the drawings a little bit, but it would be it would follow this line out. And it wouldn't, this is where their fishing is excluded from this area in here.
They're excluded from fishing to the south.
Excuse me, it's not excluded from fishing. This whole area that's not in blue is where people fish. And I specifically drew it that way so it wouldn't restrict fishing on the north.
The other issue is how visible is it going to be for say state police or any enforcement to be able to look from either Surf Rider or Rabbit Point or Rabbit Rock, whatever. That way, it seems like it's kind of a long line of sight to try to determine where exactly somebody is.
Yeah, let me, so this is, so there's you could do it from two lines of sight. So here's the bluff of the Surf Rider. You can see this whole area here, and where I'm standing here taking the picture is like here on the beach, looking past Surfrider to here. So that's the south side. This is taken from Fishing Rock itself. I'm on the headland. You can see how high up I am, so people don't fish from this side of it. Fishing Rock, and you can see all the way to here, which is this area here. So from 2 locations, you can see this whole site.
And the final question is, did you confer with Surfrider as far as the willingness of having enforcement or observations from their property?
Not specifically about enforcement, but I've always had cooperation from them when I go to monitor the oyster catchers. I always go out, and it's really hard to find anybody. You talk to the person at the desk, but I've never had any person say no. And I haven't specifically checked if enforcement could go there.
Thank you. Laurel? And then
I
Carrie.
sort of have similar question to Scott. You had mentioned, Fran, that there was a lot of access on the north side, and I've for fishing and other extractive uses, but I've been to that rocky area on the north side of Fishing Rock, and it's a very limited rock intertidal area, only available, you know, at a lower tide, and the characteristics of it are pretty different than the protected bay at Fogarty Creek that offers, you know, safe area for kids and families to do various recreational activities. So I'm just wondering, I think it's helpful that you're zoomed out, but if you zoom out even further as far as like opportunities in the area for those type of activities in the Lincoln City area, given the other protected areas to the north at Cascade Head, as well as to the south at Boiler Bay, what opportunities are there besides that little teeny section at Fishing Rock for those type of activities?
Well, Boiler Bay doesn't restrict fishing. Boiler Bay research.
Yeah, but there are other restrictions at Boiler Bay.
Right, for shellfish harvesting, but there's no restriction on fishing anywhere until you get to the Whale Cove Marine Conservation Area. So fishing, and Depot Bay offers fishing off North Point and South Point. Fishing isn't really restricted. People fish everywhere. And surf fishing is very, very popular here. You know, to the north of Fishing Rock, Boiler Bay, people fish Boiler Bay from here all along here they go down to Boiler Bay Research Reserve area and they fish. So right there's extensive fishing going on.
Yeah, I think that the park management brought up concerns for safe fishing opportunities for families, and that some of those other locations aren't as ideal for that type of recreational activity.
Yeah, there's no fishing though. People don't come with their families to fish. It just doesn't happen there. I've seen this place.
They brought it up as an opportunity, so that is an opportunity right now that they wouldn't have in the future. So I'm just pointing out concerns that were brought to my attention.
Carrie?
Hey, Fran.
Hi,
thank
Carrie.
you for coming and presenting. I have a question following up, I guess, a little bit on Scott's with the stakeholder with Surfrider. So it sounds like you talked a lot to people coming to visit the actual site, which is great. And I was just wondering again, sort of outside of like access for enforcement or specific to that, like were you able to have any conversations with Surfrider or that community north? Was it called Palisades? You know, and just wondering about how like people actually like in and amongst the communities felt about the area off their shores basically being designated, not just visitors to the park itself.
So Surfrider, the third access point, they provide for the visitors now along 101 because their stairway washed away. So when I asked people at Surfrider, what questions do they get about, you know, beaches, and they would just ask, is it safe for kids? That's the main question they highlighted. In terms of Pacific Palisades development, that tends to be a vacation rental area. I run into people there that are staying in that Pacific Palisades, and they're doing what everybody else does. They like the agates mostly. So, but I didn't specifically poll them. I just run into them if they're using the beach.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Laurel?
Do you have any more information, Fran, about the method for your survey? About how was it randomized, or just like, you know, whoever you saw on the beach one day? I mean, I just was wondering, you know, the scope and the criteria used for interviewing folks.
No, sorry. I
Okay.
wasn't being very scientific. I was just, you know, first of all, I was observing people, but then when I talked to them and, you know, people, as it got later into COVID, they just kind of didn't want to engage. So I just went more and more to just observing, but I've been observing for, I mean, literally 30 years here. But when I was talking to people, it was, you know, what do you like about this beach? Oh, we've come here for years. We find the greatest agates, you know. And again, it's a very, very well-known area for kids to play along the creek. And they'll picnic in the day use area and then come to the beach and keep the kids way back from the ocean along the sides. So those are the main what main responses I would get, but nothing, I didn't have a survey form.
Thanks. So Dave and then Carrie.
Yeah, thanks. This is Dave. Hi, Fran. Thanks for your
Dave.
presentation.
Sure.
A question I've had, I've heard this secondhand, so I want to see what your observations are. I've heard secondhand that there's it's a fairly popular spot for people that fish from like sea kayaks or even, you know, other types of devices they get launched from the beach, like stand-up paddleboards, that kind of thing, and they would be fishing in that area. I haven't seen it myself, but I haven't tried to observe that area either. But I've just heard that. What have you seen along those lines?
I've never seen a stand-up paddleboarder launch. I've seen a few surfers every once in a while. In terms of kayakers, I've seen one guy, and I've talked to him numerous times. He comes down from the North Coast, and he launches across the beach, and he heads out. He launches here. He heads out between these rocks. Oh, oops, sorry, I got the screen rather than my marker. And he goes along the area, and he heads north to Boiler Bay. And that's the only person that I've ever seen launch a kayak. There's hundreds, literally hundreds of kayakers, and they have contests of fishing contests that go out of Depot Bay Harbor. But I've not, other than this one guy that I've run into probably 5 or 6 times, there's never been fishing kayaks here, but Depot Bay has literally hundreds. Sometimes you can look out there and there's hundreds. More often it's like, 30 on a nice day. So I guess the answer is it's not a current use.
Is that me again then, Andy?
Yes, thank you. And then Laurel.
Sorry, Fran, I forgot to ask when I had you the last time. I know you mentioned sort of using it as a comparison site, and I was just wondering sort of how formally that conversation had been had. And when you say use as a comparison site, you're in referencing specifically against Boiler Bay, which is so I was just wondering if that was, how am I trying to ask this? If that was sort of a formal conversation that happened with the research group and that they were on board with that, or is that just something that you're thinking is a potentially good area as a comparison site? And or are you considering it as a research site on its own just because there's so much aquatic vegetation there in terms of looking at OA?
So I haven't not, other, through the ocean acidification hypoxic panel, there's a real interest in studying it. And then your group also talked about PSCO, but I have not had formal conversations with Jack Barth yet, or the Berkolator lab, because they're already struggling to get their instrumentation in a few areas that so far have higher priority, and they haven't yet done that. Initially, when I wrote the proposal, I thought that high kelp versus low kelp on the other side of Fishing Rock would be a good comparison. And then when I thought about it more, that is a good comparison, but this is, it's not protected in terms of littoral cells. So I think the better comparison area, this would still be good. What is the no kelp, lots of kelp? And then you get into here, which has some kelp, but not as much. But I was also thinking Pirates Cove, which is semi-protected from the surf, and the Otter Rock, not Otter Rock, excuse me, the Whale Cove Marine Reserve are real similar, but they have some kelps, but less kelps. So there's quite a few different comparisons. Since this is already instrumentated for some things, but not yet for OA, this would probably be the first site, especially since there's researchers out here. But then it could be used for other sites too. But I've been meaning to talk to Jack, but he's already stressed out about getting funding for his percolators and other places. I haven't wanted to stress him out more.
And I guess just a follow up to that, and I think maybe one of the things that you're considering is the fishing regulations, but I was just wondering if research is kind of top of mind, sort of the rationale behind choosing conservation area rather than research area.
I was not unsure which way to go, and I don't want to put Dave on the spot, but when we went out walking, I got the hint, or not the hint, but it kind of was like, I felt like Dave was leaning to this being a better marine conservation area. And some research can be highly invasive, and I think I expressed that. And this would be a research that wouldn't be invasive. You wouldn't be removing kelp, for example, to test it, So anyway, marine conservation area just seems to allow that, as well as kind of curtail the types of research that could be done in small ways, just not affecting the site to do your research.
Great, thank you very much.
Other questions?
Yeah, Dave, and then Charlie.
Yeah, I did want to mention that, Fran, I believe, I don't believe I recommended one thing over another. I think the discussion maybe was more the marine research areas have a really specific and narrow set of regulations that are associated with them. And the conservation areas are flexible in the regulations. And so that might have, driven the decision more, in your case, toward conservation area, because you wanted some different regulations, I think, than would be prescribed for the research areas. At least that's my recollection.
Thank you for that clarification. I didn't mean to misinterpret you.
Charlie?
Yeah, I feel like I have to ask this question. I know it's hard, but with respect to the fishing regulations and what this polygon looks and feels like, it's more or less a marine reserve, and I feel like that's was a deep part of the dialogue of this working group when we were talking about some of our concerns with this recommendation. And so I'm kind of curious how you feel about, how married to the fishing regulations. As you know, when we think about marine reserves, there's a lot wrapped up in that for the Ocean Policy Advisory Council. There's budget allocation, there's programs and monitoring and expectations. And so just as chair of this working group and bringing a recommendation to OPAC, I really have to ask myself and think about that. So I'm just curious, what would you say, or how would you characterize, potentially this proposal as contrasting to a marine reserve? For those who might have that sort of, camel's nose in the tent kind of concern. And I fully understand that, your comments back that there's not a lot of fishing that actually occurs here, and so it will be a minimal impact. But I know that just in speaking with that community, the rules and the regulations themselves feel like a take, and I need to be able to, and we'll have to talk about that. And so I'm just curious, how would you respond to that? And maybe I'd like to just kind of hear from your own words, your thoughts.
So when OPAC set out this Rocky Shore process, they specifically limited the depth to 5 feet subtidal. I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong, but I think it was. And because they wanted to observe, excuse my camera's moving here. They wanted to make sure that any marine reserves would be considered in that formal process. And I don't think this is controversial at all. Fishermen do understand the need for, like a lot of the effort that goes out of Depot Bay is black and brown rockfish. They're highly dependent on kelp beds. Salmon juveniles are highly dependent on kelp beds. So it may be more an opportunity, if there is controversy, to actually reinforce that. And I pointed to this Portland State University survey because even though there is some controversy about, marine reserves and camel under the tent, as you say, most Oregonians, they surveyed 459 Oregonians, and even half of coastal residents who know about, how fisheries are managed and how they're pretty well managed in Oregon, they support areas that are off limits. I think people understand the ocean is changing so quickly, and there needs to be control areas. And this is a perfect tiny little control area. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I'm not embarrassed to try to defend this if necessary as a marine reserve. But you have a different process for marine reserves, and you specifically limited it to so there wouldn't be that controversy. And now you're saying, oh, well, it looks like a marine reserve. Well, it's just so shallow and nobody uses it. So we're not taking anything away. I keep repeating myself. So anyway, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, no, that was a perfectly good answer. There really is no great answer. Human dimensions are complex. And I wish everybody, was following every part of this process to a T, and as astutely as you have. But I appreciate your feedback on that. Thank you, Fran.
Sure.
Dick.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I didn't ask this the first time, but I just wanted to offer up too. One of the things I have been down to the site before on a couple of occurrences for looking at different things. And one thing that struck me is, and Fran has brought up a couple of times, is the diversity of algae at this site. And that's pretty unique. So I think this is a unique site, as well as the fact that the algae is accessible and not requiring someone necessarily to risk life and limb necessarily to observe it or whatever. So I think it has some great conservation values that differ from other sites, including Boiler Bay, which is right next door in some ways. So I just want to note that. I'm not sure if we've had the benefit of having Gail Hansen or other people who are great at taxonomy down there to catalog it. But again, it just points to the fact that there are these sorts of resources that have been overlooked historically for a long time, and we know unfortunately not quite enough about them yet, but they have some greater interest now with the issues that Fran brought up in terms of OA as well. And then of course the added issue of having a gray whale show up meters away from your feet is always something that gets all of our hearts racing. So thanks again for noting the importance of algae, and that this site really has some unique attributes that we just don't find in many other, in all of our rocky habitats necessarily. So thanks.
Thank you.
So we need to cut off conversation here with the presenter. Thank you, Fran, for presenting to us and all your great pictures and your knowledge of the area. We really appreciate it. And so I'd like to move to discussion with the group, and then we'll talk about consensus. So I'm opening it up for discussion. Notice that Moses has put up on the screen our potential considerations for this site.
Yeah, and just to run through those real quick, site management with respect to the goals, harvest restrictions, and use. I think we've seen some discussion on that already. Concerns about enforcement, equity of access to harvest, and marine reserves perceptions. Already some discussion taking place there. Additional needs for stakeholder engagement, and the site boundary change with Boiler Bay, which Fran has indicated she was amenable to.
So I'm open to further discussion.
Scott.
To start off, I have a few concerns about the, I guess it's maybe called the equity of access issue. Here we have a great, easy to access place for families, you know, maybe parents want to take their small children down to do some surf fishing. Here is a really easy way to get to the beach. And I'd hate to see that opportunity. It seems like a place like this is just meant for all kinds of recreation. And while it may not be a big part of what goes on there now, I think because it is so easy to get to for the public, it's important that we maintain that. I'm not sure, I guess I don't really understand if it's largely for OA monitoring, how fishing harvest interferes with that. If you allowed fishing harvest, would that somehow interfere with the ability to monitor OA in this highly vegetated area? I don't know. I don't understand that.
Thank you, Scott. Any other comments?
Yes, Walter.
Yeah, I just wanted to support what Laurel and Scott just said about equity of access. Equity of access. I fish. I've taken my kids fishing. Catching something isn't our goal. It's our goal, but it doesn't happen all the time. And the fact that we take them fishing, that was the point. When you make a restriction and you restrict someone's access, you take away that access to them. And just because no one catches something there doesn't mean they wouldn't enjoy the act of fishing.
Laurel.
I think I've already said it before, but I did want to mirror what Scott and Walter have brought up. The park management has brought up as a concern is that this is a very special area with, you know, easy access, large parking lots for traditional beach activities, which include fishing, and is one of the only places that somebody could hypothetically collect very small souvenir quantities of algae in the general vicinity, because to the south and to the north it's restricted. So even if it's not happening now, it's one of the only places left on the section of coast that somebody could do those activities, to do traditional beach activities, which include extractive activities. And it's one of the only places that's safe and easy for families to access. And it is developed for that purpose, with the park being there to provide access to the public. to recreate.
Thank you, Laura. Other comments? Okay, hearing none. I'd like us to see if we can seek consensus on recommending this proposal to OPAC. Once again,
Harry,
So can I ask, I know that before we were starting off some of these conversations with what our where we wound up last time. And if I remember correctly, this was not a site that was recommended for moving forward. Is that correct? During the first round
no,
of
it
this?
was not. And the voting was 5 votes with reservations, even with conditions, and 7 votes for do not recommend.
And so not to belabor this voting process, but I guess what I'm struggling with is consensus would be around whether or not we're moving it forward to OPAC for consideration with these considerations listed, but we originally said no, right? So I feel like the consensus process is a little muddled for this one, and maybe it's just me. And
No, you're right, Gary. This is what happened when folks decided that we didn't want to have a consensus around our initial recommendation. So but to honor the initial recommendation, you're correct. It was a no recommendation. I think that history is important, probably in the context of all the proposals. So Frank, for future deliberations, just being clear about what the working group's original recommendation was, and then now what we're putting on the table. Is that safe? So I actually think it would be the inverse consensus here, but
Yep.
I leave that to you as facilitator and those in point of process.
Yeah, I just wanted to give the proposal the benefit of the doubt. And given that it was a negative vote last time, I suspected it would probably be the same this time. And also, I want to remind everybody that consensus works 2 ways. You can have consensus positively on a project and consensus negatively on a project. So if enough people, say that they have problems with this, then we might switch. Instead of going for consensus to recommend to OPAC, we'd go for consensus not to recommend to OPAC. That worked. It works both ways.
And Frank, I think what we decided was the way you would queue up the discussions would be, based on what we've heard in public comment and from the presenter, have the discussion around those initial recommendations.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I was doing that, but
I think we just keep forgetting, and we need to be reminded.
Thank you, Charlie.
Just the other thing to point out is with the considerations listed, they're not specific things that need to be done. They're just some sort of general topics where we felt that there was more work to be done. And unlike Akola and Chapman Point, we had very concrete things that were said. If they agree to this, then it's a go. And this is a different animal here.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's not directly equivalent, and that is challenging. Carrie, do you still have your hand up for comment? Okay.
So it's pretty clear. I didn't see anybody step out, but I saw a lot of heads nodding that they don't think that we can reach consensus on moving this project forward to OPAC given our considerations and given the presentation by the proposer. So can we go for consensus on not moving this project forward to OPAC? Is there somebody that feels strongly about moving this project forward? Once again, silence is consent. Okay, what I'm hearing is that we have consensus to not move this project forward to OPAC, not recommend this project to OPAC. And so we need to have a discussion about whether this project deserves continuing consultation status. Are there enough merits here to justify continuing consultation?
No.
Charlie.
I'm sorry, so you called?
Charlie had his hand up, so
yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's elements of this proposal that I really like. And there's elements of this proposal that I think are really difficult and potentially major deal breakers when I think about the end of the line and how these decisions will get made and what those people care about. And so, but I want to recognize, and I don't know if this is really part of our process or possible in this continuing consultation sort of thoughts. This is an extremely rich area. I've free dove in this area a little bit. I surf off the north side of Rocky Point or Fishing Rock rather. It is quite unique in the makeup of the algae and really the habitat. The biogenic habitat's pretty cool here. There's a lot of merit in monitoring and potentially even protecting a lot of resources at this site. And I don't want that to go unrecognized. And I think that the site selection was very thoughtful in with respect to the other types of areas that are around. It is unique. I can think of a number of sites like this potentially on the south coast, but not really other than the few right here on the central coast. So while I feel like there's like what I would consider potentially deal breakers in this, I think there's also a ton of merit in the area and the natural resources of the area and for consideration and how we would monitor or protect these in the future. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. I think you put into words a lot of the feelings that I had as well. Tom and then Dick.
Yeah, sorry. First of all, Fran, thank you. Lots of thought went into this, and I was really intrigued by your sort of scientific kind of perspective on it and the value of some of the things you were saying about ocean acidification and kelp in particular. And obviously I have lots of interest in that. And I guess I'm also picking up on some of the hesitation around some of the take restrictions. And it seems like it's, I could see a path forward. And that's one thing I think we should be careful about terminology here, like when we say moving something forward or not moving it forward. I feel like there's opportunity here to move this forward and engage in a deeper discussion about how you could square that circle and figure it out. One of the questions, I think it was Scott that asked, like, well, is there a way for there to be access but also research? And maybe we can think creatively about co-locating different uses and maybe a win-win scenario for everybody. And that's something I'd be super interested in helping with. But anyway, I'll just leave it at that, saying, echoing some things I've heard, and also really appreciate your work and your experience with the site.
Thank you, Tom.
Dick.
one more time. I hope this is my last time for the site. But again, I think Tom just kind of said what I was interested in too, that there is a path forward. I think keeping that option open. And there are some maybe an issue too that I think can be gone over with further consultation. So I just want to advocate for that, to give ourselves time to address these issues. And we've talked about them here. And I think they're, again, though, as Charlie noted, it's a very unique and diverse site, which I'm interested in. And because it has super easy access, the public can get down there and see this thing firsthand, which I'm always interested in as well. So again, thanks for bringing it forward.
So are there any other people waiting, Andy?
I think Walter is the only other hand that's popped up.
Okay, go ahead, Walter.
So I'm just going to reiterate the equity of access. And during our outreach, that was one of the big issues that we heard, is that we did not want these areas to restrict access. We're supposed to be looking at these based on what our recommendations are and the response from the proposer today. To me, it did not seem that there was any, there's going to be any changes to those restrictions of access. And so my feeling is that we don't recommend this going to consent, but invite the proposer to come back at a later date, because our initial issues with this were pretty strong, and I don't see them being met that much better. There are always other options on the table, to go back to what Dick said. So there's an option to reapply this area as a marine research area or marine garden, but as it stands, I don't think it warrants further consultation as a marine conservation area.
Okay, so that's 2 votes for no consensus for marine conservation area. So we need to move to a vote. So would everybody please vote yes or no? Yes.
I think we already recommended not to, we had consensus not to recommend the site. I thought we were going on whether to recommend it for further consultation.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's the vote.
Okay. So
Yeah, I'm sorry, did I not make that clear?
No, you did not. So
I'm sorry. Yeah, so we did not get consensus on whether to recommend this project for further consultation. And therefore, we're voting on whether to recommend the project for further consultation. So in the chat.
You misstated that, Frank. We already had consent not to recommend the site. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And so now we are trying to get consensus on whether we should recommend it for consultation.
Yes, and that's what I said, isn't it?
No.
That's what I intended to say. It may have come out different than I intended to say it, but that's what I intended to say.
Okay.
We weren't able to reach consensus on recommending the project for further consultation, and therefore we need to vote to decide whether we want to recommend the process for further consultation. Is that correct?
And Andy, can you clarify it, please?
Yes. So our first point of agreement on this is that I believe we had consensus to not recommend this site. The next attempt at consensus was that we as a working group would recommend this site for further or continued consultation. We had a couple of objections that Frank called out, and which indicated that we would not have consensus for further consultation. So we would then, through a vote, understand the level of support for the working group to designate this in that middle bucket for further consultation. Is that good?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so in the chat or verbally, please vote yes or no.
I am in support. This is Dave of further consultation and noodling on this.
Thank you, Dave. Moses, how is the tally looking?
I think I just need Scott unless I missed him. Oh, I see it. Never mind. There you go.
So the result is yes. So the Fogarty Creek Marine Conservation Area recommends we send it to OPAC with no recommendation. However, we see enough merit in it to justify further consultation. And we're ready to move on to the next site.
All right.
So our next presenter is going to be Dr. Larry Bash, who will be presenting the Blacklock Point Marine Conservation Area and the Crook Point Mac Reef Marine Conservation Area. I believe he's been with us all along today.
I just moved him to a panelist role. So Larry, you should be able to unmute.
Okay.
There you are. We can hear you.
All right. Okay. Am I able to screen share?
Yep. Moses will stop here and then you should be able to.
Thank you.
You'll have to select the green share screen button and then the application that you would like to share.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
We can.
Very, very good, thank you. I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to present and answer your questions, and also to all the working group members for your major efforts and dedication throughout this whole process. And also a quick shout out to Chair Plyman for his outstanding efforts at reaching out to the public and willingness to help wherever he could. So without further ado, here's a little bit of a roadmap. We'll first look at site locations, site goals, aims, features, and threats for both sites, working group considerations for both sites or those specific to either, and our responses to these considerations, and a little bit about public support for these sites. So here's the coast-wide picture. We're going down to the lower left. here on the south coast. And then zooming in a little bit further, you can see that Blacklock Point is a little north of Port Orford and Crook Point just north of Brookings. Zooming in further, Blacklock Point proposed MCA on the bottom here, and the Crook Point Mac Reef proposed MCA. So to start with, our goal is to cooperate and support agencies, tribes, communities, and stakeholders to educate, monitor, and apply adaptive management to protect rocky habitats and species that are facing changing environmental conditions, to allow all continued legal uses, including fishing, using non-regulatory management measures, which I'll just call measures, to provide economic, social, and environmental benefits for South Coast communities. And we'll apply the measures to maximize human uses in balance with protection of rocky habitats. The main feature of the measures is a volunteer stewardship program to support agencies to carry out site management. So in terms of our aims with respect to process, first, engage stakeholders to support agencies to achieve designation goals and objectives and related measures, enhance public awareness and understanding of rocky habitats by fostering stewardship program in support of agencies, identify knowledge and management gaps to fully achieve site designation goals and implement monitoring, research, and other actions and related metrics to fill management gaps. Then to use public education to achieve visitor conformance with site and coastwide policies, rules, and regulations, and to tell them about the natural and cultural resources at the sites. And lastly, to monitor and maintain existing access to rocky habitats and cooperatively design and install signage. In terms of aims for resources, prevent or reduce on-site human-caused disturbances, threats, or impacts to marine resources, encourage and support appropriate agencies and stakeholders to develop and implement solutions to land use practices outside of MCAs that impact their rocky habitats or resources, and I'll give an example. Then to maintain the area of kelp bed canopy, the total area, within the range of natural variability within the proposed MCAs. To maintain, restore, or allow conditions for recovery of kelp forests and other rocky habitats in the proposed MCAs that have been catastrophically impacted by changing ocean conditions. And lastly, to provide public engagement and education about natural and cultural resources and visitor behaviors to protect resources and visitor safety through friendly peer-to-peer encounters. In terms of site features, there's high rocky habitat diversity, including intertidal rock benches, boulder fields, cliffs, subtidal rocky reefs, offshore islands, and kelp forests, and a high diversity of species, including marine plants and vertebrates, fishes and mammals, from black bears and river otters to various pinnipeds, seabird nesting colonies, and diverse shorebirds. Proposed site designations are beneficial to and support the fishing and tourism-based sectors that are key to our local economy, because rocky habitats provide prey foods and nursery areas for several fish species and provide nature-based visitor experiences, respectively. In terms of the threats to these two sites, these are faced with well-documented, unprecedented, multiple, and severe threats or impacts at local to coast-wide scales, while having lower levels of protection compared to adjacent upland or offshore areas. There are several protected, threatened, or endangered species here at both sites. Increased visitor numbers have resulted in more threats or impacts from trampling or other disturbance to rocky shore resources. And local land use impacts add to the multiple large-scale climate-driven stressors affecting rocky habitats. So a couple of examples of these sites. There's been some survey work, and we know that healthy kelp forests were present at both sites before the recent coastwide and local impacts, and are also the desired future condition. Abalone are functionally locally extinct, and prospects for the recovery are low until habitat conditions improve, even though there's a current moratorium on all abalone fishing. Here's an aerial view of Crook Point Mac Reef. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but
we can.
Here's the surrounding watershed in the uplands and some local land use practices, both here shown by these brown patches and upland of Blacklock Point, have resulted in soil erosion, runoff downstream, and sedimentation or burial of organisms on nearshore rocky reefs and kelp forests. The sediment from the upland erosion at both sites ends up and stays in the nearshore area for several days, as shown by this mud line, and these significantly impact rocky habitats and resources. In addition, dense sea urchin recruitment and loss of sea star predators led to formation of urchin fronts in Oregon and California, which have mowed down all kelps and other seaweeds in their path, resulting in the widespread dense urchin barren grounds. And now, looking at the implementation considerations, I'm going to present them in common for both sites or specific to either. So for both sites, the considerations are management changes with respect to status quo, balance between site goals and use and upland management, and challenges to stewardship program implementation in terms of access, enforcement, infrastructure, and agency capacity and support, and reconciliation of boundaries with respect to the statutory vegetation line. Specific to Crook Point Mac Reef, management changes with respect to habitat sensitivity and marine reserve perceptions, and for Blacklock, reconciliation of boundaries with respect to inclusion of the northern cliffs. So in terms of status quo and balance between site goals and use, under past, present, and expected future status quo conditions, limited agency capacities and budgets, there's little to no ability for existing regulatory management measures alone to achieve balance between rocky habitat site goals and uses. And this is why we propose that site goals be met using the non-regulatory measures that are adaptive to changing use patterns and environmental conditions. The proposed measures, once implemented, will measurably strengthen and support agency capacity across a range of use levels using a trained volunteer workforce and independent funding from non-government sources to achieve and balance site goals, use, and resource protection. So in terms of the status quo and the balance between site goals and use, the issue is really not one of build or designate it and visitors will come. The issue is build or designate it or not, and they will come no matter what. Visitation is increasing locally and globally, regardless of management or designation type. Designation would increase Rocky Coast observation capacity and protection. We know that locals need the social benefits of coastal recreation, and visitors are vital to the local economy. But visitors will impact resources without proposed management measures. With respect to upland management for both sites, the upland management policies were stated in the considerations to be outside the management intent of the TSP3. We agree with these considerations. No changes to upland management were proposed. Our proposal suggests that use of volunteers' available time while overseeing the sites to support agency upland management needs, including sensitive habitats, if agencies would like this. And then with respect to habitat sensitivity at Crook Point, again, we agree with this consideration. There are no changes to upland management that we've proposed. We recognize and respect the sensitivity of upland saddle rock, as shown here in the background, and rocky coast habitats and resources, and the requirements for the public to stay off of the uplands and saddle rock in compliance with all rules and no trespassing signs. And again, we've suggested that volunteers can help in terms of restoration or protection of sensitive upland habitats. Now, with respect to marine reserves perceptions, the blue polygon is the initial boundary proposed by the public, and I'll talk about the other lines in just a minute. After the initial boundary was proposed, we got a lot of input, and including that additional rocky habitats occur inshore of the initial proposed boundary. So Again, the blue is the initial proposed boundary. The yellow is the inshore area boundary that's revised by the public to include rocky intertidal and subtidal habitats. The red area is the offshore boundary revised by the public to include rocky intertidal and subtidal habitats on and around offshore rocks. And the rationale for the expanded boundaries is equal protection and management of contiguous nearshore rocky habitats based on science, the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, and the public's resolve or wishes. So here's the proposed boundary. Here we go. Now, since the strategy designations are public driven, this proposal, our proposals reflect what the public, including fishing interests, want. This hasn't changed since last year, including the proposed size and shape of the polygon and the proposed MCA staying open to permitted fishing. For proposers to not reflect the will of the public, the strategy and science in responding to the considerations would not be transparent, honest, fair, or ethical. As proposers, we aren't authorized to make substantive changes to proposals like changing proposed area size or shape, unless this is based on established statutory boundaries like the mean high water line, without first getting adequate public input. So we can't change the polygon in response to marine reserve perceptions without more public input, because this consideration doesn't align with what the public wants, the strategy, or science-based marine resource management principles or practices. In terms of challenges to the stewardship program implementation with respect to access, in brief, there are no access-related stewardship program challenges with respect to safety, ongoing and future volunteer capacity, or stakeholder engagement at either site. And the proposed management changes would significantly improve safety, protection, and engagement in several demonstrable ways. In terms of stewardship program implementation regarding enforcement, there are no challenges to stewardship program implementation with respect to enforcement at either site. Trained volunteers all along the coast now support agency roles, and the program as proposed would support OPRD, Fish and Wildlife Service, and enforcement agency capacity as on-site observers while serving other functions. In terms of implementation with respect to infrastructure, there are no challenges to program implementation with respect to infrastructure. There are paved roads, adequate capacity parking, and mostly flat paths that provide access to the sites. No other site infrastructure is required because volunteers are self-contained. Most training will occur off-site or online. In terms of implementation with respect to agency capacity, briefly, while agency involvement would have some initial modest effect on capacity and budget, involvement of the agencies would be minimal compared to the services to the agencies provided by the stewardship program, and agency costs would be offset by program support of site management needs. With regard to support for implementation, several coastal stewardship and education programs and resources exist and are ready to contribute to a Rocky Coast stewardship program. There are very strong indications of the ability and support of our partner group and others to obtain funding to implement the program and signage independent of agency budgets. And the interest, desire, and good faith pledges of South Coast and other stakeholders to support agencies and Rocky Coast area shouldn't be underestimated. So with respect to the statutory vegetation line, the consideration said the mean high water boundary appears sufficient given the upland property is managed as either a state park or national wildlife refuge. So based on statute and the limited public input possible during the recent comment period, we believe the broader public would agree with this consideration. So we agree with and support this consideration for landward boundary change to the statutory mean high water line for both sites. With respect to inclusion of the northern cliffs at Blacklock Point, Again, the cliffs are stated to be adjacent to the shoreline on the northern boundary of the site and may be outside the scope of rocky habitat management. We agree with this consideration based on the limited public input possible so far, and volunteer stewards can observe the cliffs as part of their support of OPRD management efforts. Now, in terms of public support, as indicated by the data that the working group has put out, each site represents 1/12 or about 8% of all the ones proposed. And the 2 sites that we've proposed each received 15% of public support comments, or 30% of the total comments received. Each site got about 60 comments, or twice as much public support than the average of all sites, and only 1 out of 118, or less than 1% of the comments were opposed. Lastly, most or all proposed sites have implementation considerations requiring continuing consultation, and we're willing to continue to work with the working group and others to designate and meet site goals. We encourage the working group to honor the public's strong support for Rocky site designations by advancing all complete proposals that have merit, that address the working group's considerations, and therefore have a reasonable probability of achieving implementation within the existing framework of Rocky habitat site management. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of proposals.
Thank you, Larry, for that very complete presentation. So, are there questions or comments?
Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay.
Dave Lacey, and then Scott McMullen.
Someone's phone. I appreciate the proposers' willingness to change some of their aspects of this proposal. And it shows they're willing to work with us to make a better proposal. But I have a quick question is, did it turn out that the boundary for Crook Point actually got bigger? Was that what I saw in that?
Yes, Dave, thanks for asking. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we, based on the initial input we got from communities on the South Coast, we created the initial boundary, the blue area. But with more outreach, we got a lot more input, and that included what we consider to be good justifications for expanding the boundaries as we showed. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I saw that right. Thank you.
I was just going to ask Frank to review the decision of the working group last time.
I'd be glad to do that, Scott. So the last time Crook Point got 2 recommend with condition votes, 7 reservations even with conditions, and 3 do not recommend votes. And Blacklock Point got 10 reservations with conditions and 2 do not recommend votes. So according to our rules that we used last time, Blacklock Point actually passed or was recommended simply because it didn't get 3 negative votes or do not recommend votes, but it didn't get any 2s or 1s in votes. And Crook Point did not pass that, or was not recommended by us last time.
Thanks. Tom, you have your hand up, and then Dave Fox.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Larry. Super comprehensive, as I would expect. Good job covering a lot of ground in a short time. And I guess I'll just pick up on what Dave said, and I wanted to sort of tracking all the pieces of the puzzle. But the did I interpret it right when you were talking about the the cliffs at Blacklock, and making a revision to not include them because you could do observations? I wasn't sure if I heard that right or not, so maybe just clarify.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Tom. The main reasons why we agreed with the consideration to change the shoreline boundary to the mean high water line is because that's established by statute.
Right.
And we believe that the public wants to abide by statutes. And that was borne out by the limited number of public input that we've gotten during the public comment period. We just suggested that that volunteer stewards, in the course of their other responsibilities, can keep an eye on the cliffs because they're very fragile. There's already been quite a bit of vandalism, and there are safety issues because they're so crumbly that I'm actually pretty amazed that no one's fallen off those cliffs so far, at least not that I know of. So we've just suggested being able to help OPRD keep an eye on the cliffs and monitor them and report any damage or incidents and things like that. But overall, the public agreed that it was a good idea to keep the cliffs within the management purview of the Flores Lake State Natural Area.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dave Fox.
Yeah, thanks. And Larry, thanks for your presentation. I have a question mostly about access for Crook Point, and specifically, ability to get around the point to the south side. I guess my concern there, and I think this was talked a lot, we talked about this a lot in our last meeting, the concern that if you only could get around there in a pretty short tide window, at a very low tide, if you're running programs that, would potentially bring more people around that point, that you would run into a lot of situations where people wouldn't be able to get back. And so as a result, they would walk over the headland, over the sensitive habitat that's managed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I think that's a concern a lot of us expressed. And just was wondering, one, how you characterize that access, or if there's alternate accesses you would use. And then two, given the difficult access, what the current use of the site is. And when I say the site, I mean the portion of the coastline south of the headland of Crook Point.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dave. The access I think you're talking about is from the north, from Pistol River State Park. And that is only accessible along the coast at low tide. But it is accessible. It's all flat walking. It took me 15 minutes from the parking lot at Pistol River State Park to walk just south of Crook Point the last time I was there. Now you mentioned that if there are programs that are pre-established and advertised, for example, whether they're to the general public or schools or other groups, that's something that we addressed in the proposal by stating that assuming that Fish and Wildlife Service permits that sort of thing, that they would hopefully be able to allow access from the unpaved access road from Highway 101 down to the upland area where parking is. And then there's a trail that's been established to get right down to the coast that without impacting the uplands. We've thought a lot about how the public would behave. And our general belief is that the public wants to do the right thing. and they will do the right thing if they're informed. And one of the important ways of informing them before stewards could engage them is to have proper signage in one location, and that is just north of the north access, just north of Crook Point. And one of the things that we proposed the signage would say is that, A, it is illegal, do not trespass on the uplands or Saddle Rock. And we made that very clear. And then the second point is that the area, unless you want to get wet, the area is only accessible at low tide. And that one sign should say something like, if you're not sure, turn around, don't drown. And there are signs like that in other areas, public areas that I'm familiar with. So basically warning the people that, if you're not comfortable around the ocean, then this is probably not a thing for you. But, basically giving warning and saying, this is normally not a safety concern, but if you're not familiar with tide changes and the length of tide periods, either become familiar or turn around and come back again when it's okay to do that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, if I can though, I do have a follow-up. One, just in general, what would you say the time window is for, say, comfortable access around the point at just a zero tide, for example?
At a zero tide, I can't say with in terms of absolute numbers, but I would say at minimum 1 to 2 hours.
Okay, and then the other question was, you mentioned parking area and a trail, down from the upwind. Is that across the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service property, or is that not on the property?
Yes, it is. It is on the uplands of the Fish and Wildlife Refuge, and I've been permitted access by the manager, through the gate, down the unpaved road to the parking area, and then directly from there to the established trail down to the coast. And it's very easy access as well, as long as it's permitted. And I think it would be very appropriate for established groups that have prior permission to access it that way. I've taken many groups out on the coast, and it's actually one of the easier places to get down to the coast, as long as it's permitted by Fish and Wildlife Service.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
So Carrie, Charlie, and then Scott.
Good afternoon, Larry. Thank you very much for presenting. I have a question about the volunteer group, and I'm just trying to clarify. We are listening to a lot of proposals with similar things. So I know that you talk about working with C, but there is not currently a program in place, right? At either one of these sites, that is something that would be a future partnership with them?
That's almost completely correct. At Crook Point, Mac Grief, at the refuge at Crook Point, there is a friends group, and that is the same group, Shoreline Education for Awareness, that proposed and has been working for decades at Coquille Point. Otherwise, there is not an established group. However, we have talked extensively among the proposers up and down the coast, and also with Shoreline Education for Awareness and Coast Watch. Both of those organizations have existing pools of trained volunteers, and we've spoken to many of them. And I would say that, without looking at numbers, that the majority of them are quite interested in participating in a Rocky Shores stewardship program. One of the things that the working group considerations mentioned is a lack of volunteers in the area. And we respectively disagree with that. There are many, and it actually surprised me quite a bit. So we don't anticipate that being an issue. Carrie, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And then just a couple of questions, follow up. One, and this is probably a question for all of the sites, but you get to, I get to answer it because I just kind of popped into my head. And when we're talking about utilizing volunteers in these areas, I mean, is this, I'm assuming this is somewhat seasonal and also revolving specifically around the low tides, or are you anticipating, volunteers down there, high tide, low tide throughout the summer? Like, how do you actually see them being in the field? Like how often and what seasonality and all that kind of good stuff?
Again, we haven't discussed this among the proposers and the existing volunteer groups, but you're correct that most of the effort would be focused on daytime low tide periods. Okay. And that makes sense. And also that helps to not exceed volunteer capacity as well. Now, those are the periods of time, daytime, typically summer or shoulder season, spring, fall, low tide periods, when most people that are interested in seeing the coast will get down to it. There's, based on my experiences, people that are interested in being volunteers are really energetic. And I think that there would be interest and likely capacity for volunteers to be present during non-low tide or non-high season, if you will, periods. And one of the things that we proposed is that when agency staff or on-site volunteers can't be present, is a technical solution that would allow remote observation of the coast, all the coastal area, by agency staff or volunteers from the office or home or the coffee shop, I suppose. That if the agencies are agreeable to this, that we would seek funding to obtain that technology and in cooperation with the agency, figure out where to site this technology, and then we would install it and maintain it without any reliance on government funds or any additional staff time other than figuring out where to put it and such.
Yeah, great, thank you. And just one more clarifying question is, when you started the presentation and you talked about some of the considerations, the basically stating that there were some things that you haven't had time to talk about with your co-proposers, so weren't necessarily in a place to make those decisions. And so does that mean that you would be comfortable or not comfortable with the group recommending going forward with the proposal with our considerations in place? Just to clarify that.
I think you mean not having the opportunity to consult with the public, not with our proposing group.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, with the public.
Yeah. I would feel comfortable given additional public input in agreeing to some of the other initial considerations that at this point we don't feel we can agree to without further public input.
Okay. Thank you very much for all of your clarifications.
Thank you.
So we're approaching the end of our question and answer time here. There was two more people that were on the docket, Charlie and Scott. If you have short questions you'd like to ask, let's do that. If not, we probably need to move into discussion.
Sure, I will try and be quick here. Thank you very much, Larry, for your presentation and for your thoughtful proposals. Two of the biggest things that I kind of heard from individuals that have reached out to me about those proposals but also just kind of in our discussions within the working group, was this visitor use and sort of volunteer capacity, and the non-regulatory nature of this proposal, and that it is purely based on sort of stewardship and volunteer activities. I appreciated what you had to say about visitor use. If you build it, they will come. They're going to come no matter what, and that's actually really, really smart. I agree with that. I do think there are things that we do that can change and heighten an area, but you're absolutely right. Visitor use and increasing visitor use is something that Oregon's going to have to get used to and accept or manage. But with respect to volunteer metrics, I don't always believe that's necessarily true. So I'm just curious, the potential. I have heard from some pretty organized capacities and, South Slough and Charleston Marine Life Center, that they didn't feel like the area had the ability to support, the volunteer capacity to support. And so I'm just curious, you say you disagree, and I understand, but what would you say to those folks? And with respect to this proposal, and establishing a volunteer program down there, where these institutions that have been around for a really long time see the challenge here.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. I've spoken with the staff at South Slough, or at least the educational staff, and the coastal training staff, now retired, and also with the director of the Charleston Marine Life Center. And they haven't expressed any concerns with respect to volunteer capacity, if I get your question right. Is that right?
That's yes.
Yeah, but we've spoken mainly about their ability to share a lot of the educational and messaging materials that they've developed for coastal public education. And in that sense, they both expressed support for contributing those materials to the development of a stewardship program in terms of curriculum.
Thank you, Larry. So one more question, Scott. Would you like to ask a quick question?
I'm just going to pass in the interest of.
Okay, thank you.
Laurel does have her hand up, and I'd like to allow Laurel to comment.
I have a follow-up volunteer-related question. Is your idea that you would have like roving volunteers to intercept people that may be down there, or is it mostly a guided experience type of situation that you envision?
That's a really good question, Laurel. Thanks. I would say both, but primarily roving volunteers in terms of most of the time, but then volunteers that meet with scheduled groups, which presumably wouldn't happen really, really often unless there's a lot more interest than the considerable interest that we've already seen. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Thank you, Larry. So thank you for your presentation, Larry, and we're going to go to deliberations now, and so you'll be bumped off. So thank you for presenting to us.
Thank you again.
So deliberations, comments, questions, observations?
Walter. And you are muted still.
Yeah, it's a question for Sean. There was a lot of talk about access being used to the Fish and Wildlife Service, where they access, and that was a very sensitive spot. And the proposer basically was saying that they could get access to it. It was my understanding that was very, very limited and to very short amounts of time and to a very small list of people. So Sean, can you elaborate a little bit? Thanks.
Yeah, sure thing. I raised my hand initially during the discussion, during the presentation, but I lowered it because I didn't have a question. I had more of a a comment. Fish and Wildlife Service is open to limited access to this spot, but it would have to be very limited, and it would not be open to the public. That area is very sensitive, and we would not allow public access. And I really, and yes, the proposer was allowed access one time by the refuge manager at Bandon Marsh. I'm not sure how that happened, but we would take into very careful consideration allowing any access to that area. And so, sorry to say it, but it's closed to the public, and it will remain that way.
Tom, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear about what Sean is saying. I think you're talking about the Crook Point site, correct? Okay, I just want to clarify that because the map that's up right now is showing Blacklock Point, and he referenced Bandon Marsh. So I just want to connect the dots there. So if anybody's looking at this recording someday, they don't get confused about which site we're talking about.
Thank you for that clarification, Tom.
Laurel, and then Dave Fox.
Yeah, and back to Blacklock Point again. It's obviously not closed to the public. It is a state natural area at Blacklock Point, but in consultation with park management about this site, the emergency access is very difficult. It takes a long time to get out there for response. There's not an access for motor vehicles. So the park and upper park management continues to have concerns about increasing use of the site, including by organized groups of people for interpretive purposes, and the concerns of the upland, the very sensitive upland habitat at that park. But they did indicate support for some interpretive signage and working together on some improvements for trail work. But I've already voiced those concerns at previous meetings, but I just wanted to reiterate that none of that has changed from State Parks perspective.
Thank you, Laurel.
Dave, and then Charlie.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry if you could go back to the Crook Point. And Sean, if you don't mind, I want to ask you a few more questions about access just to make sure I'm super clear on this. So when you say very limited, so that sounds to me like if there was like an organized group that wanted to come down to the site, that you probably would not allow that over the property. Would that be a correct assumption?
Well, we would take all of that information into consideration. It would have to be something pretty special for us to allow access, and it would be very time constraints would be put in place, and number of people. Fish and Wildlife Service is not excited about opening this up to visitors or the public, or even, if there was a specific, research project or something like that, that would further the understanding of the environment or a species, we would supply them with a special use permit, and we would allow access that way. But other access, it would be denied.
Okay, thanks. And then the other question is, I know it's kind of hypothetical, but it'd be kind of like unplanned access. And that's what, I was getting at with the question about, people that might be accessing the point the area from the north walking around the point, and if they're, spending some time in the intertidal and exploring around, it'd be really easy to not be able to walk back. So then it becomes kind of this unplanned access where they have to walk across the property because otherwise they're trapped. And is that something that, I guess, one, has happened in the past, and two, do you think that would increase if you had, more people down there?
I think it would increase, and that's a very big concern. Not only is if you were accessing the Crook Point from the north and walking around the point, and the water comes up and closes you off, it's very it happens very quickly, and folks will be out there in the tidal area looking, and they lose track of time, and we want to avoid them having to access refuge property unplanned, and I think that if we did open up this area, that there would be many unplanned exits from the beach, and we definitely want to avoid that. And the point, Crook Point itself, it's very treacherous and dangerous, and so have to be very cautious about people walking along that shoreline and around the point, and being safe and not getting hurt.
All right, thanks, Sean.
Yep.
Thanks. So Charlie and then Dick.
Yeah, I think when we think about what does continuing consultation mean, for a lot of the things that we've kind of kicked into that bucket today, I started to think about this sort of a predicament, which is, when do you protect an area that is fairly unfettered and undisturbed, and at what point? And maybe that's long-term planning is more what it looks like, or maybe that's establishing stewardship. And I just think historically on the South Coast, area-based management started with voluntary stewardship areas. And I can think of a couple of pretty stellar examples, like the Port Orford stewardship area that encompassed, Orford Reefs all the way up to the watershed, and was identified by the fishing and the environmental community down there. So I don't know if our process has the room for that right now in the up or down, recommend, don't recommend, but I would encourage in continuing consultation that we really think about some of these sites that have been called out as proposals, that maybe do or don't make it, but the long-term stewardship of those. And if there's another type of bucket and measure that we meet, so that when we know that the volunteer capacity has been met, and the resource impact is real. And when those two things sort of line up, or before that one lines up too much, we have a good stewardship plan in place. And so I know that doesn't really help a lot with this deliberation, but just as a bigger point of process and something for us to think about in the context of these types of sites and recommendations.
Thanks, Charlie. Dick.
Yeah, thanks. My comments are primarily regarding Crook Point. The Nature Conservancy, who I work for, actually acquired Crook Point for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service a number of years ago. And even at that time, which again was a number of years ago, the site was very delicate and very sensitive at that time in terms of habitat concerns and such. And we did lead a couple of guided tours, maybe 3 or 4, maybe 3, with the Fish and Wildlife Service leading in with 3 Nature Conservancy staff, with probably maybe 8 to a dozen patrons along. And we did that over the series of a number of years, and we actually had to stop We just had ourselves stop, just realizing, this site was way too sensitive. Just again, trekking out there, going down. We went through the Fish and Wildlife Service property, obviously, and hiked down from the top, as you noted, the flat hike and that. It just is that delicate. And even having a few people who come around the point, as was noted by some, was Sean noting, that get trapped and have to come back over the head. It's just the kind of site that is highly erosive soils and things. So it's a challenge. And those are stewardship places that there are issues that we have faced many times ourselves. We seem to specialize at acquiring sensitive sites, and there often are not really good solutions for them. You just watch them fall away at your feet at times. So it is a challenge. I don't really have any solutions for that, but just noting that that every single footstep really does result in that. I mean, we certainly had one person take a tumble. I'm sure that's not the first person who went down that slope without their feet underneath them. And it's just an issue. And certainly the idea of being caught on the wrong side of the point by the tide. For some reason, the tide seems to come in a lot faster than it goes out. We all know that, and it just catches us. So I do have real concerns about the safety of that site. And I know that people get out there, people always will trespass and go around and even hike legally down the beach, no doubt about that, and do it safely and do it sensitively. But there are just a few people who don't obey those rules or get into trouble, and in these sites, they can really cause some concern. So it does give me pause to put a label on a site like this for those concerns specifically. Thanks.
Thank you, Dick.
Any more comments, Andy?
Laurel has her hand up, and then I think we should probably move.
I think so too.
I was also going to say, I think I said it at the last meeting, that the Black Lock Point site is listed in the state natural areas plan as a special area for the upland, and could be added to for the marine areas as well.
Okay, so thank you, Laurel, for that comment. So we're on Crook Point, Mac Reef here currently. So let's see if we can seek consensus on Crook Point. Previously, we did not pass or did not recommend Black Lock Point, or excuse me, Crook Point for moving to OPAC. So let's start with a consensus of a no recommendation and see if there's a consensus not to recommend this site for consideration by OPAC. And once again, silence is consent. Okay, so we did have consensus, and so the project is not recommended by this group to OPAC. So let's try and seek consensus on whether or not this project should go to continuing consultation. So I would entertain whether we should have this project move forward to continuing consultation.
Are there points of discussion? Yeah, Scott.
Well, my feeling is what really changes the primary drivers here for the decision that we just made. I'm not sure why we would send it to further consultation.
Scott, we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, the primary considerations that we made in making this decision not to recommend it to OPAC, I don't see how those change with further consultation. I think the primary issues remain the same, sensitive area. So I don't think it warrants moving forward to additional consultation, because I don't think we're going to change the fact that we have really sensitive habitat there.
Thank you for that, Scott. Other comments?
See, Sean said in the chat for no consultation.
Okay. So that's 2 votes for no consultation. So we obviously won't be able to reach consensus. So let's have a vote on whether this project should go to continuing consultation.
Dick had his hand up for comment.
I just want to state for the record that even though I spoke that the uplands were very, very sensitive for all these reasons that many of us know about, I do want to note that we are talking about the rocky habitats, and the rocky habitats are incredibly important here at Crook Point, Mac Reef specifically. I don't want any of my comments about the uplands to detract, the sensitivity of the uplands to detract about the importance of these sites in the near shore as such. And if we know good ways to protect those, maybe they are already currently well protected, just to remember that these are the sites we are focusing on, but they do abut up these uplands or these shoreside areas that the way that people do access the areas that do end up with sediments in the water at that time. But again, they are very important areas that a lot of us know are of such, as well as the bird habitat that we certainly are well aware of from the Fish and Wildlife Service ownership there. Thanks.
Thank you, Dick. Any other comments before we go to a vote?
It looks like Tom has his hand up as well.
Yeah, I guess, Dick, you kind of beat me to it. I didn't want to get lost in the sauce there on the safety issue. In a way, it sounds like there's a certain level of sounds like pretty robust protection in place right now to address concerns about access to the site. But I don't want to lose a lot of the really good interest and opportunity that exists in terms of the subtitle, intertitle and subtitle importance. I'm particularly interested, of course, as you've heard from me before, I'm particularly interested in these, in the health of the kelp forest metrics, and some of those things were raised. Definitely something that our group is super interested in exploring further, but obviously need to get creative in terms of access to doing that work, given the conversation we just had about how to get there. So just wanted to say that and not have that be lost in that other conversation.
Thank you, Tom. Other comments?
Yeah, I think Dave and then Dick have their hands raised.
Yeah, due to the complications in getting to this area, it would be very hard to do the sort of research and sort of stewardship protection of the place that the proposer and others like me want to happen here. But it might be that we can make a recommendation that we just have a volunteer program of people who are willing to stop people from climbing over and around Crook Point if the tides are dangerous, or if people need more education. Maybe there's some signage we can help, because there used to be a whole bunch of signs down there that warn people not to go on the bluffs, but I imagine they tend to disappear from time to time. So maybe even if we're not going to recommend this for consultation, maybe we can come up with a recommendation on our own of being in support of minimizing the trampling and the trespassing and things like that.
Thank you, Dave.
And then Dick.
Yeah, I've neglected to add that, one thing that's been concern for a lot of us over the years on the Dark Coast, the South Coast area, is large private ownerships potentially that could turn over in terms of ownership and become developed, if you will. Obviously, the South Coast is undervalued in many ways, whether you're thinking about it from a real estate perspective or a natural resources perspective. Crook Ranch, which is a large private ownership there. I'm not sure what is still going on there in the years currently, but there have been talks about golf courses and other sorts of developments over the years there. These sorts of discussions never seem to go away, and there's for good reason. So that could pose some additional challenges to the near shore down the road if it does turn over and there is some redevelopment. So I think that this is a place to continue watching in terms of issues and what could be losses there that we may see. So I don't want us to think that that we're able to button this up and put it away, but I think there are continued potential threats. I don't want to say they're there yet, but they are there all the time, just by development that may not be very compatible and maybe bringing more people down to the beach and the near shore that may not be conducive to all those values that we're talking about within this entire process for rocky habitats.
Thank you, Dick. Other comments? Anybody else, Andy?
No, I believe we should proceed with, I think we were voting on
Agreed.
whether or not that we wanted to have this in the continuing consultation status.
Yes, and let's move forward with that vote, and please yes or no in the chat or by voice.
Okay, I think that's everyone. Shall we go to the Blacklock vote, or do we want to review?
Can we see the results of that?
Mm-hmm.
So that vote fails because we didn't get a majority vote. And so no continuing consultation on that project as well. So yes, so let's go to Blacklock Point. Okay.
Dick, you have your hand up. Is that from a previous instance, or is this a new comment? Nope. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Blacklock Point. Is there any specific discussion that we need before we try and reach consensus on Blacklock? We included it in our previous discussion, so it would have to be something we haven't already talked about. Okay, hearing none, then Blacklock Point was also not, well, it was, the last time we said the proposal was recommended, but it was by a rule that required 3 no votes, and we only got 2 no votes. We didn't get any, however, 2s or 1s, no reservations, or recommend with conditions. So it really was a marginal recommendation. So let's try and build consensus and see if there's a recommendation if we have an agreement to not recommend this project or this proposal to OPAC.
So Laurel.
So we're trying to determine consensus on moving this forward or not moving it forward.
Right
Sorry.
now, the question that's being called is, should we recommend this site to OPAC?
Yeah, sorry, that was a little confusing.
And I see in the chat that Walter has a do not recommend. So I think we would need to go to a vote on this site.
No, the proposal was to not recommend it. So that just agrees with that.
Okay,
consensus.
sorry.
So,
That's
yeah.
my confusion there.
And hearing no support for, or no willingness to move it forward, then I think we have consensus that this project is not recommended. We do not recommend it to OPAC. So that leaves us with a question about discussion about continuing consultation status. So I'm open to discussion about continuing consultation. And once again, it's things that are different than what we've already discussed, please.
And Dick Vanderschaft.
Sorry, I'm confused or lost a moment there, had some senior moment. Did we vote on the not to recommend it? I mean, I know there was no consensus to not recommend it, or did I get this
No,
backwards
I
someplace?
believe what we just did was that we had consensus that we were not going to recommend this as it was written, but we still want to now understand whether or not the group would support putting it in the continuing consultation status.
So in this case, for this one, we're not really, the question that we first posed was not that we were, this is too many double negatives, sorry, that we're not looking for consensus to move it forward. Rather, we did the opposite this time around.
We did. Yeah.
Wow. See, it's just kind of challenging for some guy like me here. So, okay.
Keep you on your toes.
The last three have been like that, Dick. Just
yeah.
I think a clear
He's coming off
question.
that lunch coma, sir. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I think a clearer question at this point. So we have consensus for it to not receive a recommendation to OPAC. Now, do we have consensus for it to receive continuing consultation? If you don't think it should receive continuing consultation, please express that now. Otherwise, we will move forward to recommend it for continuing consultation status. So I see in the chat, Laurel says no.
Walter says no.
And Walter. So then we should go to a vote on continuing consultation.
Correct. So everyone please vote yes or no on continuing consultation for Black Rock Point.
Can we have a little discussion first, potentially?
We can. Yes.
I'd like to hear from Laurel on the consensus dissent there, and just with respect to your perspective.
I don't have any additional perspective to share that I haven't already shared. The primary concerns are safety related and upland sensitivity of habitat and access issues, especially for emergency response personnel. They've had issues even, getting sheriffs out there. Response for park staff takes a while to get out there. There's no easy motor vehicle access. If people are going to get in trouble down there on the beach, it takes a long time to get to folks. So I was informed by multiple levels of park management that we would not support this proposal.
Thank you for that clarification, Laurel.
And I'll clarify also, I will support what Laurel said, but I would also go by what we were asked to do today, is look at what we recommended, and the recommendations coming back, the responses coming back on our recommendations did not suit my comfort to warrant that further consultation would change their positions on some of the subjects we had recommendations on.
Thank you, Walter. So once again, please vote yes or no on whether we recommend this project for consultation.
Okay, I think we got everybody. So that's a yes for consultation.
Okay. So there will be, we will send this to OPAC with a no recommendation, but a yes recommendation for consultation. Thank you for that. So why don't we take a short break? Andy, how much time should we take?
Why don't we go to reconvene at 4 o'clock?
Okay,
So 10 minutes.
reconvening at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, folks, as we convene, let me know through the chat or your video that we are back. Moses, let's see if we can get the technology figured out for presenting on this.
And while he's doing that, I apologize to everyone. I couldn't stand it any longer not being able to look out my window. So I raised the blinds, and if the light shining off my bald head is too much for you, please let me know and I'll change it.
Thanks, Frank. I think we can manage it.
Cool. And just a reminder, we have 2 more proposals to go through, and we have just a hair under an hour to do that. So if we could keep things brief and concise, we can get through and not have to come back tomorrow morning to finish.
So Kent, I believe you've been promoted to panelist. You should be able to unmute and turn on your video and share screen. I will stop sharing.
Okay.
And just for those listening, Kent Doty is our next presenter. He's going to present on the Cape Lookout Marine Conservation Area and the Cape Foulweather Complex Marine Conservation Area. He requested to do those in sequence rather than as a pair. So we'll do one and try to get through that with all due respect to the time, and then move on to the next one and try and get through that before the end of the day if we can.
Okay. I'm speaking on, my name's Kent, as you know. I'm speaking on behalf of the Audubon Society of Lincoln City, as well as a number of our supporters. Lincoln City Audubon is a chapter of the National Audubon Society, and our serving area is Lincoln and Tillamook counties. We propose Cape Lookout's rocky habitats be designated as a marine conservation area to preserve its unique ecosystems, its biodiversity, and kelp forests. As you may know, Cape Lookout was designated in 1994, but it was never implemented. I think it's unlike any other rocky habitat on the coast. The Cape juts out more than a mile into the ocean, and its sheer cliffs are topped with old growth forest. And at the base of the cliffs, the rocky habitat are home to a rich diversity of species. There's a large intertidal area in the south shoulder and a subtidal kelp forest, nesting for marine birds, and a seal hollow and cave. What I'll do in the presentation is do a very high-level recap of our site-based goal and our recommendations, and then go into kind of our approach, specifically outreach, and then spend most of my time talking about the considerations that the working group had for our proposal. Our site goal for Cape Lookout is to provide long-term ecological, economic, and social benefits, a goal that we believe is best met through education and stewardship. We're excited to work with Camp Merriweather, which sits just south of the Cape, on education and stewardship. Our protection objectives are to maintain and restore the kelp forest, as well inform users how to interact appropriately with rocky habitats and wildlife. Our management recommendations include engagement of the community through community science monitoring and a community-hosted biennial State of the Cape symposium. We propose no changes to commercial or recreational harvest for fish, and no commercial or recreational harvest for most invertebrates. No change. No change to access or anchorage. We do propose a closure for harvest of kelp for personal use. Stakeholder outreach was key to our campaign. We reached out to stakeholders basically for 3 reasons. First, to listen to their interests and concerns. Second, to build support for our designations. And third, to develop a community network to help implement site-based management actions. We use printed media, social media, online petition, webinars, and old-fashioned phone calls to reach out and engage the public. Despite COVID limitations and a wildfire that tore through our communities, the results, I think, are impressive. The petition we submitted in public comment was signed by 235 people and included 166 original comments. More than 600 people viewed our Cape Lookout video called The Oregon Coast Rocks. The Tillamook County Pioneer published 2 articles about our Cape Lookout campaign, and we had 19 letters of support included within our proposal. The Garibaldi City Council endorsed our campaign, stating in its letter of support, the designation balances protecting natural resources and ensuring continued access to enjoy sightseeing, fishing, bird watching, boating, and other activities at Cape Lookout. We met with the staff at Camp Meriwether to discuss our proposal and how we could work together. We received a strong letter of support from the Boy Scouts of America Cascade Council. We listened to stakeholders and responded to their concerns. Scuba divers asked if they'd be able to continue to harvest legal species within the MCA and if they could secure a boat or kayak on anchorage. Our answer to both those questions was yes. Through phone calls and emails, we made a concerted effort to reach out to charter boat operators and commercial fisheries out of Garibaldi, as well as members of the Pacific Doryman's fleet. We listened to their concerns about primarily access, fishing, and anchorage, all of which our MCA provides. Should Cape Lookout be designated MCA, we look forward to working with all these groups. So I'll recap our responses to the initial recommendation. Had a number of considerations. We did provide in the public comments a very detailed response to each of the considerations, and I'll recap here and then we can discuss it further in the Q&A. Our goal reflects the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy emphasis on ecosystem-based management, which recognizes economic and social benefits are just as important and essential as ecological benefits. Including harvest helps ensure community engagement in achieving the MCA's goals and objectives. Placing no additional site-specific restrictions on fisheries and allowing harvest of some invertebrates is consistent with our goal of providing long-term ecological, economic, and social benefits. Conservation's compatibility with harvest is a keystone concept for natural resource management in Oregon. Enforcement would primarily be existing regulations since we have very few regulatory changes, no different than the current situation. However, I will add we are amenable should the agency's ODFW or Oregon State Police find it problematic to enforce in subtidal areas. We're amenable to having no restrictions beyond coastwide restrictions on subtidal invertebrates. We emphasize education and stewardship rather than regulation. Community involvement in the Cape Lookout MCA is a major change from the status quo. Camp Meriwether has expressed strong support and intent to participate in the implementation. Our proposal dovetails well with their new construction that's happening right now in terms of for a new environmental learning center. We provided specific and measurable metrics for each of the recommendations in our proposal on how to evaluate the effectiveness. As we stated in our proposal, We have no monitoring or research expectations of the agencies beyond what is within their current management roles, responsibilities, and ongoing programs. Education, monitoring, stewardship projects would be community-driven, and we have full capability for managing by Lincoln City Audubon and its community partners on these efforts. The role that the agencies choose, we don't have an expectation of their involvement, but we would anticipate that they would identify a role that's consistent with their capacity and interests. We request our recommendation for responding to invasive species, recommendation 9, be withdrawn because it is not site specific. Community involvement will add capacity to the agencies. Already, volunteer scuba divers are working in coordination with the Oregon Kelp Alliance to secure permits to monitor Cape Lookout's kelp beds and to help restore the kelp beds by experimental culling of sea urchins. Lincoln City Audubon provided these groups with drone aerial footage to help in terms of knowing the extent of the kelp beds and monitoring. We anticipate funding for signage to come from public and private grants and other third-party sources with no commitment from the agencies beyond their review to ensure signage is consistent with regulations and policies. We are well aware and experienced in signage projects. We just completed a project on interpretive signage in coordination with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at Alder Island. Please note the boundary that we drew for the south side of the Cape is very similar to the 1994 designation boundary. Both are inclusive of the kelp beds and nearshore reefs on the south side of the Cape. In regard to the north side of the Cape and our boundary, we are very amenable to working with the agencies to adjust and refine the seaward boundary. The initial recommendation lists the landward boundary as a statutory vegetation line. However, this is incorrect. Our proposal clearly states that the shore boundary of the proposal area is established at the mean high tide contour as automatically snapped by sea sketch. Early in the proposal development process, we were informed by DLCD staff that plan areas may extend beyond the 5-meter depth contour when there is a clear ecological reason to preserve habitat connectivity. The kelp forests on the nearshore reef at Cape Lookout are functionally connected to the intertidal and subtidal habitats, providing a gradient of environmental conditions upon which a diverse biota is dependent for nutrients and shelter. The current threat to kelp forests at Cape Lookout cannot be emphasized enough. Recent diver surveys documented that purple sea urchins have literally decimated the kelp forest on the south side of the Cape. There are still kelp in the shallow intertidal and areas that can provide spore habitat. Including these kelp beds in an MCA will help facilitate monitoring their restoration efforts. So in conclusion, I want to emphasize our MCA designation will foster community involvement in implementing specific and measurable actions to address climate change, the loss of essential kelp forests, and the increasing use of the area. Our intention is to maintain the pristine qualities and current access for all users. Our management recommendations are not mandates, but rather suggestions. They provide a framework for the community and agencies to create a shared vision on how to best to manage this special place on the Oregon coast. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. I really appreciate your presentation. It was very clear and very concise, so thank you for that. So any questions from the group?
Laurel.
Yeah, in having conversations with we have a new park manager at Cape Lookout, and he had some outstanding questions about the expectations for volunteer programs in the park versus on the beach. It wasn't clear, like, are most of the programs you foresee being on the rocky shoreline on the south side of the Cape, or, you know, a mixed bag, as it were?
Yeah, I communicated some with the new park manager. His being new, we both agreed that it's best to go into details once if it is actually implemented and approved for recommendation. But the bulk of our interpretive and education stewardship programs would be on the beach and the rocky intertidal areas, working very closely with Camp Merriweather. As I mentioned, they just, it shows their commitment in the middle of a pandemic. They're building right now a new environmental learning center. They have students and adults and families coming from 20 states and throughout Oregon. So working closely with them. If the parks want programs, say on the north side, or interpretive programs, we're very amenable to working with them, but we see it as we're capable of administrating those on our own with our partners.
Just want to point out that Sean Stevenson is claiming credit for that awesome photo. Laurel again, or
I think, Kent, you had those discussions with park management about, you know, if volunteer groups are going to be on park property, then there's some vetting that needs to occur in coordination and agreements with the Audubon Society. So there is needed coordination between, you know, the park and the volunteer group if they're going to be on state park property, and volunteers on state park property usually are vetted with that volunteer background checks and stuff like that if they're going to be communicating with the public. So I've already, you know, raised this before, and you guys have had conversations about that. I just think there's some details that need to be worked out regarding.
Yeah, absolutely, Laurel.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is that if they are state park volunteers, then they would need vetting. If they are not state park volunteers, but then they would not need vetting, and it's really up to the local park manager to decide how they want to approach that.
Yeah, and he's not sure exactly how he wants to approach that yet. So there's just some remaining work to be done on what kind of agreements would need to be in place, and because of that outstanding issue, they're not quite ready for that yet, but very close.
Okay. Yeah, and we're very amenable to working with them.
Thank you for that clarification, Laurel.
Dave Fox.
Yeah, thanks, Kent, for your presentation. I'm trying to get a handle on the Camp Merriweather and the Environmental Learning Center. It seems like this is generally a pretty low use rocky intertidal area. So it seems like maybe the Environmental Learning Center, once that comes up to speed, might be the main user. Is that a valid assumption in terms of numbers?
I think within the intertidal area from the shore that is accurate.
Okay. So do you see coordinating with them such that, and I'm sure they would probably do this anyway, but to design their programs in such a way that minimizes impacts, to the intertidal area?
Absolutely, they're very aware of that, and they want to work with us.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you for that.
Laurel, is that a new hand or? Yeah, okay. So Laurel and then Charlie.
My original reason for raising my hand was because of a previous comment made about signage, and that the signage could just be done and then provided to us and coordinated to make sure that it meets, the rules. But that's not traditionally how we've gone through signage that's placed on state park property. So it would need to be coordinated closely to make sure it meets all the requirements, and we would need to be involved throughout the process if the plan was to place it on state park property.
Sure, I would.
Just a point of clarification for
Yeah.
how we want that process to occur for external partner signage on state park property, because the public doesn't know. They just assume it's our sign. So
Well, thank you for the clarification, and we would agree.
Yeah,
And my main point was that we wouldn't be looking for the state to fund it.
And then my second point was that there is access to the Rocky Intertidal from on the other side of the Cape, although it's much more limited and depends on the year, you know, how much is there. But there is a Rocky Intertidal area that is accessible from the day use and the campground on the north side.
Other questions?
Yes, Charlie and then Tom.
Thanks, Kent. Thanks for that presentation. Love Cape Lookout, pretty near and dear to my heart and recreational users. And so for the constituency that I represent, I think a lot about this site with respect to surfing and diving, and some intertidal use. It's pretty minimal, as we've kind of alluded to. I'm kind of curious though, that connection between the shoreline education work and that sort of diver interest, given that the goals or some of the goals of the site was that kelp bed, and really honing in on that kelp bed and the diver interest there. I'm just curious about the connection between that and your educational program on the shore, and how you envision making those sorts of connections with the dive community.
Well, I think the shoreline education, you can talk about kelp and the importance of it, how it shapes wave energy on the beach. But also, I think there's opportunities to work directly with the dive community. We've been in contact with them already about the kelp restoration and monitoring efforts. It is a really, doesn't get a lot of use, but the divers that go there, it's really a special experience for them. And so I think that there's some opportunities for communicating directly with dive groups and interacting on the kelp is the primary focus there. Does that get at your question? I'm not quite sure.
Yes, I think so. I think I was curious whether or not diving would be driven as a shore based activity versus the typical boat launch for access and diving in that area. A follow-up question, if I may. It's unrelated to that question, but I'm reading the public comments around this site and this proposal, that of charter and recreational fishing, kind of expressed a lot of concerns. I reached out to you about that. I actually reached out to the Garibaldi fleet and some others about that as well. And I'm curious, I looked at your kind of goals of the site and a lot of the information that was provided about the loss of habitat and kelp, and the importance of that habitat to the fish and the fishing community. Could you envision shared goals for this site and this proposal with the fishing community and those individuals that are really interested in harvesting? You kind of alluded to harvest being important here, and so I'm curious how you feel about shared goals.
Very much. We view them as allies. Our goal statement, site specific to this, we intentionally included economic benefits, which we consider includes fishing. So I think they are an important element of it. We view conservation is most effective when there's ownership and participation and an investment in a site. So having the fishing community, there's a lot of bridge work to build alliances, but I think starting with what we hold in common, that we all think that the kelp forests are important, both from a diving perspective, fish production, wave energy dissipation. I think that there's a big opportunity to build alliances and incorporate the fishing community within the monitoring process. So I think there's a lot of opportunities that I'm pretty excited about.
Thank you, Kent.
Thank you.
Tom, you're next.
Yeah, well, Charlie aimed right at the point I was going to reach out to Kent about, and just mainly just acknowledge and appreciate the sort of, I guess, the beginning of what I hope will end up being a very fruitful collaboration, particularly around the kelp restoration work that we just got permitted to do, in working with the local dive community that you've been talking to. I think we're all sort of already talking to some of the same people, and appreciate the drone footage and some of the early just ad hoc monitoring work and video that's been put together. That actually helped us get the permit. And the team that'll be here starting tomorrow will be heading up there. Excuse me, we'll be heading up there next to do that baseline monitoring. And I think there's some real synergy here, and I'm really looking forward to working with you, Kent, and with the whole group on how do we make that sort of connection, the shore to sea. And to the question about just like technique, right now we're planning to do mostly boat dives at this site, just because of the distance. Not likely to be doing much in terms of shore dives from at that site, because the permitted restoration site is a little bit, maybe about midway out on the headland there. And yeah, I just want to say I'm really excited actually about this. It's really the only site that's not, this and Haystack are the only sites that aren't on the South Coast. And I was really excited to hear from divers and really connect to Talia Davidoff and Dan Semrad at Oregon Free Diving Company, and they've agreed to act as sort of a focal point for divers in that region. And they're already helping out with things like equipment acquisition and some other things, and some training we're talking about. So really excited about it. Looking forward to working with you. I think it's a great idea and a great opportunity. So thanks a lot, Ken.
Well, I think so too. I appreciate those comments, Tom. A designation, it allows all these groups, including the fishing interests, to work towards a shared vision of what needs to be done for site-based management here. So I think that's the real benefit of having a designation.
Yeah, and I should mention that we've had some early discussions with some fishermen about acting as vessel platforms for divers, talking to the Dorman fleet, working through some logistics about diving off of certain kinds of boats. So, but it's underway, and I think it's again will lead to a great sort of collaboration amongst multiple different users and interests.
Thanks, Tom. Scott?
Another question or two?
Yeah, Kent, thank you for the presentation. This process started as the Rocky Shores working group to modify the Rocky Shores plan, and it morphed into also including some subtitle that was fairly close to the surface. At least that was my understanding. This proposal has, I think, of all the proposals we've looked at, some of the deepest water included. My calculation is in excess of 40 feet south of the Cape at a point. And I wondered if you had given any thought to limiting the, was there any consideration to limiting it to the sort of the top 5 meters of the subtidal zone? I understand that there is kelp, it goes deeper than that, but fishermen having fished in this area and anchored here before, fishermen don't like to anchor on the hard bottom. It's not a good anchorage. So we stay away from the kelp to anchor. So just wondered if you'd given any consideration to kind of clipping it to the shallower subtidal zone.
Thanks, Scott. We have given consideration to that, both on the north side, kind of the squiggly part of the current line was based on the 5-meter contour. We believe it's important, and it's reflected in the 1994 designation to include that whole nearshore reef, because it works in concert with as an ecological unit. Right now, the kelp conditions in the deeper portions of that reef they're in trouble, but the spore bank is still available in shallower habitats, and so I think we need to manage it as a whole. And I think our objective is to work with the fishermen. That's why we specifically chose a marine conservation area to have its flexibility, so that we weren't impacting, that we kept fishing regulations unchanged from coastwide, provided anchorage. And we will seek to continue to provide those reassurances and engage the fishermen.
Thank you. So any more questions?
I do not see any more hands raised.
Awesome. So thank you, Kent. We appreciate your presenting to us and answering questions, and we'll go to deliberations now.
Charlie had his hand pop up. So
Just a quick clarification. I just want to make sure I heard that right and that this wasn't confused. The proposal does allow for anchoring in this area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for clarifying that, Charlie. Okay, so comments?
Dick.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to speak in favor of this presentation. Just note that Cape Lookout does sit in between some quite disparate other protected areas, from Cape Falcon all the way down to Cascade Head, representing some great places for larval dispersal and such that we are, of course, desperately need to maintain and retain at the coast. So this is a really important area from a conservation perspective. And as is noted, all the values that we've talked about quite a bit here with the kelp beds that are in trouble and other aspects along the shore here. Also wanted to note that obviously Cape Lookout itself, the upland portion is a noted natural area. I believe it's listed in the Natural Heritage Plan as such. And so you have this land-sea connection, at least from a rocky headland, and as Charlie noted too, one of the most dramatic sites on our coast. And so I think extending that recognition to the intertidal is really well served by this sort of a designation here. So thanks.
Thank you, Dick. Any others?
I do not see any other hands raised.
Okay. So this project or proposal and the Cape Lookout proposals, the voting on Cape Foul Weather was 3.
Hold on there, Frank. Let's just do Cape Lookout.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I forgot we were on Cape Lookout. My apologies. Actually, the voting is the same anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But the voting on Cape Lookout is 3 do not recommends, 7 reservations even with conditions, and 2 recommend with conditions. So it didn't receive a recommendation from us in our previous voting. So I will look for a consensus on not recommending the Cape Lookout site for a recommendation to OPAC.
I will speak up and say that the Audubon Society has addressed all of DSL's concerns on both of these proposals. I was a no previously, so I think that we should probably vote.
To clarify, Frank just asked if we had consensus on a do not recommend vote. So Andrew, you provided a comment there that maybe we should start at a different place and maybe see if we want to vote that it is a recommended. Dick.
Yeah, I agree with the line of reasoning you're promoting there, Andy, and agreeing with Andrea that we should probably begin at the other end of the spectrum and look to consensus building towards a recommendation for this site.
That's fine with me if that's fine with the rest of the group. Anybody object to that?
From a point of process, I'm wondering if it's important to finish out this vote before we go. This is different than we've done all the other sites, and I'm just concerned that we're entering a different process, and that doesn't preclude I think the recommendations we've heard from Andrea and Dick, but I kind of need a second to think about this. I think. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's quite all right. So I agree with that, Charlie. I think we should probably stick with the process we've been doing all along. So I'm looking for consensus on not moving this project forward.
Scott is raising his hand somewhat urgently, so I want to enable Scott to speak.
Okay.
Well, I think we need to point out that the considerations listed, as we spoke to earlier, they aren't some specific items that have been, that we can say now that is addressed. These are kind of general comments that, we need to address these things. So I don't think we can vote to recommend it without having considerations specifically listed as being addressed.
Right.
So Moses and then Charlie.
Sure. Just to comment on Scott's point there. The reason why certain sites the considerations are worded differently is because on the sites that received an initial recommendation, we reiterated those considerations at the bottom of the summaries to clarify exactly what it was that we were asking for. But all of the recommendations we had their considerations bulleted at the top in general terms. So the only difference between the top and the bottom was just adding those words like need clarifications on management effectiveness or whatever it was. So to not do something or to seek clarification or whatever it was. But that's substantively the only difference. So for these, we're asking for clarification on the level of support with respect to capacity. Reconciliation of site boundaries with agencies is requested, or rather communicated that would need to occur should a recommendation be received. So if that helps folks understand the language that's on the slides, but functionally it's no different than those sites that received an initial recommendation.
So I think I just kind of did the consensus mind process based on the conversation. And I think no matter what we do, we're going to end up voting in the same place. But I'm willing to consider the best direction from Frank here. My personal opinion is that we need to stick to the process that we've been doing, and we can hold subsequent votes after that.
Yeah, so we've gotten 3 comments now from Dick and from Andrea and from Dave that all support this proposal. They support recommending this proposal. So we have to go to a vote. We can't reach consensus on not recommending it. Therefore, I propose that we vote on the Cape Lookout Marine Conservation Area on whether or not to recommend it to OPAC for their consideration. So please put in the chat or verbal vote on whether you would like to recommend it with a yes or not recommend it with a no.
So I'm seeing some confused faces here, Frank. Charlie?
Can you just walk me through? I feel like we don't have consensus to do not recommend, and I feel like that's as far as I got. So now we're voting to recommend, which feels different than where we initially said we would run this pathway. And so I think that we don't have consensus for not recommend, therefore you vote on do not recommend. Then if you want to, if that vote fails, you could go to some other recommend continuing consultation, right? But you kind of threw us into the recommend bucket, and I know that we need to follow our process.
Yeah, so let us take the stepwise, and we did not have consensus on do not recommend, but I think we need a vote on that, which is almost inverted. So if you vote no, you are not agreeing with the consensus to do not recommend. And
too much.
How about folks enter their vote in the chat as either recommend or do not recommend? And that
totally
just resolves all the confusion.
Yes. And that's the vote, yes or no, will determine that. If you're voting yes to recommend or no to not recommend, then.
You just said the opposite. That's the opposite.
That's the opposite.
I think Charlie's right. We have to follow the protocol.
People don't know what they're voting on.
Yeah.
They don't know whether to vote yes.
Yeah.
So Andy, go ahead and say it your way, and we'll just do it that way and see how it turns out.
I believe what the votes that we took previously on Blacklock and Crook Point, we started from our original recommendation, and that was a no. So we should start with whether or not the group agreed with that original recommendation. Charlie?
No, I don't want to conflate it.
Okay.
I just wanted to make clear, when you vote on this particular incident, you're voting for recommend, not for continued consultation. That's different. And that's the difference by putting a bucket beneath of not recommend instead of in the middle. So I'm just trying to highlight that discrepancy in how this vote will happen. And I don't want to, I know this isn't popular, but that's not necessarily fair to how the other sites were voted on. So we need to be very clear.
So a vote in this instance is whether or not to recommend the site as it was described on the slide, is what Charlie, I think I just heard him say, but that is different than how we set this up. But we need to decide in a binary situation, do we as a working group recommend this site as is written on the slide? So I believe that we should move forward with that first question, whether or not to recommend this site. And we will then have a second vote for whether or not, if that vote doesn't pass, for whether or not it merits continuing consultation. So your vote should say, and Dave Lacey.
So are we voting on whether we're going to stick with the original one that was to not recommend? That's what we're going to address first, right?
We should just Start over with a fresh mindset. Are we
Okay.
recommending this to OPAC or not?
Okay, just want to be clear.
So for clarification, a yes vote would be recommended to OPAC. A no vote would be do not recommend it to OPAC.
Consistent with the other votes we have taken today.
Roger.
So I believe that's a no, do not recommend.
Yes, I believe that is a no. So that leaves us with a decision on whether to enter into continuing consultation with this project. So discussion on that.
Charlie.
I mentioned I love this site for recreational users. It's a great site. I think that continued consultation would be fantastic with some outreach to the fishing community, which is really the only area that I heard some concerns, and I think it's very doable. I'd like to think about this as an opportunity to develop relationships rather than an opportunity to be divisive, which is one of the reasons I was resigned not to just jump on this and recommend it. But for further consultation, I actually see a great opportunity here. Given where it is, there's some synergy between the Garibaldi folks and the Pacific City folks to the south. And both of those ports are small enough that they're easy to work with. There's good people in both of those areas and good leaders, and I think that there's a lot of potential there. So I would definitely recommend this for further consultation. My initial reservations there were really about some of the outreach and that expressed by the fishing community to me.
Does anybody think that we should not have this held over for continuing consultation?
Let me say that in a positive way. Does the group have consensus to designate this in the continuing consultation status?
Thank you.
I'm going to speak up again just because I'm going to be consistent in saying I think that process is unfair to future participants. They're coming in with under the maintenance process. Also this other process that hadn't been available until this week. So I'm gonna voice my opposition. Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. Is there any other opposition to having this move to continuing consultation?
Walter?
Yeah, I will just second Scott's, and I will say that I was heard, but I would like to say that the maintenance process is where this belongs and not into continued consultation bucket.
So it sounds to me like we need a vote on this, Frank.
Yes, that's correct. We do. So the vote will be on whether or not to recommend this project for continuing consultation. Yes or no in either the chat or verbally.
Is that all the votes?
Yeah, that's a yes for continuing consultation.
Okay, thank you. So we voted to not recommend this project to OPAC, but to recommend it for continuing consultation. Okay, let's proceed to our last proposal.
So let me ask the group, because I believe we're going to run into a time constraint here. Whether or not we want to do this last site discussion and recommendation now, given 10 minutes left before our scheduled end time, knowing that I think we have some business to conclude tomorrow morning, but I want to be considerate to our proposers. So I don't know that Kent would be able to make that. Does any of the working group members have a hard, do working group members have a hard stop or strong opinions about keeping going on this today? Or
I think we need to pivot, Andy, to public comment for folks that may be sitting or waiting for that opportunity. But I don't have a hard stop speaking for myself.
I have a hard stop at 5:30.
Laurel?
Yeah, I have to leave before 5. I probably have to leave a little bit after 5, but I can tell you where we're at on this one before I leave, if that's helpful.
Okay, I'm hearing, there's folks who want to do make it through this site today. I feel like we should do that, but let's go ahead and allow public comment.
Okay, so how do we do that? Do people put in the chat if they want to comment, and then we open up?
That's correct. So let me know if you would like to speak as part of public comment, and I will make that possible. Liz Ruther. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can.
Hi, everyone. It's been a long day. Good work. Lots of great discussion. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I know it's been many hours. My name is Liz Ruther, and I'm with the Pew Charitable Trusts. As recognized by all sides, the public proposal process is new and has had challenges, but overall the decision to request information from the public whom are out in these areas, using them and loving them, was well-founded. The discussions today between proposers and the working group demonstrate the validity of that decision. Your leadership to forge a new process for this type of resource that touches the lives and experiences of every coastal community and visitor to the coast deserves to be recognized. Thank you for trying a new approach. Pew recently provided comment with some potential solutions or ideas for the working group to consider regarding process in the future, and hope that you find them at least somewhat helpful. But want to focus comments today on 2 points. First, while you're all working to meet goal 2 that requires site level management prescriptions for this state planning document, it may be worthwhile to consider creating prescriptions in the strategy that reflect the great conversations that were had today, aside from the category designations when it's appropriate. It seems like the 1994 strategy took this approach as well. There were management prescriptions for some areas that did not receive formal designation in some instances. It seems like a good mechanism to capture some of your great ideas today. Otherwise, it seems possible that all of this valuable information and the time you've taken, the research and outreach that was conducted by proposers, as well as the great discussion on potential solutions, if an area is ultimately not accepted, even after continuing consultation, might be lost. This could perhaps be one solution to capture the deep thinking and valid recommendations that have occurred for these areas. I'd also like to reflect to the group that there seems to be not just one, but 2 great conversations occurring. The first, of course, is what you spent the majority of today on, site level management issues. And the second is focusing on how to implement this long-term strategic planning document after it's finished. Making a strategy is the first step, of course. Implementing it is the second step. After hearing the great ideas today, the group may want to consider creating a vision statement for implementation. which could go a bit beyond typical recommendations to explicitly provide a place for big ideas. Working group members have been thinking on this for years now, and it makes sense that there are ideas about what comes next. Funding and capacity constraints are ever present in any strategic planning effort, and so perhaps a dedicated place in the strategy free of constraints could capture these great ideas, whether they be a Rocky Habitat Program Coordinator, the formulation of a Coastal Conservation Corps, or a state regulation awareness program. I imagine for all of you, your love of Oregon's Rocky Coast spurred your interest to participate in this working group in the first place. And it may be a fun and positive endeavor to end on as the working group wraps up over the coming months. Thanks for your continued work. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Liz.
Joe Liebezeit, you are next. You should be able to unmute.
Hey, you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, long day, everybody, so I'll keep it short. Appreciate all of your time on these evaluations. I'm going to build a little bit off of what Liz at Pew said. Oh, and by the way, I'm with Portland Audubon. The earlier conversation today in the late morning about coastwide, statewide recommendations and the potential statewide interpretive program was really interesting. And I'm generally supportive of that idea. And I think, as Liz pointed out, we would want that to first focus on our site-specific management evaluations here. And obviously that's a big part of the goals of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy to be and is in line with statewide planning goal 2. But I also want to say that I think that is a great idea to consider. And I know it was kind of a brainstormy thing earlier this morning, but I encouraged continued discussion on that. And I like the idea of a Rocky Habitat Program Coordinator, and want to just point out, as you guys have heard today, there are existing stewardship programs that have been around for a while, including we've heard about Oregon Shores Coast Watch, the Shoreline Education for Awareness, and others. And so it wouldn't be starting from scratch, whether it be an agency appointed or some type of other entity that would be the lead Rocky Habitat Coordinator, wouldn't need to be starting from scratch to kind of pull together and stitch together other relevant efforts into something that would be more cohesive. And I'll just say that Portland Audubon does run the black oyster catcher monitoring up and down the coast we have for the past 5 years. And that's another really good example of, and it's particularly relevant to the Rocky Habitat sites, obviously. That's another example of a program that we would love to work with agencies more on. And we already do work with Fish and Wildlife. And I want to tip my hat to Sean Stevenson, who has provided some support for that for multiple years. But just say, I could see a lot of synergy working on developing that program into something that could be part of a Rocky Habitat Coordinator kind of effort. And there was some question I think Walter asked earlier today about black oyster catcher nesting success, I think at the North Coast sites. I won't get into the details of that right now, but we do have that information. He asked Sean about it, but Portland Audubon actually houses that data, and it's a so far 5-year data set. I'm happy to provide that information during the continuing consultation for that site and other sites. And I guess I'll just leave it up there for now. So thank you everybody for your work, and that's the end of my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Okay, not seeing any at the moment.
Okay, did we have a time scheduled for tribal comment as well?
We do. Let's check to see if there is any. I'm not seeing anybody comment or raise their hand.
Okay.
All right.
So that puts us back to the second presentation by Kent.
Yep.
on Cape Foul Weather?
I did hear that Laurel has a harder stop than most, and we might want to hear her perspective before we lose her for the day.
That works fine.
I know that's a little out of order, but I would like
I
to.
can wait another like 5 minutes, but I have to drive kids to tennis, sorry.
I don't think the presentation will be done in 5 minutes, Laura.
Yeah.
So why don't you go ahead and give your comments, and then we'll let Kent talk about it.
Okay, yeah, for this one, we're good either doing a yes or a continuing consultation, depending on the will of the working group.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Okay, so I believe we're ready for a presentation by Kent on Cape Foul Weather.
Yeah, Moses, go ahead and stop the share, and then Kent, go ahead and share your screen.
Let me know when you can see that.
We can see your screen now.
Yeah, yes, thank you. And Kent,
All right.
thank you so much for your time in doing 2 presentations. We really appreciate it.
Well, we want to express our thanks to the working group, not only for the long hours today, but all the dedication throughout this initial proposal process, and particularly DLCD staff who we're well aware has put in long hours and has been accessible to answer questions throughout it. Audubon Society of Lincoln City is proposing the Cape Foul Weather Complex as a marine conservation area. Just south of Depot Bay, between Newport and Depot Bay, Cape Foul Weather rises 500 feet above the ocean, providing fantastic views of the Oregon coast. The Cape exemplifies the highest quality habitat, supporting a diversity of species, nesting bird colonies, and nearshore kelp beds. What we are calling the Cape Foul Weather Complex stretches from the Otter Crest Marine Garden to the Whale Cove Habitat Refuge, a marine conservation area we believe, as the designation would provide ecological connectivity among these nearby designations, as well as facilitate efficient management. The Cape provides critical seabird nesting habitat. It's home to pelagic cormorants and black oyster catchers nest in its rocky habitats. The kelp forests along the nearshore paralleling reef are the largest north of Cape Arago. ODFW uses the site as a comparison area for the nearby Otter Rock Marine Reserve. To recap our management goal and recommendations, we emphasize non-regulatory management approaches to meet the goal of providing long-term ecological, economic, and social benefits. Community education recommendations include working with the local schools and higher learning institutions, as well as on-site interpretation and signage. Our protection measures seek to inform users how to interact appropriately with the rocky habitat and wildlife. Monitoring uses community science, as well as the monitoring programs that are already in place. Other community engagement recommendations once again include a community-hosted biennial State of the Cape Symposium. In keeping with the use of the site as a comparison area, we propose no change to commercial or recreational fishing. Harvest of commonly sought invertebrates would remain open, subject to coastwide regulations. And we would recommend closure of personal harvest of kelp. Like Cape Lookout, stakeholder outreach was key to our Cape Foul Weather campaign. We reached out, we listened, built support, developed a community network. The results were likewise impressive. As I mentioned, 235 people signed an online petition designating Cape Foul Weather as an MCA. 166 provided original comments. Again, and nearly 600 people watched our Cape Foul weather video called The Oregon Coast Rocks. Three newspapers published articles about the campaign. We had 20 letters of support in our proposal. The Depot Bay City Council endorsed our campaign, stating that an MCA designation at Cape Foul weather will benefit tourism, which is vital to our local economy. Residents of the Morocco neighborhood at Cape Foul weather, many of whom fish from the Rocky Shore, expressed support for our campaign. A broad range of community groups expressed support on the campaign. Neighborhood associations in Cape Foul weather vicinity, local governments, recreational users, schools, churches, watershed councils, and local environmental groups. We also received a letter of support from the Natural Resources Manager at the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. We listened carefully to stakeholders and addressed their concerns. For example, commercial fishing charter boat operators inquired about the impact of this designation on their activities at Cape Foul weather. We assured them that there would be no change to commercial or recreational fishing at the Cape proposed in this proposal. We look forward to working with all the groups. So to recap the considerations in the initial recommendation, we addressed them in detail, which a copy of that was provided to you as part of the public comment record. I'll summarize those responses here to the considerations and answer any more questions in the Q&A. Our goal recognizes the importance of the site as a comparison area that has open harvest regulations. Allowing open harvest ensures community engagement in achieving our goals of the MCA. The biggest change from status quo is a community involvement in site-based coordinated management and stewardship. Enforcement would mostly apply to existing regulations, no different than the current situation. We emphasize education and stewardship rather than regulation. Although restrictions are very limited, if ODFW and the Oregon State Police determine enforcement of invertebrate restrictions in subtidal areas is problematic, it's fully within ODFW's authority and consistent with the proposal to have no restrictions beyond the coastwide regulations for subtidal portion of the plan area. We have no monitoring or research expectations of the agencies beyond what is within their current management roles, responsibilities, and the ongoing programs. We state clearly in our proposal that listing the potential cooperators does not imply their commitment or endorsement of our proposal. Monitoring relies on community volunteer efforts, as well as capitalizing on ODFW's robust long-term comparative monitoring program for this site. Community involvement in the management of Cape Foul weather complex would add capacity to the agencies. For example, monitoring effectiveness of black oyster catcher signage and education will be conducted as part of Portland Audubon's ongoing black oyster catcher project, which includes monitoring in this area. Local residents and Friends of Otter Rock have expressed strong support for our proposal and have indicated their intent to engage in stewardship and community science projects. We have a proven track record for education, stewardship, and community engagement, and between all the partners involved in this project, there's ample capability for managing the volunteer programs. We also have strong ties to the local schools. We do recommend or do request that recommendation 10, the coastwide response to invasive species, and recommendation 8, the socioeconomic studies, be withdrawn from our proposal because both of these are not site specific. We anticipate funding for signage to come from public and private or third-party sources with no commitment from the agencies beyond review to ensure signage is consistent with regulations and policies. And naturally, we invite them throughout the process in terms of planning. The presence of other marine designations in the area we view as advantageous and provides opportunities and incentives for the agencies to coordinate and cooperate on their management. Our proposed education and stewardship activities will not only inform the public about the Cape Foulweather Complex, but other designations in the area as well, greatly enhancing the understanding and appreciation of all the marine designations in the site, in the area. We do not think equity of access is an issue for the Cape Foulweather Complex. Why not? There are minimal site-based restrictions so that harvest opportunities are basically the same as marine areas outside of any designation. We wrote our proposal with consideration for the need to maintain Cape Foulweather as a suitable comparison site to the nearby Otter Rock Marine Reserve. Our number one recommendation is to maintain the site's suitability as a comparison area, which is dependent upon maintaining an open harvest regime. Marine reserve misperceptions are best addressed by engaging the community in local management, which is exactly what this proposal is about. Community engagement, including a community-based State of the Cape symposium, will provide variety of interests, including harvest, a place to engage in dialogue, in addition to establishing a shared understanding of the local management. The initial recommendation lists the landward boundary as a statutory vegetation line. Once again, this is incorrect. Our proposal clearly states that the shore boundary of the proposed area is established at the mean high tide contour. During our public outreach, local community members suggested extending the boundaries to include nearshore kelp forests. These forests are critical to our local fisheries and provide feeding opportunities for seabirds. They also sequester carbon, which is crucial for addressing climate change. Early in the proposal development, DLCD staff informed us that areas may extend beyond the 5-meter contour where there is clear ecological connection. The kelp forests at Cape Foulweather are connected to the intertidal shallow habitats. These habitats provide, once again, the gradient of environmental conditions, energy wave dissipation, and that a diverse biota depends upon for nutrient and shelters. They should be managed as a single ecological unit, as noted in the strategy. In conclusion, our management recommendations are consistent with the intent of the strategy to develop and implement an inventory of special places that merit site-based management. Our recommendations align with the strategy policies. Our stakeholder outreach has sparked a high level of community interest in the stewardship at Cape Foulweather. We want to keep growing that momentum. A marine conservation area designation provides focus, incentive, and a shared vision within the local community that facilitates good communication and can help build grant funding and involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. So question?
Not seeing any hands yet. Dave Fox.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks again, Kent. I'm wondering from the kind of interpretive and stewardship on-site people, where you would expect them to be, because a lot of that shoreline's not accessible. What are your kind of plans or expectations for that?
Some of it in terms of the stewardship and monitoring, we've already got members of our Lincoln City Audubon that are part of Coast Watch, so they would be doing their stewardship probably from Ottercrest Road. Rodeo Point at the north end is an access. In coordination with the state parks, there's opportunities at Rocky Creek State Park, as well as the Ottercrest viewpoint. And I think there's a lot of opportunity also from the Otter Rock, working with Friends of Otter Rock and the approach from the beach from that side. A lot of it is not right in the rocky habitat, but but viewing it from nearby areas. And a lot of the signage would be up on Otter Crest Drive, and we've coordinated with the county on that.
Other questions?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. So thank you, Kent, for your presentation to us and for answering our questions, and we will now go into deliberations. Any comments?
Scott McMullen.
Need to unmute, Scott.
Thank you. Yeah, I have two concerns. The first is the extent, the depth extent, and the amount of area that this site contains. This extends at least at the north end to 15 fathoms, which is about 27 meters water depth. It seems like a real mission creep over what started as a rocky shores. Second thing is that my understanding is that this contains the control site for the Otter Rock Marine Reserve. And I think it would have an effect, it may have an effect on the ability of the control site if you're saying that we're going to make some management changes, even though they're not real significant. There probably isn't a lot of kelp harvest, personal kelp harvest, but it just seems like it's not the right thing to do to have a change in management in a site that's being used as a control site for marine reserves. So those are my two concerns.
Thank you, Scott.
Walter?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that this one has a large education component, and actually that's basically most of the proposal. I would like to see, as we have down there at Coquille Point, an established project with staff, with volunteers, and something that we can actually see. And other than that, I would wonder if a designation is really necessary for this. I know that there's some desire to have that to get some, get some excitement around the area, but I would wondering if this is really necessary to have a designation to meet all the goals and do the things that they've said that they're going to be doing.
Thank you, Walter. Other comments? I don't hear any others. Andy's anybody in the list?
I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay. So let's try and reach consensus. Once again, this project initially was not recommended not recommended by us to OPAC. There were 3 do not recommend votes, 7 reservations even with conditions, and 2 recommendations with conditions. So let's start and see if we can get consensus on not recommending this project to OPAC.
Again, I want to simplify this and say, this like our other votes, the first one is just whether or not we are going to recommend this site to OPAC. So.
Yeah, but we were trying to work on consensus rather than voting.
Yep.
So can you put that in terms of consensus?
We already have one dissent, so that makes it quick, I think.
Well, do we have consensus not to recommend it to OPAC? That was the question.
Yes. So that was an agreement vote, not a dissenting vote.
Yeah.
My
So
bad. Sorry to confuse again.
That's okay.
Okay. It's late in the day. It's getting harder and harder to figure this out. No.
Similarly to the previous proposal, all of DSL's concerns have been addressed, so I could change my vote to recommend.
Okay.
But that's not that we don't have consensus on this idea per se,
Yeah.
Andrea.
No, yeah, not per se. Are there any other people that would not agree? That's too many negatives.
That's too many negatives.
I can't do it.
Can anyone not live with the group's decision, even if they would vote differently on their own, if the decision is to not recommend it?
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Moses.
I don't hear any dissenting votes. So that means that we agree to not recommend this to OPAC by consensus. So that leaves us with a discussion about whether we have consensus on continuing consultation for this project. Is there anyone that doesn't think this project should result in continuing consultation?
Chairman again.
Walter and Scott. Okay.
Okay.
Recording.
So that,
I will
But
just state-
Walter, you have your hand raised, so let's just.
Yeah, I'll just state for the last one, I think this should be put into the maintenance as a maintenance proposal and not continuing consultation. Not that it doesn't need consultation, but I don't think we need to create another bucket.
okay. So it's clear that we're not going to get consensus on that. So let's vote on whether to yes for continuing consultation and no for to recommend no continuing consultation. Once again, put your votes in the chat or by verbal.
So that's a yes for continuing consultation.
Okay. So we voted by consensus to not recommend this proposal to OPAC, but we voted that yes, we would recommend continuing consultation on this project.
Okay, phew.
Yeah.
Thank you all for bearing with us on this long day. Charlie, you have your hand raised, and Walter, you have your hand raised.
It looks like Moses is doing exactly what I was going to recommend. So thank you, Moses. And then I also just wanted to thank everybody. This has been a tremendous day. It's been very difficult. This is hard. This is not easy work, but that's why you get paid a lot to do it. Just kidding. I seriously, I can't thank you guys enough. It's been a hard day, and especially coming off of shot number 2 there with Moderna. But even without that, I'm sure it's been hard for a lot of you guys. You've spent a lot of time here. The one last thing I think we want to wrap up before we hop off here, though, is finding out about our meeting tomorrow. Are we having it? Are we not having it? And how do people feel about that? And so I'm going to turn it back over to Moses or Frank to follow up on that.
It's gonna have to be Moses because I have to bail. I've got a 5:30 meeting I have to lead, so.
Hey, Frank, thank you so much for your support today and helping us through all of this.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Yeah, thanks.
Frank.
Okay, see you all.
Yeah, so
Tomorrow.
go ahead, Moses.
Well, I'm amenable to tomorrow. There's not going to be a whole lot of preparation to be had at this point between now and when we meet in the morning. If we do meet, then I feel that the meat of the discussion is going to be hammering out some more specifics about our statewide recommendations. I don't think we need to get too into the weeds on details, but I'm open to suggestion. But I think we've had some good suggestions thrown at us, Coastal Conservation Corps, Rocky Habitat Program, these kinds of things. So if the group is amenable to having further discussion about what kinds of things would and wouldn't be included in that recommendation to OPAC, and I don't think it needs to be incredibly lengthy. We can have that discussion tomorrow as we have reserved 8 a.m. to noon. Walter, your hand's up.
Yeah, I would just say if we're going to make a recommendation to OPAC, I think we should talk it all over and hash it out. And I would also say that 8 o'clock might not be necessary.
You're thinking along my wavelength, Walter. I was thinking a 9 o'clock.
Bravo, Walter. Singing my song.
Oh, and by the way, Charlie, I lost $25 because I didn't go to jury duty today. So I did sacrifice.
Okay.
Thank you for your service, Walter.
Let's reconvene tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. The main agenda item will be discussion on the statewide or the coastal-wide recommendation, where we will talk through that, hopefully put maybe some pen to paper so that we all have an understanding of what that means. I don't think we need to belabor the point. Thank you all again for your amazing effort today. Meeting adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Moses or Andy, are you able to stay on for a minute?
Bye, everybody.
Sure.
Bye, everybody.